Hey, hey. Everyone let me know if they can't hear me. Hello to Ben and Miro, to Dane, to Party. Hello, everyone. Today we're going to talk about the absolute degeneracy of modern writing. So probably we'll try to get started in half an hour. After we do the react, I'm not sure. I might log off early, or I might do some I don't know. Not sure. But we're going to definitely react to a video that's like 3 to 4 different people in my life asked me if I saw this. No, I haven't. We're going to watch it together. We're going to see how much I agree and how much I disagree with this person. My guess, based off the title alone, is that I'll agree with some things, but I'm going to disagree with a whole bunch of other things. That is the way of Chieko. Let's see. Oh, hello, Emily. Hello, Epic. Am I going to be molding? Yeah, we're going to find out. We're going to find out. I have a feeling I'm going to need my notepad, actually, because I believe, and I hope that as we react and as we, you know, hang out together on stream, I hope that if there's one thing that I hope, it's that before you watch a video, you don't go in with a blank slate. Now, I don't believe any individual here is a blank slate. Everyone goes into something with preconceptions and notions, but so often I think people don't concretize what they believe in. And then they end up coming back to me and just spewing nonsense that they really haven't sat down and questioned. And half of this problem arises when you go into something with half-formed notions. And it means that you're more malleable, more likely to just believe what you think is right. And I know that some people have told me you should just trust your gut. But although I think your gut can sometimes, you can vibe off of things, not everything that you have a gut reaction to is correct or incorrect. Sometimes your gut is wrong. So that's one of the reasons why I think it's really important to sit down and think before you watch something about what your opinion is. So we're going to take a little look at somebody's rant here, somebody's deep dive into what they perceive to be the absolute degeneracy of modern writing. But before we do that, we will break down our personal stances. I'm going to share mine, obviously, but everybody in chat, if you have a pencil and a pen, or, you know, a piece of paper, some kind of writing implement, piece of paper, or even, you know, just sit back and think, what are my opinions on this matter? Modern writing, the state of modern writing, what do you think? What is the definition that we're working with here? And then once we've all formed our preconceived notions about what we think we believe in, we're going to watch it and we're going to find out what someone else thinks. Are those chips? Okay, good question. I'm drinking coffee with lady fingers. I don't think you'll mauled. There's some good points and some ones. Well, the bad news, Emmy, is I'm maulding about this title. Like, this title is a shit show, as per usual. Once again, what's the difference between Chieko not getting around to a video and clickbait? And it's about intention, right? I usually go into every stream with the complete intention of watching something completely. Sometimes life or tangents get in the way, but it is not my intention to create a furor, to get people to click. And I think this title here is absolutely degenerate clickbait, which is not great if you're positioning yourself on a moral pedestal about writing. I think this is not a great look. I don't like this. And we all know I don't like this, so no one should be surprised if I have a severe bone to pick with the title. But I'm sure she has some good points somewhere. I should hope. Boo, homework? I really think this stuff might get banned in the future. We don't know. I mean, here's the thing, Simp. If they're coming for male video games, they'll come for female books, right? If you're in a country where they're low-key censoring your video game, they're probably going to come and low-key censor your book at some point. That's just, you know, yeah. What do Canadians even snack on? Canadians love snacking. That's all I'm going to say. That's what I'll say. That's not what I'm going to say. I'm going to explain to you. Okay, Simp. So first off, you have to understand, for full lore here, in Canada, we don't have a lot of food from ourselves. We only have maybe 2 to 3 snacks that we eat. So everyone knows the Joe Louis that I often talk about. So these are extremely soft, it's almost like eating red velvet cake. So this is Joe Louis. We love our Joe Louis. It's something that we kind of make. It's kind of like a Twinkie. Another thing that Canadians invented is something called an Nanaimo bar. Now, you eat one of these and you're done for the day. These things are so sugary that if you have diabetes, I don't recommend you eating this. This will put you in a coma. This is chocolate sugar, colored sugar, and then a hard chocolatey. It's a lot. Okay, it's a lot. And Nanaimo bars are out of this world. Like, out of this world. Like, it's like a coconut chocolate. It's quite firm on the bottom. It's quite firm on top as well. So that's a Nanaimo bar. That's special snacks. Then we have snacks from all around the world. So we have snacks from England and from America, of course, because those are kind of like our two major big brothers, if you will. Another thing that is pure Canadian that you can't get anywhere else on this planet, or at least not very easily, I should imagine, is called all dressed chips. This is a Canadian specialty. All dressed chips is exactly what you think it is. It's ketchup, salt and vinegar, and a whole bunch of other ones, sour cream and onion, all together in one flavor. This stuff is what Chieko lives on if she could, but she can't. But I love All Dressed. And of course, you know, we have Cheetos and Doritos and nachos and Tostitos. And we have all sorts of chips from Asia and not Asia. And we have Mars bars and Coffee Crisp and Bounty bars and Mr. Bigs. Like, Canada is the land of snacks. We love our snacks, just like any other country. But because we have a highly multicultural population, similar to the UK or similar to America, we do have a lovely assortment that we can choose from. Another very popular one that both... I don't actually know if... I don't know if Party likes these, but I love kettle type chips. And this is sea salt and malt vinegar. This stuff is the good stuff right here. Yep, this is where it's at. Also very good. And of course we have all of our beef jerkies. You know, if you prefer eating meat, we have all of that too. But right now I am eating, I have coffee with me and I have lady fingers. Now, if you guys don't know, it's Italian, I believe. They look like this. They're crunchy on the outside, but on the inside they have a soft texture. You can imagine them as being a very delicate biscotti in some senses. So you can dip it, but you can't dip it for very long because it will literally disintegrate. And it does have a very flaky texture. Yeah. All right. The Alchemist book is pretty wild. Made victims. Yeah, I haven't read Alchemized or Manacled. I found Manacled online, so I might skim through it. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not into Draco Hermione. I'm not into that chip, but I've read some pretty wild fan fiction in my days. It's a title made based on other videos I've done good in the algorithm. Yeah, Jungle, you're right. Feel kind of sick? Oh no, Epic, I hope you feel better. I hope you feel better. What are you sick with? They eat deep fried Mars bars? Pretty sure Texas has that. A whole bunch of different places. We also have shortbread. For some reason, we link that to Scotland. We just started getting them here. I bought them for Abby. He loves them. In America, there's no shortage of snacks, but healthy snacks is different. I guess popcorn or nuts isn't too bad. Sourdough cookies too. Miss Vicky's life, yeah. We have voodoo chips, Cape Cod sea salt and malt vinegar chip. Blonde turds called vanillas here. My mom loves them. Interesting. There's no such thing as a healthy snack. Okay, Willie. American portion size seems crazy. Yeah, to a lot of UK people. My acid reflux is flaring up. Oh no. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. I can't afford to be sick right now while looking after both of my parents. I mean, who can afford to be sick, Miro? Anyone in chat can afford to be sick? Let us know. So we can, like, look at you with envy. Anybody in chat who can't afford to be sick right now, say, can't afford. Let me know if you can afford, please. Can't afford to be sick. No one. I'm sick right now with the cold. Yeah. Yeah, Emmy can't afford. She's a mom with 2 little boys. Yeah, Ben. Party could. Yeah, but then if you pushed it off, Party, you would be slammed at the end of the month. And then you'd be like, regrets. Maybe Simp can. Maybe Simp can. He has stocks. He could sell stocks. I heard Wooly is getting bifocals, so he can't afford to get sick. Probably. You could. Party is probably one of us, but she doesn't throw it around. Oh my lord, Ben is so saucy. Party needs to go into 14 and, like, slap him. It's great. It's great. Slash emote. Oh my wa. Before we get into the video, how is everyone today? I know that Miro is probably tired. We know Epic is sick. Prayers for Epic. How is everyone else? Ben is feisty and he's typing. So I feel like Ben is doing well, but you let us know, Ben. How is Simp doing? How's your writing / programming going? Jungle, how's it going for you? Dane, how's it going for you? I can't afford anything after paying for these new glasses. My medical insurance, of course, is not chipping in at all. Oh my lord. I mean, in Canada, I'm trying to remember here, every 2 years you can get your eye test free, but you have to pay for your glasses. So yeah, so what I did is I bought lenses for $7 a few years back in 2017. So I haven't actually checked my eyes in a while. But I bought $7 glasses, Canadian dollars. So that's like $5 American, right? And then the lenses, I was going to struggle because back then I didn't have a lot of money. So someone very kindly helped me pay for like half or 3/4 of the price for my lenses. Like a family friend kind of helped me out with my glasses. Drowning in grade and phlegm. It seems like everyone has like a small head cold these days, right? When I went to church this morning, I was sitting there and all I could think about was like, don't hack every 5 seconds. It was like, it was all in my head. It was very unpleasant. But Wooly, on the upside, at least you can now see your gacha girls in even more beautiful bifocal vision. Right, Wooly? Work was chill, so good start to the week. Also have curry tonight with the family. Ooh. Everyone, let's hop on a plane and go to New Zealand. Let's have curry with Ben's family. Going pretty well my way? Oh. Can't you go to a small town and get tested without having to wait too much? For free? You'd still have to pay. Right? You still have to pay. Like, it doesn't matter where in Ontario you go. They will take your health card and they will check. It's like every 2 years, Leo. It's like a government thing. If you want to check your eyes more than every 2 years, you can, but then you're paying out of pocket. Shit? Yeah. Yeah. They've come down with the coof. I mean, who isn't at this stage? I think a lot of us are, like, on our way to being kind of sick. My mom wanted curry tonight, but we didn't have the ingredients for it. I want to actually ask. Where is it? I did want to ask that. Okay. Let's say when I say coof, I mean pandemic type coof. Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure that my sis and I had Rona a couple weeks ago. Honestly, at this stage, if someone tells me they have Rona, I'm like, oh, okay, whatever. Just another virus, bro. Now, of course, there are some people who pull the genetic shit lottery. And if they just have shit genetics, then we all know what happens to them. It's a serious business. It's a big deal. But for the rest of us, right? For the rest of us who it's literally just another kind of cold where you might feel really tired. Yeah, I'm not the type of person to raise panic about Rona. I know that it did hit some people really hard, and my condolences to them, and they should take care of themselves. Always check. I'm like one of those, like, you know, those types of ads who are like, always check with your health provider. I never want to do blanket statements about Rona because I do know it affects different people differently. So never ever just say, oh, well, you know, so-and-so was fine, so I'll be fine. That doesn't, you got to be careful. You got to know yourself and your body. But for me, and for many of the people I know, it was unpleasant. It was very unpleasant, but it wasn't life-threatening. There are like 4 different vaccines out. Take your pick. I got it once. Everyone I know who got the jab has had it more than once. I mean, once again, the point of getting any kind of a jab is usually not that you won't get it. It's the idea is that if you have the jab, there's a hope that your immune system will be prepared for it when it does come down the pike. But the problem is that not everyone's immune system is going to be ready and willing, you know? So even if they have the poke, they're not going to always respond well, even with it or without it, right? They just, like I said, they pull a genetic lottery and it's just going to be bad for them, whatever happens. I talked with a woman recently who, you know, she was a normal Canadian woman, you know, very scientific, a very scientific lady, very educated, extremely educated, a teacher. And her daughter, when she was a baby, had a negative reaction to her first round of vaccines. Like, we're talking the most stable vaccine on the planet, okay, MMR. But for some reason, she responded poorly, and they decided to go with the second round of vaccines, and it damaged her brain. Now, this does not mean that all vaccines are bad. I'm not anti-science. I'm actually kind of pro regular vaccines, but this poor woman had to deal with a brain damaged child for the rest of her life because of vaccine. Now, it sounds terrible, right? It sounds terrible. Rona rolls around. She opts not to get vaccinated. She decides, you know what? I don't want to get the flu vaccine. And the rhetoric in Canada was so bad around it. It was so bad. She couldn't talk about it anymore with her coworkers. People went apeshit. And I saw it myself happening, even within my own family. Things got a little bit nutty on both sides. People got a bit nutty on both sides. Some strong rhetoric on both sides. I leaned toward not getting vaccinated. I lost my job. I walked away from my job because I was like, I hate my job. My job's treating me poorly. Now they want me to get vaccinated. I'm gonna hard pass, right? Like, I'll leave. So I opted out. I handed in my notice about a week before the vaccines rolled out, and I left. But I did not go online and talk about it. This is my first time really talking about it online. And I certainly did not tell people what to do to make themselves feel safe. I did not imply that people who got vaccinated were not good Christians. I did not imply that people who didn't get vaccinated were not good Christians. I hated a lot of the guilt tripping, the venom. There was so much venom, especially from the vaccinated side. The bitter venom online was so gross that when I heard that a certain recent shooting elicited joy from some people, I was not surprised. Because I just think that there are some people online, terminally online, who have lost their soul. And they are barely human in terms of etiquette, professionalism, decency. I didn't want to see people who weren't vaccinated dancing with joy about people who were vaccinated getting sick. And I didn't want to see people who were vaccinated dancing for joy when people who weren't vaccinated got sick. Like, I thought both sides lost me during the years of Rona. And yeah, it was tough. But this poor lady was unable to even share her story with her coworkers about her personal struggle and what happened to her daughter. She was literally silenced because the narrative in Canada was so strong that even if you had a different story, that was a legitimate story, it was, she was silenced by her own coworkers. And we all know, right, how silencing feels, I think, on some level. I've been silenced. This woman was silenced. Recently some news has trickled down out of China that certain Christian groups have been taken into custody and certain people are disappearing now. Christians are being silenced in China and nobody really knows about it, right? The Uyghurs were silenced. There are a lot of people all around the world that are unable to pursue, certain freedoms. So yeah. Chieko is a true centrist. I am a bit more of a centrist. 14th, I've only taken 3. I'm pretty sure my brother is trolling Leo. Antisocial psychopathy. I still mask up when I leave the house. My brother says, I never got a single one. Then I got COVID. I got pneumonia, had long COVID symptoms, and now I'm fine. I mean, yeah, some people get it for a long time. We shouldn't. That's why I said, take care of yourselves, chat. Consult with your health professionals. Know your body. But don't go online and behave like a ghoul. You know, that's my one suggestion. Don't behave like a ghoul. Be a human. You know, whether that person was vaxxed or not vaxxed, don't behave like a ghoul. We have enough ghoulishness in the world. Don't add to it, right? Today we're going to talk about the absolute degeneracy of modern writing. I know, chat. I know that YouTube requires you to do this kind of titling, but it's so hyperbolic. Like, what is even modern writing? Like, what is that? Like, technically, we consider everything from World War I onward to be modern. And technically, if you're in touch with the literary world and you want to give literature a nod to anything, most people in the literary academic world would tell you that we're technically in a postmodern era. Now, that doesn't mean that everything that is written is pomo. That's different, right? We're saying we're now in an era that's after the modern era. We're no longer in the modern era. Now, of course, that means using the word postmodern, and that's where people start getting mixed up because they mix up the concept of a postmodern era with postmodern critical theory. So, like, even this word here, modern writing, what are we talking about here? Are we talking about Virginia Woolf, who I believe was the 1800s? Or are we talking about Wilfred Owen? T.S. Eliot, C.S. Lewis, J.R.R. Tolkien, George R.R. Martin, Stephen King. Who's the Fight Club guy that Simp likes? Chris Palahniuk. I probably said that wrong. Sorry, Simp. I don't like any of these titles, so I try to ignore them for videos like this. I agree. She likes Chuck Palahniuk. Sorry, Simp, once again, if I killed that name. She hates George R.R. Martin, but she likes Chuck. Interesting. She might have a moral angle. I see that, Ben. So I thought about it last night. I've been thinking about this video, guys, for a long time. I thought about it last night when I couldn't... Well, I thought about it this morning when I woke up early and I couldn't go to sleep. I couldn't go back to sleep. So, yeah. I thought about it in church when my pastor was talking about Moses. I thought about it a lot. So let's break down a few things, okay? As per usual, Chieko dislikes the hyperbole of this title is not great. I feel that this is hyperbolic. Obviously, I think that's a no-brainer. Anybody here who knows the Chieko lore knows that I'm not a fan of generalizing hyperbolic rhetoric, especially if you're coming at it from a moral pedestal of I am going to now judge or critique something. I feel like you should hold yourself to a better standard. But hey, you know, people want to grift on YouTube. They want to get those clicks. So here we are. We're gonna behave in an amoral way for the clicks, even though we're going to probably get on a moral pedestal about writing. So yeah, this is the situation we're in right now. Here we go. All right, moving on. Let's talk about degeneracy. Now, I'm going to say something crazy, all right? We know that the publishing world has been largely dominated by romance, okay? But what I'm popping in just for a minute, but my 2 cents is I absolutely abhor the word degenerate, especially in regards to art. Hey, Gremia. Yeah, I mean, I hope that she defines her form of degeneracy. Like, I hope she explains this, right? Because there's tons of classical work, starting, for example, right off the top of my head, Chaucer's Tales. In Chaucer's Tales, the wife, I believe it's the wife of Bath, gets up and proceeds to tell a story about a man with a gorgeous wife. And the man is an idiot. And the wife has a lover. So they tell the husband, a flood is coming. You have to basically build an ark, essentially. Okay, I'm like Cole's notesing it here, okay? While the husband is wrapped up in saving himself and his family from the flood, his wife is having sex with another man. But there is a third man who likes the wife. I know, shocker. And she doesn't like him. So of course he's now a harasser. And so while she is having sex with this bro on the side, this other swain comes up to the window and is like, I would love to kiss your lips. So the man who she's having sex with sticks his ass out the window, and the would-be lover kisses the butt. That's in Chaucer's Tales. Absolute degeneracy. Absolute. Now, how it's described is different. It's different because, you know, it's in Middle English. But don't get this twisted, okay? The content of the classics has always had a level of crazy stuff going down. Degenerate misuses of semicolons in modern writing. Oh, that's a good one, Arm. That's a good one. Yeah. She's America. She has German heritage. Reddit hated her using degenerate. They noted she's German. Well, I'm partially German myself, so German versus German. We'll see. What's that have to do with anything? I don't know why. But, you know, some people focus on the racism. You know, they focus on the race as a way to invalidate a person's position, which is really stupid and racist. How are you making notes? We're establishing where Chieko starts before watching this video. The wife of Bath was so raunchy. It was hysterical. It was hysterical. Germans have a history of using that word. Reddit was saying she's far right. Okay. All right. Let's... We'll figure that out for ourselves, okay? Reddit... I don't trust anything that comes out of Reddit. I always take that with a grain of salt. That's like saying my neighbor or my uncle, as far as I'm concerned. I don't care what Reddit thinks. We're going to judge her on her ideas as per usual. I don't care about her background. I don't care how white she is. I happen to be 1/4 German. Don't care. And basically Scottish and Dutch, for those of you who might be interested in knowing the breakdown, but don't care. Okay, so the publishing world has been largely dominated by romance, but not all modern writing is romance related. There's tons of nonfiction, there's tons of fiction that does not fall in the purview of romance. So obviously we got that out of the way. Now I'm going to make some moral statements. This might get any Redditors here shaking. Okay, I'm gonna lay out some stuff. Where's my phone? I took notes today. Wait 1 sec. Where's my notes? Oh no. Sorry, everybody. I have a student who keeps asking me questions. And sorry, everybody. I have to answer my student because I'm trying to be a good teacher. Okay, answered. All right, where are my notes? Okay, I'm going to make some statements. People are not going to like it. Maybe. I don't know. You let me know in chat if you don't agree with what I'm saying, okay? All right. We're going to start with morality. Let's start at the foundation. I believe in an objective standard of morality that exists separate from you know, reality, or like that exists, let's say, separate from or above reality. Now, for some people, they like to call this God. Some people don't want to believe in God, so they call it karma. Some people will call this a cosmic force. And if you're an atheist, generally speaking, this is where some atheists will kind of go weird and just say there's no such thing as morality and it's just pragmatism. And then there's some who will just like kind of do the rule of the jungle kind of bullshit. Okay, so this objective standard can be seen as being God, karma, cosmic forces, you know, Buddha. Well, no, Buddha doesn't actually judge humanity, but the cosmic forces that judge humanity surrounding, you know, blah, blah, blah. Allah, doesn't matter. I don't care. Whoever, whatever you want to call it. Now, obviously, if you're an atheist, like I said, you're going to either come up with something absolutely, what's the word? Arbitrary. Okay. Or you're going to go with the rule of the jungle. So for atheists, generally speaking, we will say arbitrary, sometimes pragmatic based morality versus rule of the jungle. Now, you might come to me and say, but Chieko, there was this crazy time in Germany between 1930s to mid 1940s where they decided it was okay to kill a lot of people. And you could say, well, you know, a long time ago in Rome or in, let's say, Sparta, it was okay to toss babies off of a cliff. I don't know, whatever it is. And my response to that would mean, regardless of society, regardless of what society says and when it said it, okay, there is a standard of right and wrong. Now you might be going, wow, this is going kind of really deep. Why are we doing this? Because, in my opinion, therefore, if we think about morality and good living, my belief is that feeding into sexual desire for long periods or extended periods of time is unhealthy and immoral. Okay, yeah, this is gonna, like, once again, this is my belief. You can take it or leave it, all right? I'm just talking about my beliefs here. Now, if you agree with me in chat, you can give a shout out. If you disagree with me in chat, you can give a shout out. I'm not gonna really debate about this, okay? This is the foundation by which we're going to enter this video. Because when it comes time to looking at porn, softcore porn, hardcore porn, men and boys looking at bra ads, gacha game, softcore porn, video game, softcore porn, booba, women reading books, right? Women reading books, women playing certain visual novels, women daydreaming about intimacy, okay? All of these things. So all forms of entertainment that encourage or enhance desire are, let's say, spaces for unhealthy addiction. Now, does this mean that if you watch a romance movie or you look at a K-drama or you play a gacha game that you're instantly cooked? No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that there's a space that you can enter into, have some fun, and walk away from. All right? Now, where that space lies for you will change from person to person, right? Some people believe no porn at all. Some people believe porn watching is okay if it's a husband and wife doing it together. Some people think that porn is okay regardless of who you're with, right? So, once again, I'm not here to tell you where this line is. You guys know the line that exists for yourself, okay? I'm not here to tell you how to live. I'm just suggesting that constant exposure to certain types of entertainment is unhealthy, okay? And this isn't a right-wing issue. This isn't a left-wing issue. This is a psychology human issue, okay? Now, this addiction for visual or textual, let's call it porn, can result in, and there's a plethora of things that people think is linked to this thing, right? So, for example, the industry is often linked to exploitation, for example. Objectification, for example. Now, I'm going to put in the word here, unnatural objectification, because I still believe objectification is kind of okay to a certain degree, but I do think there's an unnatural objectification that can happen, right? Unhealthy expectations, stunted relationships, so on and so forth. Asmongold full-length body pillow? I can't believe this, but between Party and Ben, they basically know what my body pillows would be. That's kind of scary. If it's Loki acted by Tom Hiddleston, then we're all good. Yeah. Show those Dutch clogs. Oh my gosh. I will go digging. I think they're in one of my... I have Dutch clogs, Jungle. I actually have Dutch clogs. Yeah. I'll try to see... I will try to pull them out and I'll post them in IRL in Discord. But I actually have Dutch clogs. Okay. So, within this context of morality... and within this personal application of morality to daily life, I'm going to go out on a limb here and suggest, therefore, that let's say the publishing industry is leveraging human desire to make money. This is very, very obvious. I think, like, am I so far feel is everyone kind of understanding where my logic is? Am I maybe you guys don't agree with me. Let me know if you don't agree with me, okay? But I hope I'm making some logic here, which is to say that even though we can all suggest that an addiction is unhealthy and can damage your life, the publishing industry, among other industries, leverages your desire for physical intimacy to make money. And the reason why it works is because regardless of how humans act and how humans are exploitative and addictive, the foundation for this desire, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, is natural and God-given. That is to say that I believe most of us are born with a natural desire to be physically intimate with somebody, to fall in love with somebody, to make a bond with somebody. But this desire that is natural and, in my opinion, in my belief, God-given, is exploited and corrupted. Okay? And so I personally believe that the reason why sex continues to sell and why sex will always continue to sell is because it is part of humanity's makeup. And my issue with certain stances on this matter is that in an attempt to be moral, some Christians and some feminists attempt to eradicate human desire and the need for each other. So I believe that there's a moral foundation behind how this happens. However, the motivations and the results of, let's say, moral censure can undermine and attempt to eradicate natural desires. So, for example, I don't have any issue with people appropriately requesting that the government censure entertainment. Okay? What I don't like is when they're doing it for the wrong reasons. So, like, some people are attempting to eradicate these natural desires that belong in everybody. And so, for example, if you are an atheistic, liberal feminist, for example, I feel that your moral foundation to chase after people, to tell women it's not okay to want this, I think it is arbitrary and suspect. Now, I am also not a huge fan of Christians trying to enact heaven on earth. Because even though to a certain degree, a lot of Christian philosophy has gotten us to a more free state in many countries, when it goes too far, we end up like Geneva under John Calvin. And if you know what you know, it is also not great. Because as soon as you start forcing your belief, whether it's a political belief or a religious belief, on a whole bunch of people who are not on the same page as you, shit goes down. So although I have some personal beliefs about morality and these things, and obviously if people know that... Anyway, I'm not going to get into Chico's current dilemma, but anyhow... I'm speaking on very shaky foundations here, but this is where I like to be. Even though I like this stance on morality, I recognize that we live in a world where we have to compromise, and we can't run around grabbing books out of people's hands and burning it. We can't go around and reach into people's computers and withdraw from it legal forms of personal entertainment. And I will never support that. As long as it is legal and it is consensual, it is between two adults, I do not believe I should have the right to come into your home and tell you how to entertain yourself. And this escapes a lot of people for some reason. So that's another thing. So the application, this should never result in absolute censorship of personal entertainment, as long as said entertainment is legal and consensual. Now, if it is illegal, if it's related to children, if it's related to animals, if it's related to anything that is dangerous or unnatural, can result in permanent harm, then obviously society, community, individuals, law enforcement need to step in, right? Obviously. But even though I have some personal convictions about morality and degeneracy, I don't believe that it is the right of individuals to be breathing down people's neck, because ultimately a highly censorious state, whether it's left-wing or right-wing, will not last. There will be a revolution. It's just not workable. So as much as I have personal ideals about how the world would run, I also am very aware, and that's where my black pill comes in, right? I'm very aware that this is not how we can sustain ourselves. We have to compromise on some level in order for society to run within reason. Now, of course, there's some right-wingers out there who want to make the ultimate theocratic state and have Christian morals out the wazoo. And there's some people who want a Muslim state and want Muslim morals out of the wazoo, and so on and so forth. There's some people who want left-wing, cultural Marxist, intersectional, ethics out the wazoo, right? And personally, I think we should not go down any of those paths, because it's just not. People are going to do what people are going to do. You know what I mean? And I'd rather that people are honest and come out and say what it is that they appreciate and what they want to do. Okay, so does this make sense to everyone? I'm going to check what chat is saying. Let's see here. What is chat saying? Yeah, so party, we're just going to define some stuff before we go in. And the reason why I'm defining this, so now you might be going, okay, so what does this mean? So this means that although I'm not a super fan of romance, I personally, I have a very, how can I say this? I'm not a super fan of romance. When I read romance books, I actually, this is very embarrassing. I read it for plot. I have a very, very odd mental state, as some of you may know. I do weird stuff. I'm just a very mentally messed up person. However, although I'm not a super fan of an industry going entirely one way, I don't want to eradicate romance. And I certainly don't want to eradicate romance for the wrong reason. That's, I guess, where I'm coming down to. So when... so we'll say Chieko doesn't want to eradicate romance, particularly for the wrong reasons. Now, for example, one wrong reason is women don't need men. Example, women don't need men. Example, theocratic state. Okay. Example, objectification. Bad. These are shitty reasons, right? Now you can come to me and say, I morally don't want romances to exist. I morally don't want porn to exist. Lots of people don't want certain things to exist. I don't want racism to exist. It's still going to exist, right? So then we have to ask ourselves, how do we exist in a state where this exists? Do we go on YouTube and make a video? I don't know. I had a student like that once. No sense of off the clock with those people. Separate and superior to human sentiment. You have humanistic atheists who say morality is the subconscious or a desire to be good, which is another word for the same thing. Yeah. There's a lot of flim-flam with atheists, I will say. No disrespect to them, personally, but they need to just own it and say that it's arbitrary for pragmatic reasons, right? They just need to be they just need to say, hey, we need to do it so we can all survive longer. That's it. The objective problem still exists for God. It's called, Plato wrote about it. Booba, women buy body pillows too. Yeah. I don't have one yet. Maybe I will. Oh yeah, a razor fist body pillow. I mean, he's kind of fine to my eyes. You have to buy the sunglasses separately. I mean, have you seen him without his sunglasses on? Razor fist without his sunglasses on has dreamy eyes. Graha, Will Turner, or Loki. Ben knows me so well, it's kind of scary. Asman, I mean, it would be funny, guys, right? It would be. I would do it for a meme. Sylvia, someone heard me. I heard Dutch clogs. Dutch clogs, yes. I do have some. Wait, is Checo's a Pirate of the Caribbean fan? Oh, Shay. We aren't going to go... We aren't gonna... We aren't gonna go down there. But yes, I am a massive Pirates of the Caribbean fan. Yeah. I love the music. I saw the first Pirates of the Caribbean 7 times in theater. I was genuinely... I liked Pirates of the Caribbean. Wouldn't Razor Fist merch be a hate crime in Canada? I mean, maybe. But publishing industry is exploiting women similar to how OF exploits men. I would say, once again, simp on a moral level. Most industries, right? Like, for example, the gacha game industry is exploiting mental, what's the word? Illness, right? Like the gambling, it's that, like the need to gamble is a mental illness, right? So sports betting, gambling, casinos, I mean, like, it's a tale as old as time, right? So I don't disagree with you there, Simp. I think all industries exploit something that humans are missing deep down. Okay? There's no doubt in my mind. You may need to define addiction. Okay, and Racken, let's do that. Okay, so when we talk about addiction, all right, I'm going to go with a standard one. Addiction is the overuse of something to the point where health and life standards are affected. Now, okay, now we might then have to, like, you know, if we had more time, we would talk about what are the standards for healthy life, right? But I think, for example, if you are unable to have a job, there's a problem somewhere in your life, whether it's a physical or mental. If you're unable to, let's say, hold down a relationship or a friendship, you probably have a problem, right? If you are unable to be emotionally and mentally intimate with one person in your life, you probably have a problem. And one of those problems that you might have would be an addiction, if that makes sense. So oftentimes addiction is a symptom of a deeper issue, and addiction can exacerbate that deeper issue. I hope that explains my stance on addiction. Men are exploiting themselves. I mean, it's exploiting everybody. Yeah, Emmy, don't worry. Oh, Emmy's leaving for American football. Well, I hope she has a good time out there. I think OF exploits women, but I also think it is encouraging men to harm themselves long term. Yeah. How does gambling validate you? And how does being an OF simp validate you? That's not validation. Okay. Yeah, so for example, it's kind of like video games. Have you ever, guys, seen somebody who places a lot of value in achieving something in a video game or achieving a debate online? And usually it means, in my opinion, that that person in real life feels like they're spinning the wheels and going nowhere. Now, does that mean that every single person who interacts with OF content, or every single person who interacts with a video game, are lacking in their life. No, there are some people who hop on, have a good time, hop off, and it's all good. But if you have an absolute addiction to, let's say, video gaming, or an absolute addiction to, let's say, gambling or OF, it probably means that somewhere in your life there's something missing. And you will go on to OF to fill in that hole, or you'll go onto the gambling site to fill in that hole, or you'll go and play a video game to get that achievement to fill in that hole. I don't think it's about validation. I think it's about filling that hole. Validation means somebody says something and then I feel good about myself, or like I feel like I'm doing the right thing. So I'm not sure if the word validation is correct. I think it's more like women who are reading too many romance books generally are doing so because they probably are lacking fantasy in their life. Their husbands are probably failing them, and they're probably failing to communicate with their husbands. So their husbands may even be the best men on the planet, and they simply have not been told by their spineless female partner or male partner, whatever. Or if it's lesbians, it's, whatever. We're not going down who is in this relationship. But there's relationships where somebody is genuinely a good person and they simply have not been told by their partner, hey, I want this thing to change. And so they just don't know. So it's not even, it's not even about validation. It's about someone feeling like my life is missing something and I'm going to fill it in with this thing. But that does not mean that every single person who interacts with that media is feeling the same way or is doing it for the same reason. So that's why, like I said, that doesn't mean that because you're an achievement chaser, that doesn't mean that you've lost the plot, right? If you are a person who enjoys a gacha game, right? We have Wooly in chat who loves a couple of gacha games. That doesn't mean that Wooly has lost the plot, okay? You can still interact with some of this stuff and not lose it, right? You don't have to be cooked. It's just how much of it is happening. And right now, with the publishing industry, we seem, okay, and I say the word seem, it appears that there is a lot of romance. Now, I'm going to say something probably obvious to most of you guys, right? And it's called, what is it? I almost expect Simp to know. What do we call it where when you see something, you see more of it? Frequency illusion. It's also called the Bader-Meinhof phenomenon. Yeah, frequency illusion. An increased awareness of something new makes it seem like it's appearing more often than it actually is, even though your brain's selective attention is simply focusing on it more. Simp, how does this make you feel? I actually put this in. This is not hindsight bias. This is frequency illusion. So, you have all of these men online who have been asking, why is my entertainment shit? And a couple people, including yours truly, comes out and says, well, have you looked at the publishing industry lately? And everyone's like, and they start freaking out. What they don't understand is this has been happening a long time. It's been happening a long time. The whole point of Jane Austen was gentle satirical poking at Gothic literature, for example, with Northanger Abbey, the reality is that romance has been existing for ages. The Wife of Bath is a case in point, right? So the reality is that there are a lot of people out there who are literally clutching their pearls over something that has existed for a long time, like a long time, and they're now coming out of whatever little echo chamber that they've had, whether it's the male-centric echo chamber of I don't know what my woman is doing, I don't know what girls are doing, that weird species over there that I don't understand, and I never cared about what they were reading in those little hands of theirs, but like now I suddenly care. Oh no, it's the degen. And then of course you have the Christians who were, well, we all know what Christians do to themselves. And then of course we have on the far left, we have like the satanic panic of the feminists and shit like that, the puritanical far left. All of these people behaving like this is some phenomenon that is out of control. Now, it is kind of out of control because it's filtering into a lot of different genres, but I am here to tell you the bad news, which is it's been going on for a long time now, and it's been going on for like a really long time. But there is this frequency illusion where people are, in my opinion, clutching their pearls about something that has been here forever, and they keep fastening onto like monster romances and like, oh my gosh, oh no, like Beauty and the Beast has dial tone. So anyhow, yeah. You're not a fan of straight romance? Read it for plot? Yeah, actually, oh my Lanta, I binged part of a series. The plot was really good. Yeah. Any acts or displays of romance should be banned. Do we even know if the video is about smut? Well, I believe a lot of the stuff on her thumbnail looked like romance. Chico doesn't want to eradicate romance for the wrong reasons. If her motives met with your approval, would you no longer resent the outcome? Can we go down the rabbit hole sometime? Because honestly, I love that the plots are like legit plots. They're such great, what are they, capers? Heist capers? Ben letting me know it's a 1 hour mark. I'll start the video earlier. Yeah. I'm just listening since I can't sit up at the desk, but I'll say that addiction is one of the things where not enough research is being done on it. I agree, Epic. And you know what, Epic? I also think it's sometimes one-sided. I'm going to speak for my bros here. I know that guys are struggling with a lot of different types of addictions, but I think women get away with a lot of shit too, you know? So I think research has to be done on male and female brains. I don't think a lot of people who get that much validation from any sort of entertainment or social media even realizing they're spinning their wheels. That's true, Shay. Yeah. Your definition makes sense. I won't be a pain to pick because you're not writing a book on the topic. I do think its label is vastly over-applied. Yes. So in Racken, one of the things that I need to say is, like, for example, there's a difference between obsession and addiction. So for example, I have a more obsessive personality type, but that doesn't mean that I'm addicted to it. Addiction also has this added level of like, I can't live without it, right? Like the standard definition. Sylvia says, pretty sure they engage with such content because they have the urge to fill a hole. Yeah. I'm not sure this is frequency illusion, like romanticy stuff has taken over my bookstores. I'll get to that, Simp Simp. That's a good question. I like that. Thank you. Well, it's not a question, but I will talk about it. The growth has been rapid. I will talk about that. The writing industry is simply a reflection on mass desire. The industry's success in romance and whatever reveals that these people are days are lacking or want more of. See, ARM is getting it here. It has taken over your bookstores or just prone to noticing the featured romanticity deals table. Monster romance as far back as Greek mythology? Yes. She particularly hates mass. Okay, so Simp is asking a very good question, okay? So the question is, why are we seeing more romance, right? And I think it's how can I say this? I think romance has always been there, and it has always been very big. But I think more and more companies are more and more money focused, Simp. And so what that has resulted in is an unnatural, in my opinion, unnatural swing into one direction. Okay, I think it's unnatural. And it's the swing. So last note here, the swing toward more romance on the shelves. And I put that in quotes because, like I said, it is happening, but I honestly don't think it's because people aren't writing other stuff. It's because only certain things are being promoted for material gain, right? So money drives the promotions, right? That's number one. Number two, women are becoming more confident / open about what they want, right? They are learning the power of consumption, essentially. But they always have been, okay? I just need to make that clear. Like, since penny romances, female-centered literature has been a major thing, okay? It has always been there. You just never saw it until now. Because one of the niches, okay, romances were always massive. They were always pumping them out. But the niches of, let's say, fantasy, sci-fi, and children's literature, and like what we call now young adult literature, but is no longer like young adult now, is basically just an arm of female literature. Let's all be real here. Okay. But basically the problem lies with the infiltration for monetary gain, usually, okay, of other genres, right? So what we would give to an 18, let's say 16 to 22-year-old has now become romance. What we would give even a young prepubescent child is becoming a romance. And the sci-fi and fantasy that used to have its own category are slowly being infiltrated with more romance. And this is coinciding, unfortunately, with intersectional politics that are currently residing within the publishing world, which now silences male voices as writers and gives primacy to female voices. Now, that's not to say that there aren't some men who don't get published. Obviously not. I'm not saying that. But I'm just saying that it's harder for a white guy to get published these days than it is for somebody in LGBTQ and for a woman. Okay? If you're somewhere in that realm, you're kind of golden, really. The more cards that you can play, the more likely you can get published. Like, for example, right now, if you're Black or if you're Asian, higher chances. Much higher. And to be honest, TBH, declining education results in lower reading abilities, which results in less quality writing and publishing, which results and lack of hardcore writing that men enjoy, which results in men noping out. But I also believe, this is Chieko's tinfoil hat. Computer also sapped male interest from reading, which resulted in uneven consumer power, which resulted in what we see today. Basically, men aren't reading enough. And I think the computer did a major number on that. That's my theory. That's my tinfoil hat theory. Okay, now we're going to get into it. Okay, but hopefully this all makes sense. The reason why Simp is seeing more female-focused stuff on the shelves is because it brings in more money, because women are reading more. Women tend to be more literate these days. Women tend to pay more for a book these days. Women are more social about their books and share more about their books in social media. Men's voices have been pushed to the fringes, even though they do exist. They don't exist in primacy. Literary agents are kind of cringe right now with some of their necessary what I'm looking for lists, which probably makes a lot of people like me or a lot of males feel like my voice isn't wanted. And I also think that the current consumer trends may have long-term been hit hard by visual media that men prefer to engage with versus women who tend to be more textual. Yeah, Simp, I think young adult, I'm coming to the conclusion, Simp, that young adult is a marketing tool. It's literally a marketing tool. She's talking about smut. She hates moss. Hollywood nearly got rid of romance. And see, once again, I personally think that the reason why Hollywood got rid of romance was for the wrong reason. I think they felt like romance was cringe. So now have women stopped watching romances? Have women stopped watching romances? No, they're watching K-dramas now. So what did Netflix do? They are sinking money into K-dramas because Hollywood and Western society has shamed women about what they want to read and enjoy. And they're also shaming men about their video games as well. So both women and men are being shamed. I just think some of the reasons are not great. So we're going to see if she explains it. I think being exposed went and freed a lot of women. I've seen a lot of women I know IRL talking about smut ever since guys started making rashes videos about discovering women reading smut. Yeah, I agree, Shay. Zoomers hate romance on movie screens. Streams, shows, and TV series still have raunchy scenes. Euphoria was a massive hit just a few months ago. Yeah. I do not believe, okay? I don't care what side of the political spectrum is, whether you're a hardcore Christian or you're a hardcore left-wing, let's say Hassan, whatever, lover, okay? Don't care. You cannot eradicate human desire. To think that you can eradicate human desire for political correctness or for religious correctness is literal insanity. It will happen somewhere. You can't eradicate it. People will go and find it somewhere. It's going to happen. The question is where and how. And is it safe? And is it legal? Yeah, we're going to get to watching it. Read books, but they don't spend as much money, and the market has been publishing less for them because of that, and men are buying even less as a result. Yeah, it's a vicious cycle. Ben is holding his tongue. Yes. Baby will. I love how Ben and I sometimes watch the same YouTube videos. I think women are being encouraged now to be sexually free, and ever since 50 Shades, it's really taken off. Absolutely. In fact, I would argue that since the 60s, women have been encouraged to be sexually free. And it's not great, by the way, because like it harms women's bodies, obviously. You can't just run around and have abortions all the time and shit. Plus, birth control does a number on you. Okay. But all of that to say, women have been quite free for a while. I just feel that this return to Puritanism is all well and good. I understand the necessity of reining things in, but I always want to hear, let's say Arm tells me, or Simp tells me, or Shay tells me, or Wooly Wooly doesn't have to tell me. I already kind of know what Wooly believes. But like, if someone tells me, oh, I think there should be less romances, my first question is why? Because I want to hear where that person's coming from. And sometimes I don't think it's a valid position. It's not well thought out. So we're going to find out what she thinks. And let's see.
And literature in particular. A decline that began a lot longer ago. When I started this channel, it was largely because I had been noticing a broad decline in storytelling in general and literature in particular. A decline that began a lot longer ago than most people think. And my aim has always been to help, insofar as I am able, to remind writers of the true fundamentals of storytelling, and to hopefully elevate their craft into something that isn't beholden to current market trends, nor controlled by the fleeting tastes of book talk or bookstagram or whatever. However, I've been noticing that there are a lot more aspects that have been contributing to the decline of literature besides just a lack of understanding regarding the fundamentals. Today, I would like to focus on one of the most glaring issues plaguing modern publishing.
Okay, so we're going straight into smut. I agree with her opening statement. There are decline in standards. Usually that means people it's not just they aren't reading well, but they aren't reading well critically, so they aren't learning from what they're reading. Because you can read a ton of stuff and not really read it, you know what I mean? Okay, so now we're going straight into smut. All right, let's go.
Something you hear a lot is that women have come to dominate the literary world more and more. We'll look closer at those numbers later, but for now I think we can all agree that female writers have achieved fame and success comparable to a lot of their male predecessors and contemporaries. But the female writing, which is most often presented as proof of this, is things like this, despite the fact that there have always existed things like this. I'm personally of the opinion that the literary world is so rife with corruption and ideologies that any observation along these lines is meaningless. Generally, across the board, it isn't really men or women who dominate the literary world, it's ideologies and popular trends in social politics, whatever those might be at a given time. Historically, a lot, not all, but a lot, of the most widely celebrated female writers, especially within the 20th and 21st centuries, have been at the bleeding edge of social and political progressivism. To my mind, this makes it less about being a woman and more about being an acolyte of a particular ideology. Like I said though, not always, just most of the time. Nevertheless, it is somewhat true that right now women somewhat dominate the publishing industry. First of all, some housekeeping.
Okay, so I like how she points out that women have been in the literary space for a long time. This is true. And I like how she is suggesting that there were women who were just as, shall we say, important within the literary world as males. And she could have added in here, for example, how there were male authors who noticed that their work was being sold less than the penny novels. And the reality is that women writers were never, like at the beginning, especially with the penny novels and stuff, women writers were always writing what was interesting to women. Some of it was degen, some of it was not. But the reality is that for a long time, canonical circles, for, in my opinion, organically and sometimes, unfortunately, not organically, would determine which women were going to get up in there. So someone like Radcliffe, for example, never got into the canon, even though Radcliffe was probably loads more popular than some of the women that she showed up on the screen. So the reality is that, setting aside the issue of the canon being organically or inorganically controlled, setting aside that whole can of worms, it is very clear that women have had a voice hitherto within the publishing world. Was it always progressive? Some. But, like, for example, for me, Dorothy Dennett is a prime example. Agatha Christie, prime example. There are tons of prime examples, Jane Austen, who I don't think were progressive per se, but they were definitely interested in making social comments, just as their male counterparts were interested in making social comments. And some people like Louisa May Alcott, who were, I believe, transcendentalists. She had a very anti-romance. She didn't want to put a romance in Little Women, and she was told to. So I definitely feel that men and women have been, I think, adequately represented in the canon, but I don't think the canon represents everything, because classics represent achieved anxieties, that is to say, the challenges, the Everests of reading. And your average Joe Blow, who is reading for fun, reading for entertainment, is not going to want to always attempt an Everest. Like, sometimes we just want to go to our local hill, climb up it, and have a nice time. So I think when it comes to looking at today's fiction and looking at classics and the publishing world, I do think what we're actually seeing is not an issue of morality or even gender representation. It's in fact the primacy of entertainment value over challenging material, like material that challenges you. So the material that air quote challenges you is litfic, right? The literary fiction world, though, has become so obsolete because of the use of postmodern critical theory and all of these other kinds of wacky, pretentious BS, that they don't have anything really meaningful to say. And some of it is so politically specific, whether it's right wing or left wing, that nobody can enjoy it, right? So literary fiction has basically devalued itself to a certain degree, so it no longer represents the Everest of reading. And where are these people going to make money? They're not going to make money from an Everest. They're going to make money from the valley of entertainment. Same thing with video games, right? Once in a blue moon, you're going to get an Elden Ring. You're going to get a Dark Souls, right? You're going to get Clair Obscur. Once in a blue moon, you might even get something like a story like Final Fantasy XIV. But your average person is not there to click through a screen and read some dialogue. Your average person is not there to be elevated to heights of emotion and thought, right? Most of us just want to go into a video game and spank something and come out and feel good. And that's why gacha games exist. So I think, for me, I think part of this whole smut problem is really more of an indication of how people's interests have it's not just about a lack of morality. It's about how people's inability to contend with difficult entertainment has decreased. So I'm going to write that down. Let's put it in our notepad. Here. Let's make a new one. So it's not just about male versus female representation. It's not just about the battle of ideologies. It is also about mental fatigue and poor education, resulting in the common folks' inability to grapple with the Everests of reading. And the Everests of reading, Litvic, has become pretentious, bombastic, and empty, resulting in little to no relevance. Cultural relevance. So in a world where genre fiction and entertainment value reign supreme over internal challenge and intrinsic reward, simple reading and smut will be popular, as gacha games are more popular as a whole than the best video games. Now, you might come to me and say, oh, but Elden Ring made a lot of money. Claire Obscure made a lot of money. They did. But on a day-to-day basis, I think more people are going to sign in to Wuthering Waves or Genshin Impact than they are to this wonderful little indie that somebody made. Puritanism is not good. It's a corruption of piety. Puritanism is the virtue signaling of people who are wanting to determine the rules of engagement for piety. I think what I said made sense. Less romance makes it me less romance because it makes me insecure. Okay, there. That sounds like a you problem. I don't like her initial arguments. It's like comparing crappy pop stars to the Beatles. Yeah. She's popular. Yeah. See, Simp, this is where my issue is, okay? I literally don't think, how can I say this? She's saying that women writers have been around all the time, but she literally cherry picked the best ones. She didn't cherry pick the Baroness Orczy, right? She didn't put the Baroness Orczy in there. She didn't put Radcliffe in there. You know, I just think it's a little bit unfortunate because she is literally comparing entertainment pop art to high art. There's a difference between low art and high art. And no one in their right mind should ever say low art is equal to high art. They are kind of like yin and yang. They're like completely apples and oranges. They complement each other. In my opinion, you should have a balance of low art and high art. But to compare low art to high art is literal insanity. Like, what are we doing here? Now, of course, if Moss came out and was like, yes, I'm writing high art. Yes, girl, queen. I'm so stunning and brave, right? Then we have a problem. When people come out about Rings of Power and try to tell me that Rings of Power is high art or is artistic or is making a point about something, I'm like, get the fuck out of here. If people come to me and tell me that Acolyte represents, you know, the empowerment of women and is like an ideological call to personal empowerment, yada, 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 I say GTFO. Okay? Don't come to me with your shitty high art or your shitty low art and try to tell me that it's elevated high art or it's elevated low art. Like, don't lie to yourself, okay? You made something shitty. It was shitty. But what I will say is that we can, within low art, compare low art. And we can, within high art, compare high art. But comparing low art to high art is wild. I would not do that. Comparing Maas to Frankenstein would be like comparing Wuthering Waves to Elden Ring. What are you doing? Now, of course, we could talk about a general video games in general or books in general, and we could say, hey, I think that engaging with Elden Ring is probably more healthy than engaging with a gacha game. We can say that. We can say that. We could say, hey, I think there's more brain food for you if you engage with this form, this type of the media, this niche of the media, than it is to engage with that, right? So I always advocate for balance. So let's say here, Chieko advocates for balance between high and low art, right? You should never be spending too much time playing one thing. Unless it's with Cat Boys and Shalawani. And then, you know, like you can live there basically. And it's like completely fine. In 40 years, will we even remember Fourth Wing or any of these crappy books? No, Arm. No. I mean, if you aren't using one of the greats for comparison, what are you comparing it to? And if you aren't, what's the scale of quality? Good question, Ben. Very good question. Very, very good question. So personally, if we're going to, what we can do, okay, this is what we can do, okay? So for comparisons, when we are comparing fairly, we want to compare high art with high art. So for example, we want to take Don DeLillo, Don DeLillo, yes, versus, let's say, Mary Shelley, or I don't know, Virginia Woolf. Let's put Virginia Woolf. I don't know. Like just anybody. You can put anybody in here. Insert classic author. Insert classical author. Because Don DeLillo has put himself in the position of a literary fiction writer. But if we're doing low art, it should be low art versus low art. Right? So for example, we do Maas versus, let's say, Radcliffe. That's preferable for starters. But we can also do generalized critiques. And this can be related to technique. Okay. This can be related to approaches. This can be related to a moral, let's say, moral discernment of the content, right? You can look at voice and style, which are kind of interrelated. We're not going to get into that. All right. You can get into genre expectations, right? Audience expectations. And then we could take, let's say, something really shitty, like, let's say Maas. Well, I don't want to say Maas is shitty, but we could take a low art piece, and we can gauge the low art piece against a similar high art piece in that genre. So for example, Maas versus what? We would have to look for a classical version of a romantasy, which doesn't exist technically. We could potentially do it against, let's say, Jane Austen or Daphne du Maurier or the Brontes or Shelley, right? We could pit them against that, but even that isn't quite there yet because they aren't in the same genre. So we got a bit of a conundrum because in some ways Maas and her kind are pioneering a new genre, so we don't even know what the classics could look for that. Like, we don't know what the most elevated form of low art that would be for that type. I think most authors get forgotten anyway. Yes. CJ Cherry won a ton of awards in her days. Now I can't find her in my local bookstore. You're absolutely right, Simp. So Arm and Simp here are making some really great points that this is why I'm calling it pearl clutching. Okay, guys? I hate, like, it's a frequency illusion to a degree. There is a bit of a frequency illusion for people. But even if we were to say, yes, you know, Chieko is right. There is an unevenness in the publishing industry, okay? And there's an unevenness in representation of interests in the publishing industry. Even if we were to say that, okay? And that is provably true. This long term, most of this is not even going to be remembered, okay? Like, the chances of you getting remembered as an author are minuscule. So, like, people need to calm down because this is a fart in the wind, literally. You can probably go over archived magazine covers like Time, Reader's Digest, and like for a snapshot of popular taste over the years. Oh yeah, and there are people who would comment on what is popular, Wooly. So, for example, one of my favorite scenes in Dorothy Sayers, who was writing in like the 1940s-ish, maybe 50s, 60s, she was writing about the swinging era, like the 1920s, 1930s, so on. And from her writing, we can guess that the lit fic world was as pretentious and idiotic as it is today. Because there's this whole scene where Harriet, who is an authoress, she's at one of these high art type functions with the literary world in London during, like, I think the early 1930s, maybe late 1920s, but I would say early 1930s, mid 1930s. And she is struck by how pretentious and idiotic everybody is. So Dorothy Sayers, for example, if you really look at what Dorothy Sayers is writing about, she touches on how people still had these weird notions and what people were actually reading versus what people thought they should be reading. Your average gacha game makes the profit, not revenue. Profit of a good game in a year. Yeah, see? That's what I'm saying, Willie. We all want to believe that in our world, high art will remain king. But unfortunately, I think high art is simply never going to be the status quo. It cannot be. The power of one, the power of two, the power of five. Oh, Ben. Oh, no. A lot of booktubers who, God bless them, have been going through some prize-winning lit fic of the last decade have been noticing how boring the books are to an embarrassing degree. It is embarrassing. Why would we want to pay for air quote high art? Why? Why are we expecting women to pay for BS? Right? Who's going to do that? Who's going to do that? Nobody. Because also, like I said, people are not being as well educated either. And so they simply don't have the mental stamina. And here's another thing as well. I firmly believe that social media, the introduction of the computer and social media in particular, has overwhelmed our senses to such a degree that we are mentally fatigued with so much information at all times. We can't push ourselves anymore. We're burnt out as a human race. And do you think you're going to ask somebody at the end of the day who's just been to work, who's had to listen to coworkers they don't agree with, yap, yap, they get home, do you think that they want to sit there and struggle with the Iliad or with Jane Austen or with Daphne du Maurier? You think they're going to Do you think they're going to sit down and try to figure out what Don DeLillo was trying to say? What are we doing here? What are we doing here? And we're even seeing this in video games, right? We're even seeing this in video games. This is not a book problem. This is an entertainment problem. This is a humanity's brain is cooked problem. And we're just seeing it in the industry right now, because I do think that the book industry is unfairly slanted. But I always advocate for high and low art. Like, you should have a balance between the both. You should have a balance. But I think that our society is cooked. So it's not about male and female. I don't think it's just about ideology. I don't think it's just about representation. I don't think it's just about ideology. I think we just have a simple issue with mental fatigue and poor education, leading to people not trying to push themselves. And why should they? Why should they? Well, I know why they should. Obviously, it's good for you to push yourself. It's good for you to discipline yourself to read a book that you might not like, because it is probably going to teach you something about yourself, right? It is good to try in Mount Everest, right? I think it's very unfair to expect people to just be reading high art. I think that is literal brain rot. That like, you gotta take a break sometime and just read some trash. People who play shooters make actually good marksmen. Combo heavy action adventure games, puzzle games, I'm sure improve brain function. Yeah. I can see high tier raiders and fighting game players being good at piano. I believe in Canada, brain surgeons are encouraged to play video games. I don't remember the title names, but I recall reading some early romantasy novels that had good world building and character work. Perhaps we can compare current romantasy to older novels. I agree, Willie. 110%. 110%. They didn't have porn scenes in them, just a lot of romantic tension. I'm going to be honest, at my height of writing fan fiction, we're talking Distortions in Time, which was longer, okay? Hold on to your seats, chat. My Distortions in Time was longer than Manacled was. Okay, longer. And I barely have what people would even consider to be sex scenes in it. I called it a gen fic because I don't believe in clickbaiting people. So I called it a gen fic, and that was how it is. I personally don't like writing sex scenes, and I personally don't get interested in that. But I recognize that there's some dialogue around women enjoying a romance book that has become bitter and unhealthy. It's okay to have a moral stance on romances and sex scenes, just like it's okay to have a stance on porn. But if your stance on romance or porn is because you hate the opposite sex, or you want to teach the opposite sex a lesson, or because you have some weird notion about how men and women should relate, then I think you have a problem. That's why I covered the morality thing earlier, right? Because I believe there's a morality standard that we can apply to ourselves and to society throughout history as a whole objectively. And so we can look at these situations and we can say, hey, this isn't healthy. Hey, this is a problem. Hey, this might create addiction. Right? Hey, this might cause the sexes to not understand each other very well. But you can't come to me as somebody who is, let's say like a certain ideology and say, oh, I don't think men and women should have this because men and women shouldn't need each other. because that's completely biologically unreal. Like, you have to keep your feet grounded in reality about what humans are going to do. Otherwise, your proposal will just be literal vanity, because you're literally paddling against the current of human and, I believe, biological and natural desire. Like, you're not going to make any headway. Lewis's sci-fi trilogy is in defense of proper romance, is not itself a romance. Well, I mean, there's two types of romances. We got to be careful when we use the word romance, because there's like the medieval romance versus what we call romance today. To be fair, she seems to only read high art. Her reading list sort of puts me to shame. Has Chieko read WOT? What is WOT? Wheel of Time? I read the first 6 books way back when I was a teenager, so I have almost no memory. Other than that, I got extremely depressed because of Rand. There was Perrin, Matt, and somebody else. Poor party. Okay, I'll press
Apparently, I will be punished in some mysterious way if I use a certain word in my videos. This word has 4 letters, starts with a P, ends with an N, and there's also an O and an R in there too. So for the course of this video, I'll have to refer to it differently. I'm going to use adult entertainment or adult videos or explicit videos. I don't know. None of these words quite have the same meaning, but you and I both know what we're talking about here, so let's just make do. All right.
Meanwhile, I'm like, porn. She really does care about the algorithm. So she probably is really invested in making money off of YouTube. And that's why she also went with the clickbait title. So anyway, let's keep going.
Start with, let's just push aside any conversation about taste. This is not going to be a video about what I like or don't like to read. What I am offering you in this video is not my opinion or my reading preference. It is facts. And the first thing we need to establish is that all this so-called romance fiction and most, if not all, of the current women's literature out there is not women's literature. It's... As a woman, the most common defense I hear for romance fiction, especially the romance fiction that is so prevalent today, is that it is literature for women. Whenever anyone tries to express some concern about these genres or the nature of their content, that person is immediately condemned for being anti-woman or anti-women's literature. The idea being that these types of books are not just popular among women, but that they define womanhood, and to be opposed to them in any way is to be opposed to women. Women such as myself who are critical of these books are often said to be suffering from internalized misogyny. The reality about all this is that it isn't a question of woman versus anti-woman or even woman versus man. The issue here is probably one of the oldest ones in existence. It's the normalization of explicit adult entertainment. Whether it's women or men who are trying to do that is pretty irrelevant, because the number one reason anyone has ever tried to normalize this kind of, explicit content is money. But I'm getting a little ahead of myself. First of all, we need to establish this.
Yeah. We can absolutely say that. Okay, so first off, if someone comes out and tells you Sarah J. Maas is high art, you can immediately know that they have lost a brain cell. Okay. If they come out and say Sarah J. Maas represents women, you know that they have lost a brain cell. If you suggest that someone doesn't like Sarah J. Maas because they have internalized misogyny, you know that they have also lost some brain cells, okay? I agree with her here. This is about morality. It's about money. It's about other things going on. It's not about... I'm taking away women's voices, okay? If we critique smut and porn, we're not taking away male voices. We're not taking away female voices. I will, however, say yet again, though, that there are people who critique these adult entertainment for what I consider to be not great reasons. And unfortunately, they have other axes to grind, other ideological axes to grind. So I do tend to treat them with suspicion about what they are saying. But if you're coming at this from a purely morality-based angle, it is very, very clear to see that adult entertainment has been around since the dawn of time, and any addiction to it or prolonged engagement with it can have negative effects on people's lives. And so, of course, you're going to have some people, possibly second story, who are going to try to corral other people. I think it might be a waste of time. Personally, I'm a bit black-pilled about this whole thing. I don't think you can beat back human desire, because this has been going on for ages. But it's kind of like, oh, that's nice. This is what you believe. But yeah. I can't help but think she's going to meet up with Agent Mulder after she records this. Internal soggy knees must be a very painful condition. Who hasn't watched a little hentai on their Wii? I haven't. I have never had a Wii, but trying to sew and work during stream, and the puppy, weighs 45 pounds, keeps trying to be a lapdog, and if I won't stop to give her cuddles, she turns into a hurricane of destruction. Yeah, so I hope that answers your question about WOT, Shay, if you're referring to Wheel of Time. Yes, I've read it, or parts of it. I haven't finished it. So far, not bad take. At least she's being very clear about that stance. And she's directly linking it to money, which is what we did. But once again, I'm still not a fan of her comparing low art to high art. And I'm going to, is it straw manning? I think straw manning. So she is saying women justify romance or softcore porn, textual softcore porn, with number one, it's art. Number two, it's our voice. Number three, representation. Probably empowerment. That's probably another argument that they make. Okay. And these are common justifications. Okay. These are common justifications, but in my opinion, I think those are just justifications of women flailing. Okay. A large portion of people, myself included, are so black-pilled, we don't justify it. We don't try to justify it. We don't try to say it's good. We're not trying to say it's fine. We're not trying to say it's moral. We simply say, this is the way it is. Period. Now, we can all have our opinions about, do we think it's moral or immoral? But the reality is that it will exist. And so one of the things that I think we can all say is like, oh, I think it's immoral. Okay. But lots of people come up with weird justifications to answer the morality question. Right? And these weird justifications do exist. They do exist. But there are some women who just say it is what it is. I just want it. I don't care. They're more honest. I appreciate that a bit more. I have so many questions about this wee hentai. Okay, let's keep going.
This fact very, very clearly. Women's literature is not, just some randomly horny trend in the book industry. In that sense, outside of a handful of odd entries here and there, women's literature doesn't exist. Women haven't taken over the literary world. A four-letter word starting with P has taken over the literary world. Barnes & Noble and every other major and independent bookseller, especially all those new romance bookshops, have now just become another kind of adult entertainment store. And no, that's not a good thing. Now, I know what you might be thinking. This is not XXX adult entertainment. This is. You are actually incorrect. For a man, average man, I don't know, reading an explicit depiction of a sex act might not really get the job done. Men typically tend to gravitate towards seeing the act on the screen in one form or another. Yeah. Women have always, on average, preferred to read it, even if some do end up hooked on the filmed version. The female mind has pretty much the same reaction, generally speaking, to the written version. In fact, written erotic content tends to have even more of an impact on the minds of women than filmed erotic content. Why? Because men and women engage with media in fundamentally different ways. When it comes to adult entertainment, your simple, straightforward two people banging video isn't really going to do much of anything for a woman, generally speaking. There have been numerous studies done regarding female sexuality or the differences between male and female arousal, and generally across the board, they'll tell you that women require what is sometimes called mental mapping to be sexually aroused. That is, there needs to be more story and more opportunity for her to feel empathy. That's just how it is for a woman. Empathy is a huge factor for women in all aspects of their lives, but yes, especially when it comes to erotic media. With written explicit content, as opposed to your typical material found on the hub, it's a lot easier for the woman to imagine herself as the female in the scene. In addition, as I said, women require an emotional element to their erotic content that is almost impossible in the simple filmed scenes that can so easily do it for men, typically. That is to say, watching Mrs. Smith bang the mailman while her husband is at work is plenty for most men, but a woman will want to know the whole story. She'll want this sexual tension that builds up between Mrs. Smith and the mailman over several encounters, the dangerous possibility that her husband might come home any minute, the explicit fact that the mailman chose her over all of the other housewives on the street, and so on and so on. A woman would also prefer some kind of story to bind it all together. That's just how women are. If you put explicit sex scenes into a novel-length story, it's going to hit a woman's mind in much the same way the top video on the hub hits a guy. As I said, that's just how women are. A lot of men might hear this and be a little dubious, and in fact, I've found that a lot of men, while they might raise their eyebrows a little at just how explicit women's books have become in recent years, they won't really go as far as to categorize them the same way as, the kind of thing you'd find on the hub. Male writers certainly find such classification baffling, but let me break down how this works for women. If you look at your average popular romantasy book...
I'm going to pause here and say she's absolutely right here. And I've banged on this drum before. Men and women have two different approaches to desire, generally speaking. Generally. So generally speaking, women are more textual, men are more visual. She's absolutely correct here, okay? A woman is probably going to get more mileage out of a book than a male is in terms of desire. Now, you might come to me and say, but Jackal, I am special. Yes, you are special. But setting you aside and your anecdotal evidence, your average woman is going to find way more stuff interesting between the pages of a book than just seeing two people go at it on the screen. That's just the way women are. Now, she talked about empathy. Oh, that's my Achilles heel. So I personally find a lot of romance boring when it hyper focuses on the thoughts and feelings of a character. So when I read romances, let me tell you that at least a third of the book never even registers in my brain, because I literally just go and I just speed run, because there's only so much navel gazing that I can take before my brain starts shutting down, flatlining. That's just me. That's where sometimes I say I'm a little bit neurologically atypical. When when a book has really strong world building and lore and makes a lot of sense, that's where my jam is. The drama does also sometimes interest me. The whole sitting around in my fifis while I process my feelings for X person, it's like literally mind-numbing to me. And there's some fan fiction that does it so much that I couldn't even finish the story because I just couldn't handle it. Like at some point my brain just kind of flatlines and it's like I can't do it anymore. I can't. But there are women who love it. They are like, they love it. They want more. Okay? And this is one of the reasons why I think a lot of bros for a long time talked about women's softcore porn with this kind of like, oh, what are those little ladies doing? And now they understand that it is a thing and they need to be thinking about it. Because I do think there was a historical dismissiveness around those books. And it's about time that everyone kind of was like, oh, what's going on here? Because honestly, I think it would be fantastic if more and more women felt emboldened to just write fantasy and not have to throw romance in there all the time. Climb Mount Everest. Smut is getting added into lit RPGs. Japan, for example, adult material has a lot of story. Yes, but Japan as a whole country has strong feminized energy. Culture has taken the male gaze out of books. That is a Western problem, probably. You can't describe a woman's body in most male books now. I think that's a Western issue because of some of the ideological bullshit going on. My anecdotal evidence is the only evidence because it's special. Yeah, like you. Imagine having boobs described to you without seeing them. WTF? Well, imagine if you're reading about boobs and you have aphantasia like Sylvius does. That would be sad. The first chapter is just staring at a guy. I'm telling you, simp. Like, that kind of stuff, it's like, oh my lord. Yikes. But all of that to say, women do process desire differently. I've said this from the beginning. I personally think that they need to be called out on it, and they need to stop getting on a moral pedestal about what they're doing and admit to it. Okay? My issue with this whole situation is that there have been voices that have tried to remove male interest from the industry, male-focused entertainment from the industry. Every time there's like Stellar Blade or The First Descendant comes out, you got these women who are like, objectification, while they themselves, okay, are objectifying men. Okay, this is where my issue is. Okay, if you don't care what is going on both sides, more power to you. Live the immoral lifestyle, right? But don't come to me as a woman complaining about male entertainment when you yourself are partaking in your own problematic entertainment. I remember going to see Twilight 2 as a teenager because I thought it was a vampire werewolf action flick. Oh my god, in the theater. Well, you know, Billy, you can just say that you survived a lot. How about that? I just don't like it when people get on a moral high horse about some sex's entertainment while they themselves are fiddling around with bullshit on the side. There are like these incel men who talk about women's books and this is their new little hobby horse to get on about their monster romances, while they themselves are still clinging desperately to their gacha games and their hentai and their First Descendant booba butt shots. Okay? Like, don't get on a moral high horse, please, or at least, you know, try to keep it fair. You know, try to have some logic and coherency about your moral system. The double standard that the sexes have is wild sometimes. It's like crazy. You live and learn? Yeah. Welcome in, Billy. By the way, we are watching Absolute Degeneracy of Modern Writing by Second Story. We have a bunch of writers or newbie writers or want to be ambitious people who want to get into writing in chat. So we're looking at the state of writing right now. And she's absolutely correct that this romance does not represent females. It doesn't represent a female voice. It represents one aspect of female psychology, which is their psychology related to desire. But it by no means can be called women's literature because it was written by a woman or it's written for a woman. That's just semantics. That's literal Emperor's New Clothes type bullshit situation where people are trying to justify their smut with highfalutin sounding words, pretentious words. I don't think that's the way to go. I don't think that's the play that most people should be going for. So don't come out and be like, oh, this represents women. No. No. It represents what women want to get away with. Spoiled by Underworld. Also, those women trying to take away male desire out of games also take away what women like. I don't know if it's by proxy, by accident, or collateral damage after destroying everything. Exactly, Leo. I know that there are some women out there who have a double standard. And I know there's some women out there who are, let's say, religious. And they have a moral imperative to transform society and cut down on the porn. Okay? And I appreciate those women who are being honest and who are like, hey, this is my moral, religious imperative. This is what I believe. I'm going to go for it. Okay? I appreciate that honesty because they are applying it evenly across the board to both sexes, hopefully. But at any point in time where you have a sex trying to censor the other sex while they themselves get away with bullshit, I think that's where problems lie. Recent design choices have hurt lesbians as much as men. I mean, there is some weird choices that the industry has come out with in terms of, let's say, making women air quote real, which means making the representation of women kind of fat and blobby. Now, all of us women here, some of us might be more fatter and blobbier than others. But this attempt at creating realistic women comes from not a great place. I appreciate it when something realistically shows certain things about a woman and her body, because I do think that there are men out there with weird ideas about what a female's body should look like, particularly after they've had a baby. Particularly if their booba is all natural and a certain size. There are men out there with completely wackadoo, ding-dong ideas about the female body. Absolutely. But this kind of rush to be representative of women has swung to such a degree that the Puritanism is, because the Puritanism is based on, like what Willie said, not piety, it is about legalism and it's about making a point. And the foundation for those changes is kind of suspect, shall we say. Rather suspect. I'll correct myself. Rather suspect. Because it's not actually about representing women. It's actually about making a point about society and transforming society into the new world order. So it's the motivations behind some of these changes in the adult entertainment industry, whether it's a video game or a book, is suspect. You've never seen a woman? Poor Ben. Somebody needs to go to New Zealand and save him. Okay, let's keep going.
Those books that have dominated book sales for a few years now, and which are among the worst offenders when it comes to wildly explicit content, the explicit scenes coincide with the story to some degree. Now, the authors of these stories will tell you that these sex scenes are there for narrative purposes. They serve either plot development or character development. I don't think that's necessarily true, but let's go with it. Keep in mind what I said about how women engage with erotic content versus how men do. Let's take Sarah J. Maas, for example. I shouldn't have to tell you who she is and why she's relevant to this conversation, but if you don't know, let me just say that she's the woman responsible for the series of books commonly referred to as... Skilled writers such as Maas understand how the story shape of all aspects of storytelling affects reader engagement. We've talked about this before on this channel. Stories, and even their individual components, must have a story shape. That is, at least one character trying to achieve a goal with some kind of opposition to that goal, culminating in a mini-climax in which the character achieves success or failure, or some unexpected thing happens. That's a story shape. Maas is actually pretty good at using this story shape to create fairly well-paced, if highly formulaic stories that really draw the reader in. I mean, anyone can write smut, but not everyone can sell millions of copies worldwide. Whether or not her stories are good stories, I don't... The point is, she understands how the thing works, but then she applies this same story shape to her sex scenes. Of course, I shouldn't have to tell you how sex scenes themselves have a story shape. She has stated in many interviews that she endeavors to make sure her sex is plot relevant. A big way she does that is to have the erotic scenes take place at the come down immediately after a major plot mini-climax. This incorporates the emotional release of the narrative with the sexual release of the erotic scene. She stated that she often tries to make the significant sex scenes, such as that 2 or 3 day sex marathon, occur at the close of equally significant plot arcs. This is ideal for the female brain, which already seeks a story shape even in sexually explicit content. But from a reader engagement plus female adult entertainment perspective, this means that Maas has doubly hooked her female readers. The story and the extremely explicit content have become inextricably linked, and the explicit aspects have been delivered via the story in precisely the most ideal way necessary to capture the infatuation of the female reader. Another interesting thing to note, if you're not yet sold on the fact...
If this is true... Okay, if this is absolutely true, and I have not read Maas, maybe I should try. If this is true, and Second Story is correct in her analysis here, this means Maas knows what she's doing. Like, this means Maas really does know what she's doing. Like, she is a master of her craft. If it's this well planned out and thought through, then this is, how can I say this? Kind of like the teen version of Game of Thrones, then. I would assume. Oh yeah, Ben doing the haka. Kiwi spawn whole and grown from the sea. Yes, that's how it happens. Most likely she's using a formula. She did. According to this woman, she has this whole thing down to a T. And I'm not going to lie, I have to give props to that. I have to give kudos to that as a writer. If you know what you're doing and you have... And this woman here, Second Story, has herself... Have you ever heard of the phrase damning with faint praise or whatever? Or faint dams? Faint praise with anyway, damning with faint praise or whatever. That's this woman right here. That's this woman right here. She herself admits that Maas is a good storyteller. She herself admits that Maas knows what she's doing and that she is a pretty good writer. Now, my question is, how does Second Story feel about Game of Thrones? Does anyone know? How does this woman feel about... does anyone know how she feels about Game of Thrones? Like George R. R. Martin? Does she like him or hate him? Does anyone know? Rebecca Yarros also uses a formula. Well, I mean, here's the thing, right? Romance isn't formulaic. She's not a fan of Jar Jar. Okay, this makes sense then. If she's not a fan of Jar Jar Martin, this makes a lot of sense, right? Because basically the one thing that Second Story is calling into question here is the sex actually necessary? And I could see her asking, like, what she's saying here about Moss could absolutely be applied to George R. R. Martin, right? She hates George R. R. Martin. Not a fan. Okay. So I could absolutely see her referring to George R. R. Martin in the same way, being like, yes, great writer. Yes, millions of copies. But did we really need that sex there? I could totally see her saying something like that. Absolutely. Because what she just said here applies to a male writer, George R. R. Martin. There are a lot of people who might ask themselves, do we have to have this person having this conversation in bed with some tits out? They live stupidly ever after. Yeah, basically, Ben. Basically. I think as well, when you are first writing and you want to fill out that library, like Cozy Corner Lady said, you're going to write a lot of formulaic stuff. But here's the thing. Your formulaic writing can actually help you hone your technique and hone your voice. So I am not actually... This is where I think I kind of part ways from people like Second Story. I think writing fan fiction is very good idea. I'm actually not against following a formula, because by following a formula, you take off the weight of being creative and original, and you simply focus on your technique and style. And I don't see any problem with that, especially in this day and age. Holy moly. Like, some people need to work on even like sentence structure and editing, like Audra Winter, for example. So like, I wouldn't underestimate a good formula. I don't underestimate that. And people who, but then it leads us to, should we be writing for money? Because part of the reason why the formula exists is to pump out content so you can make money. So should you ever make money from your art? That's also a huge question to ask.
The fact that all of this so-called women's lit is little more than, four-letter word starts with P. Have a look at how much women's fiction has become subject to categorization norms that you don't see outside like the hub or fan fiction, which has become just another form of debauched adult entertainment. Sure, yeah, okay, fan fiction that isn't smut does theoretically exist, I guess, but that's like saying there are non-explicit OnlyFans creators. Within those spheres,
Yeah, I mean, I was one of them. Now, don't get me wrong, I did write some sex scenes here and there. For some things. But most of my work was gen fic. I am one of those rare people who is kind of disinterested in writing about sex. Yeah. Anyway. But here we are. Yeah. So she's making a point here that gen fic does exist, in the same way that non-lewd OnlyFans exists. But I would argue that the gen fic world is still larger than OnlyFans non-lewd material. there is a chunk of people who write for teen level stuff that's very, very low key, not porny. Still focused on romance, of course, but not porny. Here, let me just double check my stats for that. It's a very easy way to do this. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over to fanfiction.net, my old stomping grounds. Okay, we got filters here. We got K through T, and then we got M. So we're going to look at M, 168K, T, 303K, K plus, 182K, K, 153K. So if we look here, M is equal on par to K. If we put K and K plus together, we have more than M. Now you might be wondering, what is K? K is super low, like almost nothing there / nothing. Now I rated my story M because even though I don't describe it, there was slavery, sex trafficking, there was a PDF that gets torn apart by wolves. There's a lot of adult stuff and distortions in time. A lot. And so I rated my story M because of that adult content, not because of the sex scenes. The sex scenes, I could actually probably put them somewhere between K plus and T because the sex scenes were so minimal. It was almost equated to, you know, those old TV shows where the mom and dad would get in the bed and then the lights would turn off. It was like that. Almost there. So the reason why I rated my story M was because of the extremely dark content that was present. But you can see here that unlike her argument, I will say this argument here is a little bit, I don't think, how can I say this? Not everyone is trying to write porny romances. There are lots and lots of people who just want to have a good time. M is not the largest category. That's all I'm going to say. Louis L'Amour clearly uses a formula. Tons of people do, right? There's nothing to be ashamed of a writer using a formula if they need to put food on the table. That's where, like I said, I don't like these people who get on these pretentious literary pedestals. Usually these people haven't been able to publish yet, and they're kind of bitter. And they absolutely hate it when someone else is just YOLOing with a formula. And then the best thing that they can do is tear that other person down. Fantasy as a categorization, for example, grimdark. Yeah. Non-explicit OF creator. Yes, Bernadette Banner did a non-explicit OF thing for fun. Yeah. Audra has not seen enough winters to become a good writer yet. We encourage art students to copy or reinterpret the works of the masters. Nothing wrong with fan fiction to hone skill. Nothing wrong. It's when you just keep regurgitating that's where the issue is.
Common term used for this categorization is a narrative one or even a literary one. Trope. People talk about tropes all the time. Tropes are fine. There's nothing wrong with them. They're a common tool for literary analysis. A little reductive, a little ridiculously overutilized, but benign in themselves. But the important factor to note here is this. When it comes to women's arousal, they need far more specific things than men do. So a woman's sexual entertainment taste will always be 1,000 times more specific than a man's. So when a woman seeks out a new book, she'll look for specific cocktails of tropes for that thing she needs to feed her specific hungers. Or, I guess, thirsts. A quick perusal of the book recommendation section of the romance books subreddit will destroy any remaining illusions you might have had that these books are about anything other than sexual arousal. Just take a moment and look at some of these. Can you honestly say that this attitude towards women's fiction has to do with anything other than sex? I spent a little time while I was researching this subject talking to women and reading the accounts of women who were struggling with the addiction to hardcore content. A solid 90 to 95% of them started with erotic fiction, or smut, as they often called it, and fan fiction. A few stated that they didn't really ever get into videos, often because videos couldn't feed their precise needs. Several mentioned that they had quit the video content only to fall back on erotic fiction, and had happily arrived at the realization that there was functionally no difference between the two. I read an account from one woman who noted that she preferred written smut because within books and fan fiction she was able to find things that would have been illegal in video form. So that's nice. I learned too that there was...
Those are rare, women, but they do exist. You got the RAPE people who like to dabble in non-con and dub-con. I don't think they're like the pure R fantasizers are very rare. I do not think your average party, like average woman like party, is going to be like beating down the door to read a book about grape. Okay, grapes are for the rare individual. And I have seen some men in certain chats low key suggest that it's fine to grape a woman because they want it. Yeah. That's a little concerning. But, here we are. Does writing for an established non-commercial canon count as fanfic writing? I mean, things like SCP and Humanity Fug. Anything that you write about that was not yours that you did not originally conceive and you're now writing about it is still fanfiction. So Shay has answered it. What you choose to copy or emulate and how faithfully determines the quality of fan fiction and the benefit the writer gains from it. Yep. Maybe they're Pakistanis or Indians. No, I think these were white American men who were incels. Yeah, they exist. And they're creeps. So, yeah, women in chat never date a man who knows how to build a house by hand because he probably has a bunker for you. Tropes. I like how she handled the word trope here. It is a helpful, if surface level, way to kind of do your first reading of something. I personally believe that tropes represent the most surface level kind of analysis of something. Nowadays, tropes basically are kind of like a tagline for marketing. As she points out, it's kind of like a shorthand for a woman to find out what she wants. I'm kind of also use tropes when I read. So, for example, if I look at a book and it says werewolf, I'm like, no. If it says alpha verse, omega verse, I'm kind of like, no. So, like, it depends. I personally think tropes are very helpful for figuring out what is going on, or like what is the energy or the general direction of a book. But she's absolutely correct in that they by no means can be the be-all and end-all of literary criticism. Literary criticism or literary analysis has to go beyond tropes. Okay, so if anyone says to you, oh, I can reel off these tropes for this book and therefore I'm a literary analyst, no. You're basically doing what like a whole bunch of people do within like the EFAP Friday Night Tight circles. It's very, very easy to sit and catch the obvious things that are going on. It's less easy to sit down and think about things like archetypes and different levels of reading and close reading and other various patterns that are thematic resonance and progression and so on and so forth. So there's like a lot more that you can do with literary reading beyond find the trope, pin the trope on the donkey kind of thing. So she is correct in that tropes are not bad, but the reliance of tropes is a symptom of how marketing is leveraging specific keywords that are going to grab a woman's interest. And honestly, once again, maybe I'm just reached a level of moral apathy. I'm kind of like, yeah, and so like this is just a mechanism, honestly. Like it like obviously, if you're going to sell something to a group of people, you have to understand how you're going to sell it to them. You're going to need keywords. This is like marketing 101. So it's kind of like, and so for me, but yeah. It was random whether or not the title I was picking up was lighthearted or grim and dark. The only constant was that it was on Toril. Oh, okay. I don't know what Toril is, but yeah.
There was a worryingly large subset of these women, some as young as 17, whose tastes became so depraved so quickly that they were now suffering from something called POCD. I'll let you look that one up yourself.
Okay, POCD. Let's look it up since I don't know what it is. Oh, okay. It's related to PDFs. So basically, it's a fear of becoming a PDF. It can afflict both men and women. Yeah, it's an OCD where you become so obsessed about being a PDF. That's very sad. That is very, very sad. I feel sorry for people who become afflicted with that. Oh, that's depressing. Oh, that's really depressing. But anyway, POCD. Yeah, it is, I guess, a thing that some people have. Wait, if you fear becoming it, doesn't that fear prevent you from actually becoming it? Yes. Sylvia's POCD, I don't know why. Like, unless she's referring to something else, I literally don't know what her response is. Like, am I reading her wrong? Like, I'm bad with body language, guys. I can't vibe. Like, it's very hard for me to sometimes understand a person's vibe. But if we just review, let's go back just a little bit here.
Now suffering from something called POCD. I'll let you look that one up yourself. Several women in...
What is that response? What is that? I don't like that response. What is that response? Like, what is she inferring from that? Is she like sipping tea and like, oh, the shade. These people are mentally ill and are afraid of becoming a PDF. Like, what is that response? The response should be, oh, this is terrible. Like, am I wrong? I don't know. Look, we can say something like young teens who are exposed to sexual material too much and too often, or we could even say children. Okay, when a child is exposed to sexual material at too early of an age, I don't care if it's a boy or a girl, it happened to me, it can damage some children, maybe many children, okay? Not all children can bounce back from something as simple as seeing a porn magazine. Because the child has interacted with something that they did not consent to. They didn't consent fully to it because their brains are literally unable to consent fully to something like that. So when an adult puts in front of a child any kind of material, the child doesn't fully understand what is going on. Now, the child may not physically be harmed by what they have seen. They may not be even overtly emotionally or psychologically harmed, okay? And I do think that there are some people who are able to move on. But there is a reason why it is not great and it's dangerous to do that in front of a child. Because children can't appropriately process all of that all the time very well. It needs an adult there to help them process it in terms of teaching them, mentoring them, if you will. Not grooming. I'm not talking about grooming here. I'm talking about helping a child understand what is going on in a safe, coherent fashion that's legal. And I understand how if you expose a child or a teen to certain kinds of material, some teens are going to get loopy, okay? Some teens are going to get loopy, and they are going to be mentally traumatized, and they might even get so far as to have POCD, okay? Or other things, okay? They can get other things. If you are exposed at an early age to any kind of sexual interaction, you can become a whole raft of things. You can experience a whole raft of things. I speak from experience, FYI. The issue I have is her response to this. I don't like the sipping of the tea or coffee like that. I think that is not a great response to what is legitimately a mental illness brought on by shitty parenting. I don't like that response, personally. Especially when it's about a young teen. who's been unfortunately exposed. I am not a fan of that. That bothers me a little bit. But she is correct, and that by throwing this material out there, and I don't know if you guys have seen what stuff is now being introduced to teens at this age. There's some stuff that's really heavy. So I went to a secondhand bookstore with my friend, and we were looking at books for her. I think her daughter was around 10 or 11. And we went into the area where a lot of 10 and 11, 12-year-old girls would go. I found some of the most adult stuff placed in the kids section. And you would say, well, it's a secondhand bookstore. People move stuff all the time. No. This was marketed to a younger teen. And it was absolutely way too adult. Now, I'm not saying that there was sex scenes in there, but it was extremely adult in many other kinds of ways. And I was like, this is not appropriate for a child. This should never have been marketed to a child. And so I absolutely get how these kids can get messed up. Right? I absolutely understand that kids will get messed up by this. We should be protecting our children, right? We should be saying, hey, you can't be looking at that quite yet. This is too heavy for you. And I know that there's some people out there, there's a whole rhetoric about when you hear those stories about a teacher having sex with her 13-year-old student, male student, or 17-year-old male student. What is the general social response to a 16, 14, 12-year-old boy getting sexed up by his teacher? And how do the news articles handle those encounters compared to a male teacher doing it to a female student? Just think about that. It's just really... The point she's making is that these girls have gone so deep down the rabbit hole, their thirst has become unnatural and disorderly. But POCD is not about thirst. POCD is not about thirst. POCD is being scared that you're thirsting. No, my issue is her train of thought to me does not make sense. I agree, girls have gone down the rabbit hole. I agree that these girls are being transformed because of unnatural or unhealthy addictions. I'm not disagreeing with that. What I'm disagreeing is her connection to POCD. POCD is fear of being a PDF. And I'm not saying that these girls aren't developing POCD, but what I'm suggesting is I don't think this train is helpful. This train of linking is helpful to the discussion. And I don't think her reaction to it is necessarily helpful. Simp says she's making a violent video games equals killers argument, essentially. But it's not even that. She's making a violent video games equals I'm scared of becoming a killer argument. Do you see what I'm saying? Like we can say violent video games equals killers. Now, that's been debunked more or less, but that's a common thing. Simp is absolutely right. This is a common phrase that comes up every now and then, right? But her argument is violent video games equals scared of becoming a killer. I just think it's a weird. I think this is a logically weird take. This is like a really logically weird take. I recognize I'm not suggesting her general statement is incorrect. I'm suggesting this is a weird take to go, and then sipping her coffee the way she did afterwards rubs me the wrong way. Now, you can think that I'm majoring on a minor here, but I always major a little bit on the minors, because if you're presenting yourself as being an arbiter of etc morality, I would hope that you would try to avoid this kind of I just don't like the train of logic here. It's a little weird. And it's made worse by what she did afterward. But that's just me. Party says you're assuming she's drinking her coffee judgingly. Maybe she didn't know what to say. I think there's just some assumption here. Well, that's why I asked you guys. Because I can't vibe very well. I'm not vibing, like I'm not good at vibing. So I'm relying on people in chat to help me. Okay, I'm relying on you guys. Do you remember? It's PDF adjacent, which gave them POCD. Was it PDF? But that's the thing. She isn't even saying that the romances are PDF adjacent. Like, it was very poorly phrased. If she said, oh, hey, by the way, there's like this whole weird trope. Like, I could have made this argument so much better. I would have said it this way. There's this whole trope, guys. Do you know about it? It's called age gap and height difference. It's kind of like the lolly thing that guys are into, where, you know, she looks like a little girl, but she's actually a 1,000-year-old wizard. Well, that happens in female romances sometimes too. It's called age gap and height difference. And if you read a lot of those, you might start to think, especially if you're younger, you might start to worry that you are a PDF. But I'm... Oh my gosh. How... Oh my Lord. The more I think about this whole thing, the weirder it gets. How are 17-year-olds even worried that there are PDFs? You're not... PDF is when an older person is with a younger person. Anyway, I actually am now wondering how the 17-year-olds even have POCD. Like, how are they even getting there? Like, are they worried that they're going to go out and, like, sex up a 12-year-old? That's wild. I thought we were talking about book writing practices. I kind of got lost when the pedo stuff was brought up, but hopefully nothing malicious was behind the video here. Yeah, I think it was a joke, like an awkward meme. Yeah, except that this isn't awkward. This is sad. Like, I don't... Yeah, I do think you're right. She's trying to do a Sydney Watson, but she forgot to feign a horrified look while doing to lighten the seriousness with some humor. Yeah. Because I can't understand what happened there. Right? So I'm needing you to help me, chat. So clearly she's trying for humor. I didn't get it. Sadly. Too literal. Yeah, take a look at that shit. Yeah. Well, I took a look. I'll have to think about this whole thing. Because this is wild. I feel sorry. If 17-year-olds literally think that because they are into age difference, for example, that they're somehow going to end up preying on a younger man, that's sad. That is really sad. Like, how did they even get there? Like, I need to know. I hope maybe I can find some examples of how they even get there. Because that is wild. That is wild. It's one thing to be like, oh, I'm scared I'm going to end up in a PDF situation. But the idea that you will become a PDF just because you're into age gap, for example, is wild. She's probably implying, to avoid Susan Banhammer, that some of these books have PDF adjacent tags, which girls found stimulating, which led to POCD. Yeah, it's just a 17. How can I say this, Wooly? I just want to know how they get to that psychological leap. That's fascinating. Well, now I learned something new, chat. I learned something new. There are people out there who are scared. By the way, I actually tangentially have met people who have shared that, you know, they've had personal experiences and they get worried about, it's not quite POCD, but it's kind of like probably within the neighborhood of that. But I don't know how you would leap there from reading an age gap romance. Because the point of an age gap romance is the woman is younger and the man is older. So, like, how does a female reader come to the conclusion that she is a PDF if she's reading about a romance about a man who's like 20 to 25 years older than her? Like, I don't get it. That's wild. I'll need to look that up. That's a wild thing. But anyway, let's keep moving on.
Teenagers remarked that they wished they had never started reading erotic fiction when they were younger, as they believed it had destroyed their lives. The thing is, just as with people's taste in hardcore video subgenres, these tastes, these hungers, will intensify over time. The same mechanic is at play as you see in men who have to constantly seek harder and harder filmed content in order to even be aroused. For that reason, more and more women's fiction has been including very, very dark material, be it disturbing age gaps, torture, abuse, even rape. Women don't start out wanting fantasy fiction. That's something that happens over time as they become desensitized to more mainstream content. I don't know how many videos and reviews I've seen by very young teenage girls who say the explicit sex in Sarah J. Maas's books is very mediocre and vanilla. That would be because they're already desensitized and crave harder content. Honestly, though,
or they could just be like those shitty 12-year-olds who try to pretend that they know what they're talking about and they don't actually mean what they're saying. Like, I don't know why you are relying on a review by a 12-year-old online as an absolute state of self-report. I mean, anyway, let's keep going.
By now, I should have convinced you that these books are merely mass-produced hardcore adult entertainment and that their readership consumes them in much the same way one would consume any other form of, you know, four-letter word starts with P, and that the result of that consumption, especially on a large enough scale and on a long enough timeline, is pretty much the same as any other form of hardcore entertainment addiction. So, let's move on. Now, let's assume that you can get...
I agree that if you start them young, it's problematic. If you start them young and they get used to it and desensitized, absolutely. That is a problem. No argument there. her examples or her proof are suspect. I think her examples and her proof are suspect. But I do agree, generally. I generally agree. She's absolutely right. She's absolutely correct that long, extensive, how can I say this? Extensive interaction over long periods of time would probably lead to what I called addiction, where like you are emotionally or psychologically or socially harmed in a very real kind of way. Amelia Bedelia moment. I think she was making an unfounded claim linking them, by the way. I can't find any such study conclusions. I'm going to do more digging into the whole link between romance books and POCD, because to me that was wild and out of pocket. That was so out of pocket. You're really focusing on a very, very small thing. Well, yes, but that was so out of pocket and wild. And I think probably what threw me off was I found her to be fairly reasonable up to that moment, and then she lost me. She lost me hard. Like, it was like, okay, what? Like it, and also, like I said, sometimes I get vibes from some people, but I don't trust my gut vibes from people because I recognize I can't always read intention well. And what she did to me rubbed me the wrong way. But I could be reading it wrong. I recognize I'm a fallible, unable to read human body language very well kind of person. Yeah, I should say, like, I am, how can I say this? I'm very literal. Like, some people have cracked jokes in front of me that I took literally true. Like, I'm extremely literal, especially when I'm getting tired, but I'm extremely literal. And I think that threw me for a bit there. Yeah, that's a nice gamer PC. There's no evidence for that take. I mean, or they could be role players in FF14. I think she's painting with a very broad brush, proclaiming she knows what everyone likes as a baseline. In 1 year, women will just be reading monster smut. Once again, I think monster smut has been misrepresented, and people are clutching pearls to a certain degree. And I think they want to. They want to because they already have decided what to believe about this or that. But all of this to say, I agree with her general take here. I 100% agree that if you are long-term engaged in certain activities, whether it's gambling or drinking or smoking or engaging with adult entertainment, if you develop an unhealthy reliance on it, it's going to affect you. I don't think we can doubt that. I don't think we need case studies to prove that. Yeah. If there's any romance novel out there that's not vanilla compared to MMORP, I'd be shook. The things I've tripped on walking down Murder Row. I don't like gateway arguments based on it. If you get a Firestone, it evolves argument, or in this case, if you give a girl an age gap, she'll suddenly want to read Yeah. It's a slippery slope. It doesn't affect everyone. There are tons of people who get into it for a while and then grow out of it. There are tons of people who dabble in it and go ping pong in and out of it. To suggest that this is a constant decline that is unstoppable is a bit weird. But I think if we got her down and sat her down and talked with her about it, I think she would agree, I believe, she would agree that most people may go through phases in their life where they're more obsessive than or addicted than others, right? Like there are people, I'm sure we can even think of ourselves where we go in and out of something, right? So I'm sure she would agree that she's painting in the most generalized of brushes. Okay, so now we're going to go into countering the defenses. Party says, I don't think she was saying it was everyone or even most of them. She was literally just mentioning that some people have had this reaction to that type of book. Well, setting aside the POCD stuff, we're going to ignore the POCD stuff and pretend that, like, that's not a thing. Okay. She's generally suggesting that if you have longing engagement with this kind of material, you're going to need more and more hardcore stuff. And she did not say some people. She said some people get into grape stuff. But she was painting with a broad brush. Yeah. People having that reaction probably already had OCD. Yes. Yeah. It's linked to OCD. It's an OCD thing. It's very unfortunate. It sounds like it's an actual mental stuff. We've established that there has to be something else going on in real life to have an addictive personality, loneliness, or trying to escape from trauma. Whatever it is, whether it's just immorality, the sinful human condition, some other psychological or emotional emptiness, whatever it is, it can cause people to go down a slippery slope. I am not disagreeing with that. But some people would argue that this is not a great argument to make about it. Maybe she just sprinkled that in there just to make the video more interesting. People love extremities and hot takes. I mean, we're talking about that line for over 10 minutes. Well, I'm moving on from the POCD stuff. Or I'm trying to move on from the POCD stuff. Guys, let's all move on from the POCD. We will nitpick that in the Discord. We'll move on. We're now moving on to the slippery slope. If you start reading it really young, and if you constantly read it, you're going to end up in trouble. And I think she's correct. But as other people have noticed, this doesn't have to be the case. As Party has pointed out, this is a broad brush. This is not taking into account people's phases. Has anyone here, the POCD steps, has anyone here like ever, well, maybe that's too much. Okay, you know what? We're not going to go down that road.
That, yes, this is all, a written form of the same kind of crap you'd find on the hub. At that point, what happens is someone will insist that this is somehow the ethical type of adult entertainment. We'll get to that. Or they'll start trying to argue that this kind of written explicit content has positive effects. I've heard all these arguments. I've heard people say that the heavy amount of sex in these books creates some kind of sex-positive environment for female empowerment. I've heard people say that books like these...
See? That sip, I could understand that one. I could understand that sip. That sip I can get behind. I'm telling you, she's trying to be coy and catty. It's just that you shouldn't have done it after talking about a mental illness.
Increase readers' empathy. I've also, as I've said, been told that objecting to literature like this is inherently anti-women. First of all, let's talk about empathy and the chemical reaction romance novels have on the female brain. There are so few studies that have been done on adult films' impact on women, and almost zero studies that have been done on erotic literature's impact on women. This is one of the most criminally understudied areas in human existence. Something I hear all the time is that romance novels increase the reader's empathy. I doubt it's that simple, but let's say it is. Women are empathetic by default. That is not something that romance literature gives women. It heightens it, certainly, but as in all emotions, a heightened state of anything is usually very bad. Heightened empathy reduces a person's logical response and cognitive reasoning. It makes it difficult to regulate the emotional response with reason. Heightened states of empathy have been found to contribute to pain, depression, anxiety, emotional overinvolvement, burnout, vicarious trauma, and post-traumatic stress disorder.
I mean, I wonder if anyone here has immediately thought of a certain character in Final Fantasy XIV in Endwalker who is essentially this right here. A certain character that shall remain redacted is exactly, did not give a certain thing the ability, did not teach them how to walk, but gave them wings to fly. This is exactly what I would want to talk about. If I was going to talk about Endwalker, one of the characters I would talk about is redacted character, and how that redacted character represents dark empathy or dark hyper compassion, what I call hyper compassion. I mean, I don't doubt that this exists, and I don't doubt that there are some women who struggle with feeding into, how can I say this, with falling into the trap of believing that their emotions are, that what they see through their emotions is actual reality. I will never deny that a woman is feeling something. I will deny her perspective that that is fed through what she's feeling. So if she says to me, I'm sad, I'm like, I don't doubt that you're sad. But if she's like, I'm sad and this problem here exists, I'm like, maybe that problem doesn't exist. It's because you're sad that this problem exists, if that makes sense. So I definitely agree that there are some negative side effects within the female brain that could maybe be enhanced from heightened empathy. But not all women who are reading these things are necessarily heightened all the time with their empathy. Like there are some women who are, atypical, who may not have this particular distress. But this could be an issue. It could be an issue. Yeah, let's see where she goes with this.
Disorder. I mean, right out of the gate, the fact that romance books heighten empathy in readers is proof that despite the intentions of the writers, these books arouse readers, whether they want to be aroused or not, which is an unsettling thought all by itself. So, imagine you're a young woman and you're reading a steamy romance in which the main female character is being mistreated in some way by the male character, and this female character feels arousal at this mistreatment. Written well, this arousal on the part of the female character will trigger empathetic arousal in the female reader. A young, inexperienced woman will then be troubled trying to understand why she's feeling aroused by what is borderline abusive behavior. However, the story will continue in this vein until the man and woman are living happily ever after. The moment of joy at the end is the emotional climax that is essential for a woman to fully enjoy an erotic romance. And no, I'm not saying women are super weak or something like that, but I think we can all agree that strong emotions are exhausting no matter who you are, and women are more prone to feel emotions strongly. An empathetic response to a romance book will result in an emotional roller coaster designed specifically to ensnare the tastes of women in such a way that their emotional involvement in a story will tend to be more intensive than a man's on average. Add to that the sexual infatuation triggered by the addictive erotic release of the extremely explicit scenes, which also takes a toll on the mind whether you enjoy these scenes or not, especially if you do. I don't really understand why more people aren't aware of how intensely bad these books are for women's minds. I don't really read romance, smutty or otherwise, but I did read quite a few of these books when I was trying to understand the genre better. And something that really...
Oh, okay. Well, okay, so first off, I definitely know that Party read a couple things. She's doing the steps as if she's taking a shot of alcohol. Take a shot game. She's saying that people who read books, fantasy books on romance, will make more choices based on empathy in their day-to-day lives. Okay, Party admitted that she read something. Party, when you were reading it, did you feel your empathy heightening? No, Party really does not like reading romances. So when Party does, I mean, she might be on a slippery slope, guys. She, like, any day now, she might just be like, just down. Because she watches a lot of romances and K-dramas and stuff. So, like, maybe like she's like on her way downhill. And she's going to be a lost cause to us very soon. But Party, all jokes aside, when you were reading Hunting for Adelind, did you feel like, did you have a heightened sense of empathy? Because if anyone's going to feel empathy in this room, it's probably going to be Party. Dane is nervously sweating. I read so many romantasy, maybe I will get it with an abusive man, but I'm straight. I mean, I'm curious because Party might, I don't know, is there any other lady here besides Shay and me because I don't count Shay. Sorry, Shay. Okay, did not arouse any empathy. No. Okay. At the beginning of Countering Defenses, she talked about a lot of things that women say, or what people say, I shall say, because I'm sure there's some men who white knight for women all the time. There are some people who come out and say, oh, this is okay because it empowers women, or, oh, this is okay because it's not as bad as porn, right? And I 110% agree with her that these kind of stances are really not great, right? Completely wrong. But she is suggesting that a woman might feel troubled if she experiences arousal while reading a scene where a man is mistreating a woman. And here's the thing. I don't doubt that there might be some women who feel troubled, but I think that it would be like, have you ever talked with somebody who behaves morally in a video game because it would make them feel bad to behave immorally in a video game? So let's say it's a video game with video game choices, right? And you can be a good guy, a bad guy, or like an in-between person. And you have those people who treat the video game like it's real life. And honestly, when they talk to me about stuff like that, I stop being able to comprehend them. Because I think as soon as you start crossing the streams, like, that's your choice. I'm not saying you can't do that in your video game. But if you start judging me because I have chosen to play, let's say, like a dark role in a video game, in an RPG, I think you might have lost the plot, personally. And so if a woman came to me and was like, oh, I'm worried that I like grape because in this scene there was a bit of non-con or a bit of dub-con, I'd be like, I think you need to take a break and not worry, because there's a world of a difference between reality and fantasy. Now, I do think that there's some people who cross the streams. That's the unhealthy part of life, right? That's where we can talk about how these people who are so unhealthy that they're crossing the streams. Now, I'm not talking about the thing that we shall not talk about that happened earlier in this video. We're not talking about that kind of nonsense. We're talking about actual, like, for example, I think there are some women who go into a relationship thinking, I can fix him, right? There are tons of women who go into a relationship saying, oh, I can fix that man, right? It's going to be like Beauty and the Beast. I'm going to transform him. He's going to change. Okay, girls, it will be fine. You know, he's a bit of a fixer-upper, right? And I don't doubt that books can play a part in a woman deluding herself into thinking that she can change the man in her life. Because although some women have successfully changed men in their life, I just look at my parents, for example, there's like a baseline that cannot be changed, right? So if a man is like literally sociopathic or psychopathic, that can't be changed, right? That can't be changed. But I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, I can see how some women can be so deluded and not get, like, be so immature as to believe that they can change someone and they can get into abusive relationships because Christian Grey was okay, right? And this is where we get women who marry these really rich men and they think things are going to be fine, and they're not fine. Because what they were searching for in those romances wasn't actually the psychotic behavior or the grape or the non-con or the smacking around. They wanted to be special. And this is where I think she's not getting to the heart of it, right? Everything is window dressing. The point of a romance is being somebody's only one, except for like the weird polygamy, polycule, poly, blah, 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 polyandry, blah, 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 blah. Like setting aside those little niche titles. If you get past the monsters and the elves and the vampires and the werewolves and the alphas and the omegas and all of the tropes, at the heart of it, a woman simply wants to be one person's special person. And everything else is window dressing. And immature women mistake the window dressing as being what they actually want, when that's not what they actually want. What they actually want is to have that one special person, and some of them, a large portion of them, thank goodness, want to also have babies with that one special person. Thank goodness, because otherwise the human race would be long gone. But like, if we, I think a lot of immature women are going to mistake the window dressing and think this is what I want, but actually that's not what they want. And I think when we critique the situation, we need to delineate that mistake is being made. This is not women actually wanting to be mistreated. A large portion of women, like she herself said, don't want to be mistreated. But they like a little bit of risk and a little bit of aggression sometimes. And we could talk about that another time. But it's all window dressing for what the heart of the story is. And second story should be able to recognize that. I've seen Party with Her Axe. I'm gonna need him. Empathy was not even, I don't even know where you get that from. Yeah, I'm not sure where she's getting the empathy from. Okay, so the idea is when you read a romance, it's in first person, usually present tense or past tense. So you're in the mind of the person, and you are them. So when you are linked so tightly to that character, if you have no sense of selfhood or self-awareness, you might actually start conflating your emotions that you experience in that book with your real emotions. So the idea is, if you're so mentally imbalanced as a person, you're going to read the book and you're going to be like, OMG, I kind of was turned on when he forced her on the bed and then they had like this hot, blah, 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 blah. Her argument is that these women can be so emotionally and psychologically messed up, probably from years of long exposure to this kind of stuff, especially at an early age. They might mistake their desires and their fantasy life with what they want in real life, because they have linked their brain, locked and loaded their brain completely into that other woman's experiences. They're unable to separate themselves from fantasy. And this is probably why some women turn around and suggest that violent video games creates killers, because maybe there are some women out there who would become a killer if they were playing a violent video game. Does that make sense? Because the women are not being able to divorce themselves appropriately from the reading matter. And so then they're ending effed up. Now, I don't like her previous link, but I will suggest that a more realistic result of this effed up, unnatural connection to the characters is forming mental habits and expectations around how a man can treat you. Although Haunting had a really good side plot, I was more interested in about the trafficking. Yeah. Party is reading for plot. Most women in romanticy subreddit say it's just fantasy and not real life. Yeah, most women have a grip. Your sentences are just gold. Leo says your sentences are gold, Party. The XX scenes were just a bunch of size descriptions, nothing people would pay Gil for, and I wouldn't say the book was making me feel things I didn't want to feel or that I felt forced. I think women want to read about dangerous men and get into that. It's kind of hot, but only because it's fantasy. I'm not sure I would go up to a woman reading Cruel Prince and then neg them. That probably wouldn't work. Yeah. Women are also into true crime. I think a certain percent of women are really into killers, just that it's like a niche. Yeah, it's a niche. I will judge you intensely for your video choices. Ignore my 120-hour Necromancer playthrough. It's not changing, it's saving. Yeah. Men think they can change women too, by the way. It's just one of those things where men are stuck with the label, but most guys do something we call in the hood trying to make a housewife out of... Good one, Epic. Good one. Good luck. Good luck with that, Epic. They want a girl that's fun, flirty, energetic, and playful, but also want to be able to turn it off and on and decide where that energetic intention is directed, just as an example. Yes. Well, romance novels is the fantasy of a woman making the alpha fall in love with her, but the guy doesn't change his alpha status and just wants her. Yes, that's the fantasy. So this sounds like a case of Alan Menzies in Queen of the Damned. A guy watched the movie so much that one day the character inside the movie told him to ex his best friend, the Queen, by the way. He said, yes, Queen. Yeah. So here's her argument, okay? Her argument is that because of the way it's written, and because it's being introduced to them at a young age, these women are forming mentally unhealthy habits where they're unable to disconnect themselves from the character. Okay. And I don't doubt that this is a problem for some girls. Okay. I am not doubting it. I actually think this is a huge issue with women that men don't suffer as much from. There are, of course, some men who probably do suffer from it, but I think there is a distance that men have that is something that women can learn from, okay? And this heightened empathy, I'm reading into what she's saying here, okay, guys? Because as of right now, what she's saying isn't as well termed as I would put it, okay? She's not really explaining her case here as well as I think she could, okay? I think she could explain her case much more strongly. I would say if you have these young girls who don't know what's real with the world, with high imagination, reading first-person perspective, present or past tense, they're so connected to the characters that they start thinking, I like being smacked around. I want to be graped. But even this is a misrepresentation because most air quote hardcore fantasies that involve this kind of stuff is still carefully written most of the time into dubcon. Non-con, like pure non-con, pure grape is very, very rare. And there's a fine line between it. And that line does exist. So you can't hop that line. Like, there is a difference between you and your guy having a playful moment, or having even a semi non-playful moment, and a guy tearing into your house who you don't know, who you have no interest in, just having his way with you. It's completely like there's a line. And to conflate the two, I think, is unfair to the situation. But even if we separate these two things appropriately, and we just talk about even these unhealthy, easily misconstrued preferences, what happens is you get these young girls, let's say their boyfriend hits them, and they think, oh, this is just playful. He's just, it's just our little non-con thing. But no, actually that guy's an a-hole and you need to break up with him. And you get these girls who are like, oh, I'll fix him. I'll change him. We can make it work. And then that's how we get this beaten housewife mentality, right? That, tragically often just devolves, right? And so you can see how idiotic women who don't grow up and get wise will start to accept poor behavior, mistaking it for what's happening in the book. So they think, oh, I'm getting, let's say, some BDSM stuff. Let your imagination run wild here, okay? And they think, oh, this is fine. But I actually don't feel really fine. But I should feel fine because this is what everyone likes, right? And then the person who's with them is actually not doing the stuff correctly and consensually. And so you get these women who gaslight themselves into thinking it's okay. And books may play a part in this. But I don't like throwing the books under the bus, especially all the books under the bus, because the women still have that problem. Like, at some point, I believe in personal responsibility and growing a pair, getting wise, growing up, maturing. Like, there's a level where you kind of have to say the buck stops here. And you can only point at a romance book for only so long before I think, your three other fingers point back at you. And so I agree that there is a correlation, but I don't think that means, therefore, that all romance books are, the problem. And also, I don't think it means that all of modern writing is absolutely degenerate. Okay, let's keep going.
What really surprised me was how huge of an emotional impact they had on me. Despite the fact that I didn't care about these characters, and despite the fact that they were all mostly happy endings and everything else, I was legitimately depressed during the few weeks when I was reading these books. I was having trouble focusing on my work, I was having trouble sleeping, I was even having trouble eating, and I couldn't figure out what was wrong until it dawned on me that my mind was basically being ripped around a female-specific roller coaster that was designed to trigger the most extreme emotional and chemical reaction in my mind, short of actually doing drugs. Interestingly, the reaction I experienced was the same reaction men talk about when they watch filmed explicit content. The depression, the difficulty focusing, the lethargy. Women who are addicted to this sexually explicit fiction don't even realize that they're literally addicted to, adult entertainment. Without exception, men who are addicted to watching explicit content are viewed as bad. I shouldn't have to tell anyone watching this video how bad that is for the mind. It just happens that all the language surrounding this accepted fact says men's minds, how bad it is for men, how much damage it does to men. There have been countless studies done on the negative impact watching this stuff has on men's physical health and mental health, on their relationships, friendships, professional lives, and on their character. But basically 0 such studies have been done on women. Part of this is because most researchers won't acknowledge that women's addiction to erotic fiction is in any way comparable to a man's addiction to filmed erotic media. Part of it is because there's so much feminist armor packed around women's erotica that even if a woman were to watch the hub 10 hours a day, she would still somehow be protected by the fact that she's like empowering herself or, I don't know, exploring her sexuality. For social...
I agree and I disagree. She's absolutely correct. I have said this for ages. Party and I have talked about this. Party had a different viewpoint growing up from me, but I personally felt that when I was at church, when the subject of sexual immorality came up, men were slammed a lot. Okay? In churches that I grew up in, men were the problem. Big P problem. Okay. And I remember thinking about my bestie who was reading Joanna Lindsay, and I was sitting there going, what about that book over what about that? Are we not going to talk about that thing over there? Right? Okay. All right. And I became very much aware that women were totally going under the radar. And another thing as well is, I've talked about this before in other videos, women get away with the objectification thing because their description of the men is holistic. It is. A guy, generally speaking, although a lot of porn might have some form of a story in it, guys don't need to know the backstory of the chick in order to get it on. But girls do. They need to know everything before they can lock in. And so what this does is it gives the women the appearance of not objectifying the male, because they are holistically taking into account all of his emotions. The problem with it is that the men are in some ways psychologically raped to a certain degree, or psychologically controlled, right? Because the man and the women's interaction is so detailed as to control all aspects of that man and who that man is. And so when a woman projects onto a real life man, she is in danger of projecting really unreasonable expectations and ideas and presumptions and assumptions and all of that kind of stuff. Do you see what I'm saying here? So a guy comes in, he just is like, oh yeah, here's a chick. She has the body type of like, let's just go for it, right? Let's watch it. Whereas a girl is going to construct all of the stuff around the man, which is holistic. And that's where she can feel like, oh, I'm not objectifying him, right? He's not just a piece of meat. But the problem is that can sometimes cause a psychological projection that is just as controlling and can remove the agency from that person. So this is where like male celebrities, for example, who come under the scrutiny of a strong female fan base, their character is delineated by canonical constructs of what that actor is really like. And if that actor breaks out of form, Lord forbid, things start going downhill. And it's almost like the women have to have that person be a certain way in their head, or that person is no longer that person. So it is very, very dangerous. Yeah. Yep. So there's that. My only thing is that she says that there's feminist plot armor. And I don't know if she's aware that there's like a fourth wave of feminism that is very puritanical, and it is now turning on the female base. And this is where I come in, because I started seeing it in my ghostwriting. There is a growing sentiment among certain women that romance is bad. Now, some people who are kind of cooked will be like, oh, well, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. No, they're all my enemies. So I don't care if like some fourth wing puritanical left-wing feminist comes out of the wings and is like, oh, I agree with you. Yeah, we agree on generalities, but the basis for it is completely like off. Like we're it's not the same thing. So I do think that there are feminists who are coming out and have been silencing women for a long time now, and they are now coming out and trying to crack down on it. So I don't think that there's a complete plot armor. And in fact, I would argue that women have been shit on by men for a long time for having puerile interests. Women's interests were historically categorized as being quite low. And so I don't think women have entirely, let's just say this, women have not been morally shamed, which they should have been, but they have been socially shamed, which is a completely different thing. And so I don't think women should be socially shamed. They should be morally shamed, if that makes sense. There's a movie called The Piano Teacher about the sheltered woman who watches something and then says that that's what she wants and tells a guy to do that to her and ends up in disaster. Yep. As a role player, guys fall into character trap just as often. Most romanticy books aren't that abusive. Yeah. The most popular, the men are sort of fake enemies. It's always fake. Fourth Wing, for example, the guy isn't toxic. Yeah. See, she herself admitted she hasn't read a lot of this stuff. I'm telling you guys, most of the stuff that's written is very, very, like, not as crazy as some people are making it out. Okay? It is really not as crazy as some people are making it out. There's this, like, moral panic. And once again, I'm not suggesting that we should be leaving the publishing industry to where it's going. Okay. I think we should push back against what's happening in the publishing industry for the sake of literature. But this kind of panic over what's happening in a romance book, it needs to stop. Yes, there is a niche called dark romance. Okay. But so far, the numbers that are coming in shows that women are more interested in normal contemporary romances and thrillers. Okay? Thrillers. Colleen Hoover is not writing like pure romances. She's writing thrillers and she's massive. So I guess what I'm trying to suggest is like, we need to like calm some of this rhetoric down because it's not as bad as some people are making out. Okay? It's still concerning, and we should still consider what is happening in the industry in terms of not letting male writers come to the forward with their gen fix. It's perhaps behooves us to wonder, do we have to have romance to sell something, right? Like all of these kinds of things we should be asking. We should actually be looking at Litfic and saying, hey, Litfic, what are you doing over there? Are you any better? No, not really. Okay. So like there's many things we could talk about that are like severely problematic about the publishing industry. But the women, let's just say this, the women who never grow up and make the mistake of thinking that some rando encounter in the books that they've read is reality, usually has some other shit going on. In the same way that a man who thinks that titties look like gotcha titties and should look like gotcha titties is probably got other issues going on. Do you see what I'm saying here? Now, I'm not saying that we should hand wave away the gotcha titties, but what I'm trying to suggest is like there's a more holistic way of looking at this. So we can definitely talk about the books and we can definitely talk about the video games and say, yeah, we got a problem here. Okay, we got a problem here. But we also need to contextualize it in okay, so we got this problem. What are some of the things we can do? Well, we could lock down the titties. We can, let's say, go and get rid of all the gacha, and we could toss out all the romance books. It's going to go underground. It's going to be bootlegged, because the fundamental flaw behind men chasing after unrealistic titties and the fundamental flaw behind women chasing after unrealistic romance relationships is still there, you know? So in terms of like, how do we fix this? We're at this stage, we're just pointing it out, you know? That's what she's basically doing here. She's just pointing things out. Tracks instead, save time. Most men aren't like that to adult video. That is just some men. No cult, to be honest. Is this a self-defense mechanism for women alone with men? We need to stop shaming women. I want porn banned because it's evil. You want porn banned because you think human sexuality is evil. We're not the same. Exactly. See, Willie's hitting it on the head here. You can come to me and say, I have a moral imperative. I believe God doesn't like porn, right? Absolutely. Go for that. Go for it, right? Advocate for it in your community. Advocate for it, even if you want to, in your government. I think it's a mistake to take it to the state, because everything will go underground. It happened with drinking. Hello, prohibition. So anyway, I tend to be a bit more pragmatic, but I recognize she is talking about how some women have so much lost the plot that they start misunderstanding what relationships can be like. And yes, we need to deal with this. Okay, we need to deal with this, because this is harming men, it's harming women, it's harming everybody. But I just don't think it's like she has. Yeah, it's weird, because she's read the best written romances probably in terms of quality, but she hasn't read the worst in terms of content or quality, if that makes sense. So she's basing her fears off of, or her concerns rather, I don't think she's afraid. She's basing her legitimate concerns on what might be considered better written stuff, which she herself said was very well written. Although I don't think Hoover is well written. Anyway, but it's a weird conundrum. It's a weird conundrum. My mind goes right away to like, how can we fix this problem? I think that's my problem as well, is I instantly start thinking, okay, what's the solution? And the reality is like there's no easy solution short of eradicating everyone on this planet. So yeah, she's pretty crazy, and she wants men to notice women and police them. Okay, well, we'll get there. If we do that, they're going to start marching and being annoying again. No one wants that. People should be shamed relative to their actions. I'm not sure she has read Sarah J. Maas. A lot of her research is reading articles, not the sources. Dark fantasy exists, okay? Unhealthy representations of relationships exist. Party read Hunting for Adeland. She told me about it. I trust Party. Party does not usually lie. Well, she doesn't really lie. Well, maybe she has lied. Party can let us know. But like, Party wouldn't lie about stuff like this, okay? Party said there were some moments in that book that made her feel uncomfortable, okay? And that felt toxic to her. And I wouldn't doubt that there are toxic representations of relationships being because the people are not, cognitively, they write this and they think, oh, this is okay. This is like just edgy. It's fine, when it's not fine, right? But I don't like it when people blame the tool and not the person. I'm not a fan of that. Yes, the book is a problem, but the people who are mistaking that for reality are also a problem. Like, there's both of a problem. So anyway, let's keep going.
For political reasons, most people won't touch that with a 10-foot pole. When it comes to men, this kind of content is known to have an enormous negative impact on their daily lives. Therefore, there are countless resources out there to help men kick that habit and restore sanity to their lives. There's also a lot of shame among men. Men will mock other men for their addiction to this stuff. But for women, nothing. There are no resources to help women kick their addiction to erotic literature.
Okay, so she did just former porn addict. This is Christian women. Bethesda. Well, it says the word Bethesda, so that's a Jewish town name. So we know that Bethesda is probably Christian. Probably. Brave Hearts mentoring program to help men break free from blah blah blah. Heart to Heart. This looks like a Christian website. Lifestar Therapy. Strong connection with God, Christian. Okay. New Life Partners, online resource and support group for women whose lives have been impacted by husbands or loved ones caught in the web of pornography and or sexual addiction. Okay. So basically she's looking at Christian websites. So she may in fact have a moral imperative that is pushing her. That's fine. That's fine. We talked about it already. I personally have to agree that if you're constantly like, let's just say, addicted to sex and sex scenes, I think you probably need to get help. Well, I say probably, that's me just trying to be nice. You should get help. Addiction is a real thing when it comes to sex. And I'm glad to see that Christians are now starting to deal with Christian women struggling with lust. I'm glad to see that things are now shifting. That's great. That's good.
Women kick their addiction to erotic literature, at least none that I could find, and any woman who feels shame when reading this stuff is said to be suffering from internalized misogyny and is advised to focus on overcoming the stigma by, reading more of these books. Other women will help her in this endeavor. To this end, there are romance book clubs with completely expected names in which the pursuit of women's fiction can be enjoyed without shame. I read one account from a young woman who said that when she realized she was addicted, she sought help from a therapist who treated the matter as if it was nothing serious at all. No different from, like, a chocolate addiction. Addiction to appreciation of erotic literature is presented to women as female empowerment and whatever various other hot words are part of the current feminist lexicon. If a woman were to express discomfort with the proliferation and increasing intensity of sexually explicit material in women's fiction, she is painted as an enemy, a prude, or, my personal favorite, a slave to the patriarchy. They'll say it allows women to explore their sexuality in a safe space. I'm pretty sure you could also say that men on the hub are exploring their sexuality in a safe space. I don't know. To which women will often argue, well, that kind of content, the stuff on the hub, is unethical. But that erotic literature, if they even concede that it's the same kind of content, is somehow ethical. Meaning that, I'm assuming, no actors or actresses were harmed in its making. Be that as it may, the making of the explicit content is a separate issue from its consumption. I'm sure you could find an ethical and environmentally friendly way to make heroin, wouldn't make it a good thing for me to consume it. A lot of people these days talk about how social bias prevented women from enjoying romance literature. Well, now the social moral landscape has shifted again. If you're a woman and you're not a proud champion of smut, then you're the enemy of women. In general, though, I think the so-called social bias surrounding romance novels isn't much different from the bias surrounding all commercial fiction. I also don't think that's done that much to stop women from mass consuming romance novels. Champions of romance novels will present the acceptance of smut as crucial to female empowerment and independence. This is categorically false, and in fact I think I've shown how the opposite is true. But women will nevertheless be banished from female society by other women if they dare to disagree. Men typically who watch hardcore stuff or who are addicted to it are ashamed of it. Women who are addicted to reading, as they call it, smut, are supposed to be proud of it. None of these women will allow any talk of shame. But here's the thing. Shame is not a bad thing. Shame is how our brains tell us we're doing something that will harm us. If we feel shame eating that 4th slice of triple chocolate cake in one sitting, that's our brain telling us that this is bad for our health. If we feel shame because we haven't exercised in over 6 months, that's our brain telling us that we need physical exercise of some kind. If we feel shame when we take in hardcore explicit material, that's our brain telling us that this is going to harm us in some way and we need to stop. This is our brain trying to save us. Eventually, anyone can be desensitized to shame, but the effort to desensitize women to shame has been a lot more intensive than it has been for men, because historically, women have led the charge against indecent or sexually explicit material. So shame in women cuts into hardcore film producers and women's lit publishers' bottom line. Removing shame from women's minds doesn't just prevent them from bullying hardcore erotica production out of the mainstream, it mobilizes 50% of the spending force of the book market to obsessively consume something that is dangerously addictive. This is a huge reason why it's becoming increasingly common for harder and harder content in books to be made available to a younger and younger audience, especially a young female audience. You see incredibly steamy makeout scenes in books marketed to 12-year-old girls. Caraval, for example, has 2 prolonged passages that read like weird hand fetish scenes. This isn't some kind of accidental slip of the pen. This is intentional. Famously, Sarah J. Maas only allowed her book to be marketed to a YA audience if they didn't cut out any of the explicit material. Slap a feminist female empowerment sticker on the thing and you've got social moral armor no one is willing to touch, not even other women. Something I hear a lot is that this is all...
Okay, so first off, I don't think men have shame. I don't think men are as shamed as they could be. Okay, how can I say this? Party says that I'm very hard on women, and it is true, because I feel like it's important for a woman to call out other women. But even I would have to admit that guys are not more ashamed of porn than women are. I would say Christian men are regularly shamed by their community, but that's not the same as feeling shame. Porn remains porn, and it still is the largest consumed entertainment on the planet. Like on above what a woman's, like, the romance, like in terms of romance industry, novel industry, and the porn entertainment industry, like the actual video stuff, they're both giants, but like porn is way huger. Okay, so don't come to me and tell me that men are feeling ashamed. They are more socially shamed in certain groups, but men are not feeling ashamed, because if they were genuinely feeling ashamed, we would see reverse numbers. So I personally don't think men are ashamed, and I do think men are still just as swept up in stuff as the women are. Okay, so I disagree with that. Yeah. Now, do I think that in Christian circles and in common circles there has been a general shaming of men? Yes. And for Christians, of course, it's because of the moral and psychological concerns. With the non-Christian circles, it usually is fueled by anti-male rhetoric and or genuine concern from a psychological standpoint, right? It can be twin, like there's a bit of an overlap there. So you got some people who are legitimately concerned about men's mental health, and then you have people who just hate men and want to take away everything from the guys. But these people, as much as they're trying to shame men into feeling bad, let's all be real here, guys. Come on, guys, in the chat. Like, how many of you genuinely, while you're doing your business, feel actually ashamed? Like, maybe there are some guys in chat, but I think there are lots and lots of bros out there who are completely whacking away unashamedly. So I agree that there has been an unfair representation of human depravity in certain circles. But to suggest that men are somehow not part of the problem is, you know, I think that's really, I think guys and women sometimes will know when they're crossing a line and they'll feel bad about it. But I honestly don't think that guys are somehow more shamed. They are more, they're more shamed, but they're not more ashamed, if that makes sense. If we do that, they're going to start, let's see, stop ruining reality. Beginning to think either I've been reading books wrong my entire life and I foolishly viewed them as sources of entertainment and a way for her to imprison mind to no freedom, or she's the problem. I'm going to be honest, when she was talking about her response to the books, I thought that was really interesting. She's perhaps a prime target for this kind of style of writing. A lot of shame is probably just religion. Well, what you have to understand, Simp, is that Christians, let's take Christianity, since this is something that I can definitely talk about, okay? Christians believe that you have a conscience, okay? And whether you were born in 4000 BCE or 2000 BCE or 2000 CE, it doesn't matter, right? It does not matter when you were born, where you were born, how you were born. The idea is that as long as your brain is fully functioning and not chemically damaged, you have a conscience. And this conscience will tell you when you have done something right or wrong. Now, some people, as she has pointed out, can burn their consciences. We call this searing your conscience. All right. And so the idea is if you do something long enough, you will not care anymore about it. And this, you run a real risk when you constantly do something wrong over and over again, that you will eventually not care about doing it. And this is where you get in society throughout human history, lots of societies trying to hand wave away what is obviously amoral behavior. They're trying to justify that amoral behavior. And the fact that they try to justify it actually points to the fact that somewhere deep down, a little voice is going, hey, this isn't right. Hey, I mean, maybe this shouldn't be happening, right? So shame is one of the emotions. Shame and guilt are emotions that are linked to I have done something wrong. But I would say guilt is not based on reality, where shame is based on reality. Shame is, I know I did something wrong and I feel bad about it. Guilt is, I think I did something wrong and I feel bad about it. And so guilt can sometimes be correct and sometimes it can actually be incorrect, because there are some people who feel guilty about things that are they should never feel guilty about. But shame, technically, in terms of how I would use it, you know that what you did was wrong or not healthy or harmful. Almost all resources in religious sphere are focused on men. Women don't talk about it hardly. Yeah. Damn, here I'm yanking in when I was too shy to say hello to her in person. Yeah. Generally, when guys spank the naughty monkey, they don't discuss it with anyone. I have seen Bellman. Let's leave it at that. Men used to rent adult movies, so they literally had to put on a hoodie and sunglasses to not get recognized. It's just like her reading list is really violent. I don't get why she's fine with extreme violence, but not smut. Good question, Simp. Very good question. If Discord and Twitter are any indication, many men have reached a point of boasting and broadcasting their preferences in defiance of Marxian Puritanism. Yeah. Just put me on while you're playing merge games, party. Good night, party. We will get there. We're getting there. We're getting through this.
All the result of women taking over literature. I definitely see the point, but I was curious if that was true. So I, took to the internet. The percentage of female authors as of 2019, which was the most recent number I could find, any further statistics were likely behind this mother of all paygates, was 50.5%, which was also fairly steady from 2010 to 2019. The percentage of female editors as of 2021 was 67%. Funnily enough, that's not that big of an increase from 2010 when the number was 64%. The percentage of female literary agents as of 2021 was 58%, which is actually a decline from 2010 when the number was 64%. So that's people. Now, what about the books that are actually being read? Let's look at the New York Times bestseller list for the last 4.5 years. In 2020, out of 34 best-selling authors, 16 were women. In 2021, 21 out of 37 were women. In 2022, 12 out of 22 were women. In 2023, 11 out of 24. In 2024, 17 out of 32. And so far in 2025, it's been about 8 out of 13. The point of all these numbers is to say that statistically women don't dominate the literary world. That said, in many ways, the numbers here don't quite represent the reality. No matter what the numbers say for bestsellers, if you actually look at the list, you can see that romance, especially smutty romance and romantasy, dominate huge blocks of the calendar. And a lot of these female writers have female agents. And obviously, readers of these books will be predominantly female. So women might not quite statistically dominate the literary world, but the literary world, nevertheless, seems to have taken a very particular female leaning. I take issue with my own phrasing here a little. I would say that there are definitely other types of female writers working today, but the idea that this is somehow an example of typically female writing or a typically female writer is something I find incredibly frustrating and just a little bit insulting. But here's the thing.
Okay. What did we say up here? The hyperbole of this title is not great. The publishing world has been largely dominated by romance, but not all modern writing is romance related. I think half of the problem we are seeing here, guys and gals, is that we're seeing the effect of social media. Okay, and I hate to say this, but the New York Times list is not helping with this whole issue, but they are in some ways reporting on just facts as well, insofar as to say that it is without a doubt true that women are seeking romance and are reading it by the droves. But to suggest that this represents all of female writers or even all of literature is wild. Okay, it's wild. I think what we are still seeing here is what we call the frequency illusion. There's a sense that this is a reality. It has always existed, but now more attention is being put on it. And the companies are leveraging this attention to create more money and to basically hook people in to reading the stuff, to let women know, hey, this is out there for you. This then causes more women to rush out and buy it. And men are noping out for various reasons, as I've stated before. What this then does is creates the cycle where more and more women buy and less less men buy. And therefore, more and more stuff for women is created and less stuff for men is created. And so I would suggest that although women are greatly represented in the publishing industry, and I've talked about this ad nauseum, their interests are represented in the publishing industry. It didn't happen arbitrarily. It happened from a confluence of various events. And one of those events is also how social media leverages this narrative. So, yeah. What is Marxian Puritanism? Marxism, Puritanism. So, like the fourth wave feminism that I was talking about. women probably get more on average. Men are more top heavy. Yes. So I would say that in terms of salary positions that pay you more, simp, men are able to advocate for themselves much more aggressively. So men will be paid big money because they're willing to push more, and because men don't get pregnant, so they can be present more for their jobs. Whereas women, most normal women, are going to want to have a baby at some point, which puts a crimp in things. And also women struggle with the psychology of being sometimes less able to advocate for themselves. So when it comes to salaried positions where you can negotiate your salary, women typically struggle with pushing for more. Of course, that can change with time and maturity, personality, others, people stepping in for them. All of that can happen to help mitigate that problem. But generally speaking, I would say that she is absolutely correct. Women are not necessarily dominating literary fiction, but in terms of low entertainment, like low art entertainment or genre fiction, I think female interests dominate. In the same way that video game low art, right? The low art entertainment of video games is largely dominated by male interest. Now, high art can be usually appreciated by both sexes, right? Because it's very artistic. I'm thinking about like Journey. My brother recently played a game, I forget what it was called, but things like Ori and the Blind Forest and things like that, right? Like really high art in terms of video games, I think is very accessible to both of the sexes. But a lot of regular low art entertainment for guys in the video game space is targeting men, generally speaking, except for mobile games. That's a whole other thing. But to suggest that, I just think it's very important to remind ourselves that what we're seeing is also the result of like social media just hitting people really hard.
This fact, the fact that women dominate the literary industry, is not what created this problem. This problem has existed for a long time. What problem am I talking about? Call it what you want, but let's just say it's the widespread and constantly increasing reliance on explicitly sexual content to sell books, at least in part. This novel is seductive and compelling, or a meditation on the erotic, or an erotic black comedy, or a tour de force of erotic realism, or a book in which seduction beats suspense. And these are not recent books. Some of these were published over 20 or 30 years ago. It's there visually too, like the naked woman on the cover of Jaws, this cover of Windmills of the Gods, or the old pulpy covers of sword and sorcery paperbacks. The thing is, a lot of these books that had these blurbs and these terrible covers usually had very limited sex in the books. And when it did appear, it kind of just came out of nowhere. The reality is, however, that no matter what the writers thought, the publishers knew that a little sprinkling of sex would let them mention it in the publicity, and that would boost sales. After a few generations cycle through this system, using sex to sell an otherwise mediocre or even terrible book is not even something that's questioned. For that matter, using sex to sell an excellent book isn't even questioned. Eventually, you reach a point where sex is the main point of the book. What I'm trying to say here is that the current year situation did not arise entirely out of thin air. Like, the second women started to dominate literature, everything became smut. I would concede that everything has become women-centric smut, or you could say smut written for women by women. But this issue, this almost virulent proliferation of smut, as it were, in literature has been a thing for a long time. The main difference is that previously some books were written by men and some by women. On top of that, the overall quality used to be higher, so the sex didn't really stand out, nor were the publishers leaning as heavily on the explicit content to sell the books, given that the books and the authors were generally of a higher quality in and of themselves. I can't read the minds of the women who wrote articles.
Okay, she is so right in so many ways, and then so wrong in so... Okay. What did she say that was right? She is absolutely right that this has been around forever. I would argue that women have been dominating literature ever since the printing press got out. Like, I honestly think, at least from the mid 1800s to late 1800s, I think women came into their own, and they were making their own stories that never really saw the light of day, because we only got handed down the most kind of heaviest, the Mount Everests, if you will, of literature. But I think women have been writing and telling each other stories for a long time. Okay, long time. I don't doubt about it. I mean, there's a reason why we have the word old wives' tales. Old wives' tales. Literally, just let that phrase sink in. So what I'm trying to say is, women have been involved in story making for a long time. And women have been involved in writing romances for a while as well. I don't think this situation is any way, shape, or form some new thing. Okay? What is new is how it's been leveraged for money to such a degree that it has edged out all other forms of writing. And that's where I get worried. And I agree with her. This is something that we should get worried about, because it's about balance. I honestly don't care if you want to have some sex in your life in a book or something, adult entertainment. I actually, like, I'm not going to come and beat down your door. But I am worried when a whole industry completely starts collapsing under this drive to just put sex in everything. And I don't like that. Okay? I don't. I would prefer to sometimes have clean books that are genfic, and there might be a relationship in it, but we don't have to see all of that relationship. And so I guess what I'm trying to suggest here is that she's absolutely correct in that women have been involved in this kind of stuff for a long time. This did not come out of thin air, and sex has always sold stuff, and that did not come out of thin air. But what is a real problem is that the industry has become imbalanced. And I agree with that. You guys probably know that I agree with that. What I disagree is that she is somehow, for some unknown reason, hand-waving away previous decades of problematic literature by her own standards as being better written. Now, this is where I'm saying her reading, or supposedly reading, those books that she put on the screen is a problem. And I remember talking to Simp about this. If you read just Moss and Yaros and those ones, the Hazelwood one or whatever, if you just read those, you're not going to understand the level of shit that's out there. I personally don't think that all of the stuff that was written previously by women of previous decades was better written than it is now. They just probably could use some larger words because their vocabulary was probably a little bit better. But in general, I would suggest that the writing has not really, like, I don't think it's gone down significantly in terms of overall content. The formula is still there, is what I'm suggesting. Now, could they perhaps construct longer sentences? Probably. Could they use a semicolon at the correct time? Probably, right? But I don't think it's a good idea to suggest that previous romances were somehow better written. I don't think so. And it is clear that she has not read a full range of romances because she said that. So I personally think if she had read a greater range of romances, she would actually come out and say, no, there's always been better written romances, and then there's been romances that were completely crappy. And I would say bad to good, like most things in literature, is like 85 to 15 or 90 to 10, if that makes sense. Like, I don't think that the really good stuff is normal. I think there's just a lot of poorly written stuff out there, and that is normal. Like, and by poor, I don't mean as well like it's complete trash. It's competent, right? It's competent writing. And there's nothing wrong with competent writing, by the way. I'm not one of those pretentious a-holes who pretend that competent writing is somehow like, oh, the end of the world. I think, though, that we got to recognize that not only has this been going on for a long time, it has been shitty for a long time. It just sounds better because some of the vocabulary and sentence structures and techniques have been lost. But in terms of the actual content and what's going on, nothing has changed, in my opinion. Old school covers were really good. Didn't Shay share like a picture of a book that she likes by somebody called Cherry, and the book cover, she said, had nothing whatsoever to do with the inside matter, because they were just selling the sexiness of the book, but the book itself, the material and the content was like not like that. She might be Catholic. Yeah, she might be a Catholic or a Christian. She's quoting Christian websites and stuff. If you look at her book list that Simp shared, it pretty much is a homeschooler's what's the word? The homeschooler's playbook, shall we say. You know, completely like that. Okay. Like a lot of the books that she recommended, I've seen on homeschooling shelves. I've read them. It is what it is. I would probably switch out some of her choices with like T.S. Eliot, Gerard Manley Hopkins, G.K. Chesterton. I think she included a G.K. Chesterton. But anyway, like I would probably switch out some of her books for some different ones. But yeah. There's no sex except between two monstrous alien creatures in the book, and the clothes are absurdly conservative. Yeah, exactly, Shay. So she's absolutely correct that people were trying to use sex to sell stories. There's no doubt about that. And how long has this been going on for? A long time. How long have women partaken in telling raunchy stories? Well, if we go by Chaucer and his Wife of Bath, and we suggest that he was probably thinking about the women of his era who would tell these kinds of stories, I would argue that women have been telling raunchy stories for a long time. It's been here a long time, Mr. Mulder. My only dislike, my only little quibble is that I think she's basically saying, but it wasn't so bad before because it was well written. And I'm like, was it though? Was it? Like, maybe it was actually just that bad all the time.
Articles like these ones, but I'd guess that a major complaint a lot of these women really had when it came right down to it was that the sex written by the men didn't really appeal to them. Is the issue that the sex isn't universally appealing? Or is the issue that sex as a selling point for fiction has become one of the most important aspects of the reading experience? And if that's true, why is that? I
do agree that men write sex differently than women, and that therefore some women will not enjoy it when a man writes about sex. And that's completely natural. But I don't like it that women are therefore going after men and saying they can't write about sex. It's kind of like those video gamers who get upset when the video game doesn't do what they want. It's like, maybe this video game wasn't made for you. Maybe this book wasn't made for you. You know, Brie Larson gets up and told us that maybe Wrinkle of Time wasn't made for you. Well, maybe this book wasn't made for you. You know, back off. Let the bros do their thing. So I don't like it when women go after bros and are like, oh, they can't write sex. No, they can. They're writing it for themselves. Leave them alone. If you're going to support writing sex, like if you're going to support women's right to enjoy porny books, then you have to support men's right to enjoy porny books. And it doesn't matter if you don't like that form of sex or if you don't like how that sex was written. It's not for you. Leave it alone. Now, if you come out as a Christian or a Catholic or a Mormon or whatever it is, and you say, I don't want any of it, like Wooly, our wonderful Wooly, Party is probably like that. Shay is probably like that. Ideally, that would be a great world, but like pragmatically, I'm like, obviously it's not going to happen. And obviously I read trashy romances as well that are largely MM. But, so yeah, I'm walking on the wild side for sure. But you can make a moral argument, okay? You can make a moral argument for it and apply the rule equally across the board. But I don't like this double standard that's creeping in with some people. I don't like the double standard that some air quote conservative men are having, where these conservative, air quote conservative men are clutching their pearls over a woman enjoying a monster romance while they themselves are running around in a video game with big titty women. Okay? GTFO. And I don't like it when you have these left-winger people, like progressive, like far. I'm not talking about all of our wonderfully center liberal friends in chat. I'm talking about the far left who are saying men can't enjoy sex, but women should feel empowered. It's like GTFO. It's just like, I don't know. Like, I don't like the double standard. I'm not a fan of the double standard. You either say all of it has to go or none of it has to go. Hold to it and go for it, right? Like, don't do this weird hand-waving thing of, oh, isn't it so terrible that these women are enjoying these romances while I'm over here, you know, playing First Descendant, unironically. Maybe anything that isn't Austen isn't real romance to her. It's weird because I personally would not say that Austen is a romance, but it has romance in it, but it's more of a social commentary. But yeah, I mean, it is romance. She would be thinking that old erotic romances are better because they didn't have that much or any smut, which is still a moral judgment and not a technical one. Okay, so she mentioned that some of these old romances didn't have a lot of smut. Like I said, there were higher level stuff that was more artistic and elevated, and they had the vocabulary and techniques to support it. But there was a ton of stuff that was written back in the day that was absolutely terrible. So, Jack Kerouac tried to write about sex in a literary way, and it was super cringe. Yeah, I mean, okay. Yeah, I mean, once again, she doesn't like George R. R. Martin, so I'm going to say that she's at least logical and she is carrying forward her personal moral beliefs forward in a logical sense. And I appreciate that about Second Story. There's a coherency that I can respect. I just think that, like, if she did more research into early romances and read a plethora, I think she would see that poorly written stuff has been around for a long time. Yeah. Yeah. Austen is the #1 book in the most accoladed romance genre list. Yeah, I mean, she might be comparing everything to Austen, which I put Austen in the Everests, honestly. I don't put Austen with a regular romance, whether the romance was written 40 years ago or 2 years ago. Austen is in her own category, and there's some things that Austen does that I don't enjoy as a reader or a writer. Like I could definitely have some takes on Austen that's not, entirely happy with Austen. That doesn't mean I can't respect Austen and I can't see that Austen was doing something really awesome. Her contemporaries make up the rest of the top 10. Uh-huh. Yeah, I just think like there is an awareness of a standard for romance. And clearly many other books didn't meet that standard. Maybe someday we'll get a great writer doing romanticy and figure out how to make it so good that anyone can read it if it hasn't already happened. Yeah.
So many essays and articles and quotes written by men and women over the years who talk like sex is literally a mandatory element of fiction, whether it's a writer talking about how books without sex are insincere, or Philip Pullman, who apparently can't figure out where elf babies come from unless he can read an explicit account of the moment of conception. Things like this.
I don't think Philip Pullman was pushing for sex. I think that was a male brain moment, probably, where you have a fantasy writer who's extremely focused on that modern nitty-gritty writing thing, where like you have to find out how taxes worked in Gondor or other bullshit. And it's kind of like there's a difference, but I talked about that in my modern versus mythological writing. There's a difference between writing a fantasy that is mythological and spiritual and a fantasy that is modern and psychological and like sociocultural, kind of like the Malice and stuff. So like, I don't think Pullman necessarily was advocating for more sex.
Who apparently can't figure out where elf.
It's as if they had their children by courier or something. Please send a boy child by Fed Express to Mrs. Blah, blah, blah. And once you're aware that's missing, you can then see other gaps in it. He doesn't do any sort of speculative thinking about what's good and what's evil. Ooh. Okay, so here's the thing, all right? She literally is taking a very fascinating discussion out of context. I do not think Pullman is pushing for more sex and stuff. Or this is another L for second story. She just doesn't know how to choose her supporter. Okay. This is so fascinating. Pullman literally can't even read Tolkien. That is crazy. Lack of real humans in his work. I must have imagined Boromir and Denethor and Saruman and Wormtongue and Theoden and Aragorn and Eowyn and Faramir and Frodo and Sam and Smeagol. Must have imagined all of those people. Yeah, clearly imagined. It's very, very thin stuff. No nourishment in it. He literally does not know what he's talking about. But setting aside Pullman and his extremely ill take of everything, Pullman is suffering from a modern male brain thing. Okay. He's suffering from a materialist male modern brain. Okay. That's a Pullman problem. That has nothing whatsoever to do with sex. I am pretty sure he's not pushing for more sex in books. I could be wrong. Let me know, chat, if I'm wrong.
Babies come from unless he can read an explicit account of the moment of conception. Things like this are so incredibly silly to me. I'm tempted to make a joke about Philip Pullman being unable to comprehend where the people he sees on the street come from unless he watched the act of conception with his own eyes. But there's no way he's that stupid. I mean that sincerely, there's no way. In which case, the only other explanation is that he's just trying to make an excuse for how badly he wants there to be lots of sex in books for him to both read and write.
Wait a minute. Is he? Did Pullman say he wanted more sex? So according, once again, we got to take this with a real grain of salt, guys, because we're going into Reddit. Reddit, like I said, we don't know, but maybe some people have read Philip Pullman recently and it's fresh on their minds. It's not fresh on my mind. It says, I've never seen any author do something like that. I feel like authors I previously read are either way too descriptive or don't bother mentioning anything at all when it comes to sex scenes in books. Yet Pullman assures us that his characters definitely had a sexual relationship, but everything around it remains a mystery. And someone wrote here, Pullman does seem to have weird habits when it comes to writing about sex. He's apparently unwilling to write sex scenes and unsatisfied by merely implying that it happens, instead choosing to obliquely refer to it happening as if he's worried we might not notice. So he is not personally advocating for jamming in explicit sex scenes. So that's not a good example.
In that sense, one could argue that
she's stretching there. She's making assumptions about Philip Pullman. Now, I would like to ask Philip Pullman, hey, why do you keep referring to sex scenes but not describing sex scenes? And I could imagine, okay, let me make some assumptions. I'm going to imagine that Philip Pullman was like, well, I felt like they would have sex because it's a human thing, but I want to keep my writing elevated, so I don't want to put sex in it. And besides, I'm writing for a younger audience, so I want to keep it lighter. And I'd be like, oh, okay. All right. Sure. Like, there's so many reasons why, and I'm one of those people as well, who would put sex in because it's realistic to that character doing it in that moment. It's part of their, like, character progression or what have you. But I wouldn't want to describe it, but I would very much want people to know that this definitely did happen. So I kind of understand where he might be struggling with how do I get that in there without going into it in detail, because maybe he has some weird hang up about how his writing would be characterized if he put sex in it. Because if he was absolutely okay with putting sex in things and he was looking to jam it in anywhere, would we not see it in his own writing? So, no, that is a very uncharitable assumption about Philip Pullman. Now, I'm not trying to protect Philip Pullman, but I think what Philip Pullman was showcasing in his bizarre remark about Tolkien was actually his inability to understand what Tolkien is about, to understand the exploration of the human moral humans, like the psyche and the soul. Like, I think it shows that he's so modern brained and atheistic, he literally cannot comprehend Tolkien. Okay. I don't think it means that he wants to jam sex in everywhere. That's a take.
As ludicrous and worrying as it is that women are becoming so obsessed with the smut in their fiction, at least they're not pretending that they're in it for anything else. So many writers have repeated the same nonsensical argument that because sex is a natural part of the human condition, failing to include it in your novel would make it unrealistic or disingenuous. What strikes me the most about this argument is the lack of self-awareness. Bowel movements are also a natural part of the human condition, but I don't see people using bowel movement scenes to sell books.
Yeah, but bowel movements aren't pleasurable. I mean, some people might, but bowel movements aren't pleasurable. I don't think that, how can I say this? If you are writing 150,000 words or 200,000 word epic fantasy, and at no point in time does a human relationship or sexuality come into play, I'm curious as to what that story is doing. Like, even me, who is not hugely into writing sex and reading sex, has to admit that human desire is one of the prime motivators of any kind of conflict. It's one of them. Now, there's many other things that we could explore, like greed, gluttony, pride, fear, so on and so forth, anger. But one of the prime motivators beyond the vices and the virtues is desire. Like, that is just one of them. And I would be very curious as to what is going on in your book if you have nothing going on. Like, Tolkien had something going on, and it begins with Eowyn clearly wanting to be with Aragorn and confusing her desires with her desire to be free. And basically there is this whole thing where she has to realize that what she feels for Aragorn is not actually a desire to be his partner. It is really a desire to be free of what she views as shackles, and to basically enjoy the freedom and the role of being with the boys. Okay. And of course, she comes to understand that she too is a gardener, that she too is a woman who can find love with a man, and, you know, be a ruler with him. And in the same sense that she links herself to Faramir. It's one of the most beautiful romance stories of all time. Tolkien does it in a way where it's not hypersexual at all, but to suggest that there's no sense of desire, I think you can write things and touch on the very real human drives without being completely crass. And yeah. Swing and a miss. Yeah. Also not super related to relationships. Yeah. Maybe he's thinking about teenagers reading his books and doesn't want to put that stuff there. Yeah. I think her Philip Pullman call out was wild. You can dislike Philip Pullman for a lot of things. And I definitely disagree with his take, but I don't think his take is because he wants more sex. And I agree that publishers pushing sex into books unnecessarily is cringe. I fought against it when I was writing fan fiction. I fought against having to write sex because I wasn't even interested in writing a romance. But sometimes I would put a romance in because it felt appropriate. It genuinely did. And sometimes I would put in a sex scene because it genuinely felt appropriate. And so you can't... So I do agree that there are a lot of people who kind of hand wave away these moments and try to justify every single sex scene with, like, oh, it's natural, or oh, this would make sense. I get it. But to suggest, I would qualify the statement, say that there are situations where it is appropriate, and the reason why bowel movements are not used to market something is because bowel movements isn't pleasurable, whereas people genuinely find pleasure with sex. Like, that is a weird analogy, but anyway, let's keep going on.
I don't see that many bowel movements in romantasy. For that matter, childbirth is also a natural part of the human condition. And while that's a bit more likely to make it into a novel than a bowel movement, it also doesn't get championed the way sex does. Gosh, I wonder why that is. Listen.
Chat. Is somebody going to let Second Story know about Mpreg? Should we let her know about it? I don't know, guys. I don't know. Do you know what's really wild? I personally think there are tons and tons of women who deep down really want to get pregnant and have babies. Okay? This is, I know, wild take. I am not one of their number, but I recognize that that's like a human female drive for most people. And there has been a demonization of a woman's desire to be pregnant. And this is really unfortunate because there are lots of women who feel like they can't talk about it. They can't talk about it. They feel they feel bad. They feel like they're going to betray the female race if they come out and say, actually, I want to be a homemaker and I want to have babies with a man that I love and I want to make him lunch and I want to take care of my babies. And it's just really hard for them to come out and admit it. So when it comes time to writing romances, we now have this push-pull, right? Because you have all of these women who want to experience these often very traditional relationship dynamics, okay? That's why the monster romances exist. And that's why male-on-male romances for women exist, because it allows women to literally experience traditional male-female relationship dynamics without feeling like they're betraying the cause, the female cause. It's very sad. It's very sad. I feel like everyone should just come out and say it. But within the romance genre, there's something called the alpha and omega. And I'm not going to go into details, but let's just say it involves pregnancy. And there are pregnancies. Now, don't ask, how is this pregnancy? Don't ask. I generally don't enjoy reading about pregnancies. Obviously, I don't have much of an interest in reading pregnancies, but I was writing a low-key fan fiction way back in the day, and I wrote a scene where Tony Stark and Loki are stuck on the way home from shopping in New York, and there's a woman who's going into labor on a side road, and essentially Loki and Tony get roped in to getting this woman into a house where she then has a child right in the house. And it's a wild ride. Let's just say that. It's a wild ride wherein Loki is essentially with the woman who owns the house, helps this woman birth the child. Very rare. Not many fan fiction writers writing stuff like that. Not many fan fiction writers writing stuff like that. But I did it. And I wanted to do it because there's something about the moment of birthing a child that is so human. And I wanted to make a point about something regarding that low-key fanfic. So I got in touch with one of my readers who had children and was willing to go into graphic detail about what happens during child labor. It is an extremely realistic as far as I could without making it gross, depiction of what it's like to have a child very suddenly at a house. Now, I tried not to make it gross and unseemingly gross, but what I can tell you is that there were tons of female readers who responded positively to the childbirth. Okay? Women want to see the stories. They're literally being cock-blocked by feminists who want to pretend that women don't want to see these stories. But they do. And so the stories now have to exist either in fan fiction or under some weird stuff. And the fact that Second Story doesn't know that this exists tells me she hasn't read enough. She needs to read more. But anyway, there are definitely pregnancy stories out there, but they're just weird AF. She's giving off disgust at sex vibes, which I don't know, kind of makes it hard to take her argument super seriously since it seems to be derived from motivated reasoning. So, in Racken, here's my issue, okay? I struggle with sex, okay? I do. It's like a mental issue. And I want to overcome it because maybe one day I can hold somebody's hand and not feel like I'm going to, lose my shit. I want to be normal and feel good in my body. Okay. If anyone is going to be struggling with this stuff, I'm one of them, right? I do. I genuinely do sometimes struggle with thinking about stuff like this. It can sometimes bother me, especially heterosexual stuff. The problem is that if you don't know all of the trends in the romance, you don't understand how it's a battleground right now. There's a battleground right now going on about what women should normalize culturally and what they should not. And I'm not talking about sex in books. I'm talking about what is normal for a woman to expect from a relationship and things like pregnancy. And I just feel like there is a battle that is currently going on, and it is low key. It is low key, but it is happening. And I think there are lots of women who do want to have those very natural, progressive, progressive as in, they want that natural progression of the story wherein the woman does get pregnant. And that's why, Bella has a baby in Twilight. Anyway, so long story short, I think if she did a little bit more homework in this area, she would understand that it's way more contested than she thinks it is. It's way more contested. But does sex dominate the industry? Yes, she is correct. Is it becoming an unnatural prerequisite for getting published? Very, very likely. Absolutely. Right? I don't doubt that. She is correct about that. All of her main points are more or less correct. I quibble with some of the little side stuff that she's talking about.
I'm not saying sex is bad and you can't put it in your book. I don't really care. What I am saying is that this ludicrous argument that books without sex are somehow bad is intolerably false. These people fail to recognize that they just sound like a writer or a reader who's mad because they didn't get to read a super poetic description of boobs in this spy thriller. I'm sorry, but it just comes across like that guy who's mad because there are too many articles in this month's Playboy. Or that fangirl who's upset because her favorite idol's outfit didn't reveal enough leg. At a certain point, you've got to stop and ask yourself, wait, why is the sex scene so important to me? Why does it matter how round this random female character's boobs are? Why does this author feel the need to describe what this guy's hands taste like? If you put so much emphasis on using sex to sell books, then a huge chunk of people who buy the books will expect sex. Every time the cycle repeats, the amount of sex increases and the level of quality decreases. If this cycle repeats enough times, everyone stops noticing how important the sex has become to the whole process. They also stop noticing how low the overall quality of the books has become. If the reader is expecting a little sex, then the publishers can add a little more to make the book stand out from the crowd, and so on until we get to... and so on. But sex has become increasingly centric in literature for the last century, going as far back as the likes of Lady Chatterley's Lover and James Joyce's Ulysses, and even farther back to Fanny Hill, and let's not forget our boy the Marquis. Of course, these older examples tended to get themselves a tiny bit banned. While Lady Chatterley's Lover and Ulysses both tried to make some kind of ironically righteous First Amendment case for erotica being a super important form of art or whatever. But again, who do you suppose benefited from the legalization of explicit content in books? Human society or publishers? The debate about whether or not wildly explicit material is protected by the American First Amendment has been renewed in recent years, but I do find it interesting that those who argue the strongest for it are making a shocking amount of money. The main issue
I definitely agree there's motivated reasoning behind supporting porn. More than likely, there are people who are defending monetary interests. And I'm glad to see that she's pointing out past examples of people who have, in the writing industry have put in stuff into their stuff. Now, what I find interesting is that she said, I'm not against having sex in your book. Really? I sense that as soon as you see a sex scene in the book, you start instantly judging it. I just get this feeling. But I will say this, that it is a really good idea for us all to ask, why does the sex have to be there? And I remember I was writing Distortions in Time, which is like a character exploration of Loki in an alternate universe. And I was really interested in time loops, time travel. What else does that have? Trauma, hope. It's basically like Final Fantasy XIV in some ways, because it's all about hope and overcoming bitterness and cynicism to find hope in the future and to move forward to a peaceful resolution. And there is a lot of forgiveness, anti-racism. Distortions in Time has it all. And I was really trying to advocate for a form of higher art in the fan fiction space. So I was writing genfic, and I remember around chapter 75 or something like that, somebody asked me why I couldn't have more sex scenes in my story, and could I describe the genitalia of Loki in more detail. That happened. Yeah. And so I got extremely irate, because here I am sweating away to do my best to write this really in-depth 350,000 word novel on a character's growth, psychological and spiritual journey toward healing after intense amounts of trauma. And your takeaway is, what does his genitalia look like? Okay. And I remember getting extremely peeved. So I am kind of with second story on this one. All right. Like, I am very much invested in the idea of one day writing epic fantasy or epic science fantasy. Okay. With the appropriate amounts of sexual tension in those books. I am horrified that somebody could read 75 chapters of something and not get the point. Okay? But that is a them problem. And that speaks to immaturity. It speaks to habit. It speaks to a lot of other things. And honestly, at some point, you have to just put your foot down and say, no, this is my personal creative expression. Take it or leave it. Now, the problem is the publishing industry is feeding into this unnecessarily and like using sex to push sales for what is otherwise rather poorly written stuff. Like, let's not beat around the bush here. Let's call a spade, right? Most of the stuff, like most mobile game stories, most video game stories, are all crappy, right? It's like the 90-10 principle. Like, you're not going to get a lot of good stuff most of the time. Most of what is written is absolute shite. And so you're going to have to make up for that with something else. And obviously the easiest answer is sex. And it is unfortunate. It is very, very unfortunate that people have to use sex to sell something. And I don't like the pressure to have sex. I fight against that pressure. I fight against it. I do. But it is also just the reality that we are in right now. And I mean, what are you going to do about it? Like, literally, what are you going to do about it? So what? Let's see. Philip Pullman would be like, but how is this even possible? Just need to write that down. I nearly had to deliver my first son the car. I know, wild ride. Well, wow, Herman. Awesome. Cars make deliveries easier. We should have brought the baby on board sign. Remember one nurse asked us, do you want me to videotape the birth? Me and the wife unanimously answered no. Yeah, no. Just say no. She needs to read more stuff. The miracle of birth would be way more miraculously if the body fluids and excretions weren't involved. The nurse also asked, do you want to cut the umbilical cord? I replied, talking to the guys who wish that this was the 60s where I'm sitting in the waiting room. Well, if you stayed with your wife, Herman, in the room with her and held her hand, you have my full respect. That's really what most women just want is, you know, for you to be there to hold her hand so she can crush your hand. You know what I mean? Like, most women aren't asking you to be down there looking at everything, you know, videotaping everything. It's like, yeah, I think most women just want the guy to be there to be with her. I reminded my wife of her Lamaze breathing technique. She told me to be just shut up and hold her hand. For me, when it comes to a book and whether or not it's good, it has to do with a combination of promises, progression, and payoff. Scenes should be the payoff to the promise, hence why it's there. Yes. The stuff you see on TV reenacting childbirth is pretty much BS. Yeah, it is. If the X scene includes things like taste of hands or whatever, then it's either part of the payoff or it's abrupt and out of place. Agreed. Okay, but it was low-key fake to 99% of his fan base. That comment is the point. Exactly. So what I'm trying to say is I was rowing against the stream with my book, right? If anyone felt annoyed and like struggling, it was me, because I was watching these, in my opinion, really poorly written stories, getting hundreds and thousands of comments and reviews, and mine, which I believe, and I still hold to this day, was still better than the best one at the top in terms of quality, was not getting as much attention. Still getting amazing attention for a gen fic. It's like, I think within the top 20 of the mature low-key gen fics. That's amazing. But it took 97 chapters. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just, I had to paddle harder to get a modicum of the way. And so I understand the unfairness of it. And it does feel gross. So I do feel for Second Story here. It does feel like every time it's like, what can sell about your writing? But at the same point in time, that's your negotiation with your readers. That's your negotiation with your readers. If you want the readers, you're going to do what you got to do. And then you have to live with the consequences of whatever it is that you've done. But this is not just an industry doing it. This is an industry working in tandem with a whole bunch of other factors. I feel this is, it's so much more complicated than just fix the publishing industry. But once again, we're getting into what do we do because of this, and there's like no simple answer, right?
I'm trying to make here is twofold. One, sex on the level we see in books like this and this has actually been normal for a long time, not just in bodice rippers, but in highbrow award-winning literature. So much so that when this issue took off and I started seeing people everywhere complaining, or at least expressing alarm at romantasy, while I didn't disagree, I completely agree, I was still pretty surprised. Hadn't we, as a reading society, decided decades ago that we were all apparently perfectly fine with insane amounts of sexual obsession in our fiction? I'm pretty sure we had. The second issue I want to mention is that
I agree. This is 110% W for Second Story. This kind of pearl clutching around what's happening in literature right now is just shows the absolute ignorance of what's been going on for ages.
That even though the female aspect of this whole thing has a very distinctive look to it, men have also been writing piles of smut-esque literature for just as long. As I said at the beginning, I don't find this to be a women in literature problem. I look at this as a smut in literature problem, for lack of a better term. I think it's worth noting that highbrow literature has always had more sex in it, while commercial fiction has tended to have less. I think a big reason that this has become such a major issue that so many people are noticing is that the commercial fiction is now just as smutty and explicit as highbrow literature has been for a long time. The other day I was reading
I would argue that the highbrow literature was able to do the smut because it was attempting to be highbrow, right? Like it was using the sex as a way to be edgy and to make a statement. But when sex no longer became part of the statement, that's when it all goes down into the low art. And honestly, I remember probably my first romance that I read when I was around 18. It was probably written in the 60s or 70s. It was a pirate one. I forget the name. I really forget the name. I think it was like something like Lord Jack or something like that. Anyway, and I remember that there was some sex scenes in it. They weren't like hyper graphic, but it was enough there that it was a sex scene. And it was definitely lower. It was not higher. So once again, we don't know how much Harlequin has gotten away with because there's so much of it and it all disappears into the past. So it's really hard to say whether or not low entertainment was completely free from all forms. But what I would argue is that as sexual freedom became more of a thing, it trickled down into the low art and everything was okay. That's what I will say. That's what I will say. And I do agree with her that this is not really about male versus female because both groups of people have taken part in it. I don't think it is just ideology either. I honestly think it's about how people have become less capable of dealing with more challenging topics and they are just going in for brain rot entertainment. Same thing with people playing mobile games and telling themselves that the story that they're reading in their mobile game is awesome, or Guild Wars 2, for example. Like, I heard that the story gets good later on, but in terms of how it's conveyed, it is extremely lacking and is not at all challenging. The only challenge is for me is to like believe in it. But like what I guess I'm trying to suggest is like people are engaged with low art all the time, but there's not an appropriate balance in people's lives between high art and low art. And I will also admit I'm part of that trend as well. When I'm stressed out about life, the last thing I want to do is pick up a nonfiction book or pick up Carl Jung or pick up, like a more tougher book to read, like a Charles Dickens or something. I'm less likely to do that because I'm stressed out. It's a form of escape, right? So this is where I think like... it's more than just male and female. It's more than just ideologies, but I disagree with her. It's not just about, oh, we want to have sex in here. I think like people are genuinely tapped out and their education has forced them further down this route. And then it's made worse by the publishing industry wanting to basically sell more. And then it just kind of escalates from there. For lack of a better term, ditzy is second saltiest place on earth.
A book by Paul Auster. This guy is a novelist, one of the respected literary giants of his generation, legitimately a good writer, or I should say a good put together of words and sentences, if you will. Not 20 pages into this book and his character was constantly examining his genitals. He was imagining what any random woman looked like naked the minute he met her, and every character, male and female, had to make sure their sexual habits and tastes were on the page within the course of the first meeting. This is the kind of thing that was much more common in books, especially literary fiction written by men, something you could almost call ambient explicitness, or even sometimes ambient perversion. It was there always on almost every page, no matter what the book was about. I personally find this kind of writing tasteless and baffling, but I do think that we as a society became desensitized to it. Now, women reading explicit fiction or fiction with extremely explicit elements are also becoming increasingly desensitized. That's why you can look up things like spice meters. Do you want a book to, read one-handed? Or do you just want to read a story? Well, the spice is going to be there regardless, but here you can at least gauge the quantity based on the specific level of desensitization you've reached. Men have been putting tasteless and excessive sex in books for a long time. Just because women are the ones writing it doesn't mean it's not also tasteless. And it also doesn't mean that many male writers aren't just as obsessed with sex.
I didn't really like the books I read in school because there was never any magic, but there was really like not enough kissing for me.
Well, I'm saying, where are the giant snakes? Where are the scantily clad women?
Anyone who has tried to read a book off the shelf in Barnes & Noble in the last 5 years does not need to be told that the quality of Western literature is in decline. This is true across the board, and there are a million factors that have contributed to this, but like it or not, sex is one of them. The more you let sex sell the story, the less concerned you'll be with the quality of the story. Sex sells, as we all know. It sells so well that if you want, you could ignore most everything else. The bodice rippers of the past and the romantasy genre now, and their shocking success, has proven that. If the sex is explicit enough, tantalizing enough, controversial enough, nothing else matters. If you put a stack of books on the table and tell people the ones with the purple covers have lots of sex, the unfortunate reality is that those are the ones that will sell out first. The industry knows this. It's hard work to find good writers. It's hard work to write a good novel. Hard work to edit it well and then market it. Putting really explicit sex in the book means that the story doesn't have to be that great. It means you can cut all the other corners. It means people won't really be paying attention to the prose or the grammar. It means that all you'll have to do is slap a blurb on the cover that says something like, "Summer's steamiest read," and you're golden. Although, of course, because of the nature of human beings' interaction with explicit content, the sex you put in your stories in order to sell them will necessarily have to be more and more extreme. Of course, this doesn't mean that every book that has ever had explicit sex in it has been otherwise bad. Quite the contrary. Sex often seems to have been shoehorned into otherwise good books. But one does wonder if all this literarily acceptable sex perhaps paved the way for a world of this and this and this. Is smut only reprehensible if it's badly written? Is it only reprehensible if it's on the bestseller list? Or is...
Okay, so first off, at the beginning of this video, she said that Sarah J. Maas is fairly solid as a writer. So I don't know why she keeps throwing Sarah J. Maas in the same bin as everybody else. Very low-key catty, maybe, perhaps. I don't know if I would go so far as to say that people sat down and were like cracking their knuckles and going, "Oh, I'm going to put some sex scene in here because it's going to normalize sex." I don't think that's the case all the time. Yeah. She makes a case that something will sell well if it has sex, but it is not written well. But if that was the case, wouldn't Audra Winters be golden? As a parallel, Mini Gotcha can get away with a slop story and or bare bones gameplay with jiggle physics. Yeah, but how much likes does that story have long term, though? See, here's my thing, okay? With the book thing. If you go on Amazon or Goodreads, I have seen a lot of the women talk about the sex scenes, and that is definitely something that they will critique. But the writing is also talked about. There are a lot of women who are very, very, very specific about their writing tastes and their level of writing quality that they want from a book. So I kind of disagree that sex is some sort of like magic thing that you can slap in a book and it suddenly saves the book from being dragged. Audra Winters' book was dragged. So I feel like your romance will not save you. If you're absolute trash, you're going to get trashed because women will call you out. And I've seen it in fan fiction as well before. You can have a sex scene in there, but if it is completely trashy writing, and if certain things don't meet the bar, you will get flamed. So I kind of disagree with her kind of very blanket statement there about how it just gets you. I agree that you will probably get passed around by word of mouth a bit more. And I certainly have felt as a fan fiction writer that stuff with romance in it is going to get more attention. But here's the key thing. Romance, not sex scenes. There's a difference. If I had a clear romance in Distortions in Time, I actually think I would have done even better than what I did. But my story didn't even have a super clear romance. And I killed off the love interest at one point. So you can see where I was completely not even in the same ocean as everyone else. Okay. Like, I had some romance in there. I had a couple like sex scenes ish in there. But the romance and the sex scenes were so minimal as to almost not count. And then I killed off. Like, do you see what I'm saying? Like, it was so completely divorced from everything else. If I had kept it clean, but I still had a clear romance, I would have probably done better in terms of reviews and interest. Because it's not just about the sex. Okay, what this woman is not even talking about and not touching on is Christian romances that are absolutely clean and have also a large following. It's not even just about the sex. It's also about the relationship. Like, do you have a relationship in here? And sometimes, like I said, you need to have those relationships. You need to have those sexual encounters because that's part of what the plot requires. But I'm pushed and pulled because, like, part of me is like, yes, it's all not good and stuff. But then part of me is like, but sometimes you need to have it in there. And then part of me is like, but do we have to have romance and everything, even if it's clean romance? And then part of me is like, yes, but you sometimes have to because that's part of the human condition and humans will fall in love and do stupid things because they fall in love. So it's like, I'm like torn, if that makes sense, between this whole conundrum, because there's a conundrum of when is it too much? When is it not enough? When is it realistic to have romance? And when is it not realistic to have romance? And when is it unrealistic to not even have any romance? So it's just like, it's a tough one. It's very, very, very tough. I think it's a very, very nuanced situation. And you almost have to judge it book by book, honestly. In some ways, especially if it's a book that's attempting literary fiction, like you really have to kind of go at it carefully. How much of writing being on the decline is the result of producing and spreading your writing, becoming more accessible and widespread? And again, she already said she doesn't read enough to know. Yeah, so here's my issue, Epic, is I think the decline of writing is because of this. It's because of the decline of education and just like generalized techniques not being modeled and passed down, right? What we're actually seeing is an issue with education and with taste and relying on sex to sell where education and taste is lacking. Wooly says that many gacha can get away with slop stories and bare bone gameplay with jiggle physics, but how many of those are going to last long enough and become a cult classic? I think that the stories that matter and that are remembered the most fondly long term are not the ones with the jiggle physics and bare bones gameplay. That's like a short term versus long term. Do you know what I mean? Like, you might have financial legs right now, but will you have financial legs 5 to 10 to 15 years in the future? In another of her videos, she was complaining about the publishing industry a little too much, so she might be a frustrated writer. She probably is a frustrated writer. I feel for her. You know, we're frustrated. We're all frustrated together. But I guess she's like, oh, I don't mind if there's sex scenes, but did they have to be there? Okay, good question. And then, you know, like, I'm sure these books had a reason, but maybe they didn't. And maybe they're part of the problem. And it's just kind of like, not sure. If we were to put this to gaming, just make it a battle royale and people will buy it. Just make it a live service. Gamers love that. Modern audiences love XYZ. Yeah. Azure Lane, Snowbreak, GFL 2, all of these have relegated gameplay to second seat while focusing on fan service, and it's working for them. How long do you think? Do you think they will have the same cultural meaning as KOTOR? I just don't know. I don't know yet. I feel like the answer to all your questions, Chiekos, remember we're talking about books as products. And I will say again, when is it too much? Depends on promises, progress, payoffs. If the smut outweighs the promise given to the reader, then it's bad. But if the audience gets the amount they wanted, fulfilling the promise, that is good. As for morality, I cannot say. Yeah. So the morality question, we dealt with that at the beginning, right? It is very, very simple to say this is bad or this is good, depending on where your moral compass goes. Okay, it's very, very simple. You can either say it's bad or I'm fine with it, right? No biggie. No, whatever there. I just wonder what can we do about it feasibly. Yeah, GFL 2 will not have the story lore impact GFL 1 had. Interesting. So GFL 1 had a better one? The fan service games that find an audience endure for years. Interesting. Okay. So it's like super fan service, but maybe the lore impact will not be the same. Okay, interesting. Thanks, Willie. Yeah, so I don't know a lot, right? Like and we don't know how long it will last, honestly. This woman's complaints seem like she read books from a genre she does not enjoy and therefore did not like the payoffs. Even with romantasy was the XX a promise she intentionally ignored. Okay, so here's the issue, Epic, okay? I personally believe this woman is someone who has a moral code that does not like sex in books, okay? Now, Simp made a guess that she is either a feminist or a religious person. I believe Simp suggested she might be religious, and I think Simp's guess here is correct. The way she's talking about feminism makes me feel that she's probably more conservative based, and some of the stuff that she was pointing to looked like a Christian website. So my suggestion is she has a very strong sense of morality, okay, and beliefs about this phenomenon, and I want to respect that, okay? And I think we can sit and say this is also damaging. Like, we know that there are some social damaging factors that come out of unchecked addiction to this material. Okay, so even if you don't have a strong moral stance on these books, I think we could still make some correlations to unhealthy thinking and behavior. I think some of her correlations were weird, but I think the basis for what she's saying is correct. Okay. My only thing is it's one thing to say that something is poorly written because I don't like the content, because I dislike it on a moral level. And another thing to say that it's poorly written. And so she herself at the beginning says it's not about taste. And she said that Maas was a pretty good writer. So I'm getting a little flip-flop from her on the Maas situation. She just might not like Maas, and she might have a little axe to grind there. But what I will say is this. I think her moral code has caused her to question, why is this happening so much now? And I think it's a good question to ask. I think we should all ask ourselves, why is the publishing industry so driven by romances to the point where they're now putting romances like romance and romance-focused sci-fi, romance-focused fantasy, romance-focused thrillers, romance-focused mysteries, right? So the genres are now being, for lack of a better word, tainted with this high, very narrow niche focus on female readers and romance. And we can ask ourselves, is this good? And some moral people who share a certain religious faith, let's say Christians and Protestants and Catholics and so on and so forth, can come out and say, hey, this is a bad thing. So like the basis for what she's saying here, I have nothing against. It's just like some of the arguments that she made is a little off. And it's okay to dislike something because you morally dislike it, but don't confuse that with saying that a writer is terrible. Moss may be many things, but she is not a terrible writer. And it is good to question the publishing industry. It's good to question it and say, hey, there's an unfair balance here. People who want to write genfic, people who want to write character studies, people who want to write more philosophical literary fiction are being edged out by this focus on money and using sex as a way to get money. And it's absolutely 100% helpful to think about this. And it's one of the reasons why I started talking about it was because I think it's affecting Hollywood to a certain degree. Except that Hollywood has been so inculcated with a very specific subculture that has been hampered by certain ideologies that Hollywood is struggling to figure out a way to capitalize on this clear money potential right over here, which is, this sexy book, right? They want to capitalize on it and get the female audience, but they can't because of political correctness. Because these romances are fundamentally politically incorrect. Azure Lane and Snowbreak have faded from mainstream weeb culture for the better. See, I'm going to be honest, Wooly Ram, I faintly feel like I've heard of Azure Lane. Faintly, I don't even know what Snowbreak is. So, and I'm going to be honest, I didn't even know what GFL 1 or 2 was. I know Genshin Impact, and I know Wuthering Waves, Honkai Star Rail, Punishing Grave Raven, and Arknights. Those are the ones that I know. So, oh, and Tokyo, what is the Tokyo something, which is like a more female-centric one with hot guys. Which, by the way, has probably one of the most coherent stories that I've read on a mobile game. That seems to be the crux of it. How often does some describe what she has said so far? She's making statements that are technically true, but beyond that, they can't stand on their own. She's one of the least self-contradictory people we've seen together in your streams. Yes, I think she has some tiny issues here and there, but I understand we need to question this industry, okay? We need to question it and say, are some people's voices, male voices, or female voices who might want to write genfic or some other non-sexual oriented stuff, people like Herman, are they being edged out? And if they are being edged out, why? And is it right? I think I saw one, Wooly, that was absolutely like a degenerate fan art of a girl holding a very big gun wearing a thong stuff, a thong bikini, and it was just so ridiculous and almost insulting. But yeah, like I said, if you are a man and you are defending GFL 1 or 2, and you are making snide comments about women with their monster romances, I have no time for you. Yeah. The problem is that part of our premise is a book that's immoral is bad, and that's going to end up being wrong eventually because you won't see the quality of a book just because it has something you don't approve, even though the book is good. So yeah, so my thing is we can make a moral argument about these books, and separate from that, we can also make a quality argument about these books. Now, her argument is that because there's such a push for the sex, which is immoral, that it's causing the quality to drop overall. And she's kind of not wrong, but kind of that doesn't paint the whole picture. Because I think there's a larger societal issue that's going on that's affecting education. The attack on canonical literature is a problem. The attack on educating people on how to write and think is a problem. There's just so many issues that feed into this. It is extremely unhelpful to focus on just this book is causing this situation. There's like so many other factors at play here that has led to low quality in writing. GFL 1 designs were relatively grounded. I'll post them when I get home. Yeah, Wooly, I should be really, really clear. The picture that I saw that looked like GFL 1 or GFL 2 looked like fan art. Does that, like, you know what I mean? Like, it was very extreme. Like, I wouldn't think that would be in the game, but it was created by somebody who liked the game, if that makes sense. So anyway, I think she's asking some great questions. I just think some of her correlative supports could be better. It could be, I think, a bit stronger.
Is all this a symptom of a much, much larger social disease that has been degrading our culture for a very, very long time? The reality is that sex is 100% optional. And even then, there are times when the story might benefit from skipping the sex. And also, this bears repeating, there's literally never a good enough plot reason to describe every single action, motion, and sensation of a sex scene. There just isn't. Does that mean all sex in fiction is bad? No, of course not. Does that mean that all books that have sex in them are bad? Again, of course not. But unlike some authors who seem to believe that a book can't exist without explicit content, I am of the mind that certain things are better handled with restraint. As I said before, the largest group of people who have worked so tirelessly to normalize the consumption of erotic media are people whose sole motivation is profit. They do not care about female empowerment. They don't even care about female health. They just care about female money. So I think it might be time for females to wake up. But while women are waking up, maybe it wouldn't be the worst thing for the gents to also take stock. I hesitate to tell people what to do to fix this. It's easy to talk about the problem. Well, maybe not easy, but not difficult in the same way. You know that old thing that was everywhere a few years ago? You know, you have two wolves fighting inside you and the one that wins is the one that you feed. We all have so much inside us. Impulses to good and to bad. Pulls to be selfish, pulls to be courageous or deviant or compassionate or lazy. And whatever we feed day to day is what we become. If we feed the impulse to obsess over sex, that's what we will become. And on a long enough timeline, we'll become a perverted sex addict. The same goes for society. Maybe things in literature are the way they are because we've been feeding perversion for too long. Now there are no other strong hungers. No hunger for powerful storytelling, for aspirational heroes, for nuanced characters, beautiful prose, and so on. It's like society has become the monkey that pushes the pleasure button instead of the food button until it dies. Maybe we should consider starving that particular hunger and see what happens. As always, thank you so much for watching.
Okay. The Blueprints. She wrote something called The Blueprints. Okay. She put a handsome man on the cover. Interesting. Not judging at all. The Blueprints. Hillary Lane. Where is it? nunny. I can't find it on Amazon. Okay, it's on Royal Road. How many chapters are we talking here? 32 so far. Still writing. Good for her. Awesome. Guys, if you want to take a look at what this woman has written, you can read it for free. I'm going to post her story link right here. So if you want to try it out for free, please support Second Story. And you can read her probably no sex scenes, very clean fantasy right there. It appears to be mildly like judging just by the artwork and the name Laocoth, like that seems to be kind of like China inspired, perhaps. Maybe she's right. Maybe it's a socially inherited problem, but how the hell do you fix that? Okay, so here's the thing. As I figured, there's no easy answer. She even herself said there's no answer. There's no easy answer to how to fix this because first off, this is a moral, a large portion of her argument is based off of a moral argument. And I have no beef with that. Like I said at the very beginning, I completely accept, recognize, and myself hold to this kind of moral argument. Unfortunately, it's more of, if we're going to get down to brass tacks, it's an ideal of how things should be, not what things are. So here we are with an industry that has become so consumed with money that they are leveraging the loneliness of women and exploiting women's desire to push what could eventually be extremely dangerous material. However, this whole thing of like young women getting caught up and like making bad life choices because of their stuff that they're reading, I sympathize with this kind of outlook. Like I can see how there is a correlation between very immature women making really, really poor life choices. I get that part, but there's a point at which you got to take responsibility for yourself. Same thing with a bro, right? Like a bro can be like, oh yeah, I was inspired by this video game to go do this bad thing. But at the end of the day, the video game didn't make you do it. You went out and did it. So part of me is like, yes, there are some social issues that arise out of these forms of addiction. But at the end of the day, humans need to also take responsibility. Plot twist, it has the most disgusting. Yeah, I highly doubt it. This woman appears to me to have a very strong moral convictions. She has some great points. She is calling out a trend in the publishing industry. And she rightfully notes that this has been going on for some time. I would argue it has been going on even longer. And the only reason why we don't have a lot of it down on writing is that, like, for a long time, there were other social restrictions at play. But I don't think modern writing is more or less degenerate than any writing before. Like, the fact that Marquis Sade, or however you want to say his name, existed when he did shows that absolute degeneracy has existed at many periods of time throughout history. Does that make it right? No. But what it does mean is that this is not a simple problem of just publishers doing the bad thing. I think there's a deeper human condition at play, and solving that human condition is a work of not even a lifetime. It's a work of God's lifetime. You know, not that God has a lifetime, but yeah, you get what I'm saying. I just wish that some of her examples were more appropriate. I think her Philip Pullman example was a complete mess. Her reference to POCD as being this memeable moment is unfortunate. I think it would have been more appropriate to have talked about how these negative books have resulted in women thinking that they could fix problematic men, and then take your sip. And that, I think, would have been appropriate. Yeah. Marquis wasn't even the worst one. He was just popular. Yeah. Maybe. But, like, the content of these types of books doesn't bug me as much as the fact that so many readers pretend it's high quality literature. I agree. 100%. The fact that these books would have been in the genre erotica just 15 years ago makes it even more insane that they're now mainstream. These are literally no different. Yeah. Yeah. My issue is how it's being folded into the other stuff, because clearly fantasy isn't selling as much as it could have been. So we should really be asking, why isn't fantasy selling as much? Why do we have to use erotica to sell the fantasy stuff? That's a good question. Is it really just because humans are degen, or has writing also failed on some level? My biggest problem is how this is being targeted to young adults, and they don't even show it on the cover. They disguise it as a regular old fantasy. Agreed. This is a problem. This is the new I read Playboy for the high quality articles, but with shitty articles. Once again, not all of the writing is bad, though. Like, that's cope there. That's cope there. And by the way, the Playboy, there was Playboy coverage for something, and I was so impressed. I was like, how did Playboy do a better job of covering this one social thing than anything else? I forget what it was. It was insane. The worst thing is that these books, when I was a teenager at least, were advertised as young adults. So my mom would buy me some, and then 14-year-old me would end up reading explicitly about different kinds of positions that were popular in whatever fairy kingdom the novel was set in. Okay, so here's your first problem. Your mom. That's problem number one. What is your mom doing buying you a book she hasn't read? Number two problem. Why is a 14-year-old being considered a young adult? This is a problem. This has nothing to do with the book and everything to do with how the publishing industry is advertising things and how they're talking about 14-year-olds. Shay and I have already talked, and I think Leo and Semp to a lesser degree have already talked, and Emily and I have talked about this, how there is a bizarre gap, particularly for boys, between the ages of 10 and about 18. There's this gap of where there's less great books for boys to read, and maybe also girls to read, because now it's just filled with really shitty smut. So the fact that this is a problem is actually an industry problem, it's a marketing problem, and it's a parenting problem. I don't read these kinds of books, but the algorithm decided to bring me here anyways. Great video. There are some hungers better starved than fed. My 16-year-old stepdaughter convinced my wife to listen to the audiobook of Fourth Wing, asked her about it, and she's like, it's someone who's never had sex is writing about sex. It's very immature. I mean, probable, but I feel like Sarah J. Maas has had sex, surely. It's pornography with words instead of pictures. The sooner everyone acknowledges it, the sooner we can get back to writing actual stories. Okay, that's hard cope there. First off, that's like saying, because pornography exists and we know it's pornography, we're now going to have great films. Nah. There's still more pornography made every day than a good film. Good luck with that thought, though. It doesn't seem like sex sells. It's more like sexual frustration sells. Gooner games are harmful to women. The literature industry. Yeah, the double standard is bad. I dislike the double standard. My wife, who loves actual romance books, can't find any more because it's either childish romance for young teens or she searches up romance for adults and it's just porn. That's another thing. Okay, there's a difference between romance and erotica. But it's become so blurred. It becomes so blurred. I think what's astonished me the most about reading maybe a couple hundred pages out of curiosity from a handful of these romantasy novels is how appallingly bad the female characters are written by women. The fact that the women in the novels of some of my favorite male writers are written with many times more care, depth, nuance, and humanity was enlightening. I mean, I don't know. I haven't read Moss, so I can't tell. I'll ask. I think Emily read some Moss, so I'll ask her. But what I will say is this. There's a lot of Harlequin romances where the woman is literally a placeholder. If you don't get that, then you're missing the point. I feel like 50 Shades has a lot to answer for. I remember thinking that it opened the floodgates for people who didn't know they were allowed to like spice, but also told people that you don't have to be able to write to sell books. Was it 50 Shades, though, or was it Twilight? As for this video, thank you. You answered a question that's been on my mind for a while. I've seen so much spice, I was starting to question that maybe my stories needed it too. But ultimately, it's up to me, the person who knows my stories best, to decide, and no one else can say otherwise. Yeah. And that's a problem, though. If you're going to take the stance, then you can take the stance in favor of putting erotica in. So, are we going to come down to subjective, I think this is what is best? I mean, I'm fine with it if we want to go with it, but you're always going to have people who judge you for not putting it in. And then if you do put it in, you're always going to have people for judging you for putting it in. The thing that irritates me most is how these days your book is expected to have some level of spice in it. It's scary that literary agents might be gauging the marketability of a book and whether or not it has spice. I do agree. That's a problem. My only real problem with romantasy is the fact that like 80% of fantasy bookshelves at my local stores are just romantasy books that are out or have had their time in the sun. The current popular romantasy books are always on the shelf table at the front of the store, and all the has-beens have been shelved in the fantasy section. For the longest time, I didn't care about the romantasy conversation, but now I'm starting to get affected by the consequences anyways. I went to B&N less a week ago, and they cut it down on the sci-fi section and shelved fantasy next to romance. And at that point, you couldn't tell which genre ended and where another began. I want my fantasy back, man. Yes, I agree. This is a real take. The issue for me isn't that romantasy exists. The issue for me at the end of the day is it's imbalanced. The imbalance is very real. She was trying to project her sense of urgency onto her audience, but for us, it's a subject we already are fluent in. Again, we probably have more experience in the actual material than she does, or maybe a sense of severity. I think it's similar to what we see with video games and streaming. When faced with countless options, we choose more of the same, despite what we say is individual. Corn is the same we all share. Yeah. When I started writing fanfiction in 2005, I learned about the importance of having spice in your writing. So I've known about this for about 20 years. And the reason why I stopped fighting it is because I recognize this is simply a battle you can't win. Now, there's a way where you could take over the society by force and prohibit, like some religious leaders tried to do, like for example, in Geneva with John Calvin. You could attempt to prohibit human behavior, like prohibition. But I think at the end of the day, you just drive it underground. So the answer to this problem is probably it's unfixable, but we could mitigate this by appropriately delineating the romance from the non-romance, and for creating structures that allow for non-romantic writers to shine, allowing for marketing and space for people who want to have clean literature for their teenagers, and to basically like have a way to highlight male voices, female voices who don't want to write romance. And the problem is that if the people are as cooked as this woman seems to think that they are, it's going to be a financial loss. A publisher that decides to highlight some gen fic authors will have to be ready to take an L. But with publishing on demand nowadays being more of a thing, perhaps that is the answer. And publishing on demand and people kind of stepping up and going by word of mouth, maybe that's a way for, alternative forms of fiction to kind of shine. I'm just going to check out something. I'm just looking up Harlequin knew that in order to grow Christian romance readership, they would have to publicize and market strategically, though tiny in comparison to a general romance book trade of roughly 1 billion. Harlequin did something right because months after the release of those 3 novels, Christian romances accounted for 5.25 million books yearly and rang up some 43 million. By 2002, Christian romance accounted for more than a third of all popular fiction sales and over half of all paperback fiction sales, and had 51.1 million readers, I would assume in the States. Some Christian romance authors who wrote for smaller publishing houses were hesitant to attribute Christian romance's growing mainstream market to Harlequin publishing houses. Bethany House of Minneapolis author Jeanette Oak, who I have read, thought the new Harlequin series constitutes less the entrance of a mainstream publisher into a now sizable Christian niche market and more a Christian influence on the mainstream market. Furthermore, she believed Christians would always discern what is or is not truly a Christian book, and Harlequin would not be able to misguide the already existing Christian romance readerships. So it's been going on since the 1970s. Why does Christian romance outsell Christian fantasy? 2017. Okay. In the world of non-Christian fiction, fantasy rules and can get along as friendly royalty with the pink and purple jacketed neighbors in the shelves next door. But that's not so in the Christian fiction planet, where apparently people read far more books than average Americans, but mostly romance. Top Christian fiction genres reported by survey readers were historical fiction, romance at 52%, contemporary, romantic suspense, suspense thriller, legal thriller, and mystery espionage. Also reveals that many Christian fiction readers read more than one genre. Alas, Christian fantasy and sci-fi aren't even on the list. I could not find any newer surveys to indicate whether Christian readers' preferences had changed since the first half of 2015. Romance Writers of America suggested Christian romance alone makes almost 1/5 of the total romance fiction market. By the way, this was a discussion in the ghostwriting Slack that I worked with. Romance and historical romantic fiction absolutely dominates. Do you know what is one of the highest ones? Amish. Amish and pioneering. By the way, I read a lot of Christian romances, so yeah. So Francine Rivers read her, Janet Oak read her, Lori Wick read her, Karen Whitemeyer, I don't think I've read her stuff, but yeah, you can see Francine Rivers is massive. Massive. Yeah. So what is redeeming love? You might want to know. Do you? Well, too late. I'm going to actually go like this just because I don't want to blurp my Amazon. Wait a minute. I'll do Amazon.com. Not that that really matters, I think. Dismiss. Redeeming Love Rivers. Why is it sending me to the audiobook? Yeah. Okay, guys, get a load of this. Is Wooly in here? I don't know. Redeeming Love is a story set in the 1850s in California's gold country, and it is the retelling of Gomer and Hosea. Gomer and Hosea. Yeah. So I guess what I'm trying to suggest here is that romance is way more flavored than just the hardcore stuff. There's a huge section of it that is incredibly clean. That's why I think it's really important that you take time to know the industry that you're talking about before you know, yeah, like hop on it. Now, in more recent years, I feel like I've drifted away from this stuff, but yeah, it's hard to tell with statistics at this point. Okay, this is Christianity Today. It says Christian fiction finally has issues. Okay. Evangelical novelists have embraced human grit and struggle. Getting readers to notice is its own struggle. Okay. So back then, Christian fiction section comprised 40 feet of novels, mostly historical romances, absolutely, and Left Behind series. Now it's 260 feet, almost the length of a football field, with historical romance, Amish. Yeah, there's this obsession with Amish, don't ask. Suspense, romantic suspense, contemporary fiction, with a smattering of science fiction and fantasy, and a whole lot of harder to categorize titles. Basically, it's being called Christian fiction. And yeah, Grace Livingstone Hill was probably one of the major ones, and then the Canadian author Jeanette Oke was another one. Love Comes Softly. Oh my lord, that's taking me back. Yeah. Our query box is flushed with the usual suspects: women's contemporary, historical, especially World War II, and a slight uptick in mysteries. But she's also hearing from editors that they're looking for unexpected split-time novels that move back and forth between eras of history, genre-bending concepts, or unique points of view. So the Christian fiction world is trying to push some stuff. I guess what I'm trying to say here is that even within Christian circles, with completely clean stuff, there is still a heavy focus on romance. And my argument is that even this can get unhealthy. I think even this can get unhealthy. When you have too much of this going on in your reading, I think it can get unhealthy. And so, like, I feel that Christian fiction is a bit more balanced because they still have a strong sensibility with other genres. So my big takeaway with Second Story is that she is correct. We should be worried. We should be asking questions. Do we have to have sex in a book for it to be for it to be sold? But what to do is not so simple. I don't know if it's fixable. I really don't. What did you guys think about this video? I'm just going to go AFK for a second. While AFK, listen to this beautiful calming music. Tell me, write down in chat why, like, what did you think about this? And I'll be back in 2 ticks. Okay. Let's end the stream with ideas and thoughts from chat. I mostly appreciated her calling erotic literature what it is, porn for women. I do too. Yeah, I agree, Willie. I think it's time that women get off their moral pedestal and just admit it, okay? Say, hey, we want to have lots of sex. And just admit it. And don't call it high art. Don't call it even literature. Just call it entertainment. It is technically literature in the definition of the term, but like, let's call a spade. And I think I'm really done with this double standard where guys are out here kind of being shamed, culturally shamed for pursuing their physical desires, while women are literally getting away with, well, not with murder, but you know, they're getting away with a lot. And so I really appreciate that there are women out there like her who are saying, hey, what is going on here? That being said, her argument that men are feeling ashamed, I don't think men are ashamed. I think men are shamed, but they're not ashamed. And women, bizarrely enough, are not shamed, but they still feel ashamed, which is hilarious. I thought it was as unbalanced as the publishing industry. Some great stuff, some good stuff, but too much focus on sex and not having any real answers. Well, there are no real answers, unfortunately, right? Short of prohibition, which we all know how that's going to go. Like, no one could ever look at the situation and go, oh, it's super easy to fix. I would say that there are ways to mitigate it. We could mitigate it by supporting local authors who are not focused on sex, by spreading the books that we read by word of mouth, right? People like Shay and Leo who share books that are meaningful and interesting and maybe not sex focused are doing the Lord's work, so to speak, right? People who noped out of literature and have no pulse on what's going on probably are not helpful. Them sitting around like armchair critics about the situation is kind of sussy. But I think people like Shay who are advocating for interesting books to read, Leo who is very, very thoughtful about, like, at least I feel like he's giving what he's reading some thought. There are people out there who spread the word about a book that they really like. And I think I really appreciate that. She makes the accusation that the writing industry itself is choosing to push porn scenes in books rather than pushing books they feel are good. That's not enough for me. I hear her, and I think she means traditional publishing, which requires you as an author to submit your work for someone to read it and then choose to put company money behind it. To me, it's not reasonable to assume that a publisher in this context is picking books based on scenes and not based on what, in this assessment, will make money. Yeah, she has an ideal, okay? She has a moral ideal about how the publishing industry should run. In her ideal world, people will all have these elevated, non-thirsty reasons for reading a book, and that all the money will go in there. But if anything tells us anything about the gacha games that make money, about the porn industry that makes money, and then, of course, the publishing industry that makes money. If there's anything that will teach us the truth about humans, is that if your prerogative is to make money, this is how you're going to do it. And to expect to make equal amounts of money from something that has no sexual content is idealistic, bordering on naive. Okay, now I'd like to believe that there are some books out there like Harry Potter, which still has romance in it, but Harry Potter and still has kissing in it, and Tolkien, which still technically has some forms of romance in it, these people are representing massive money, right? Whether or not we like George R.R. Martin, George R.R. Martin is somebody who shows that you can have a high level of technical ability, still have tons of sex in there, and also make some money. I still don't think George R.R. Martin is making as much money as he could if he was smaller books, more accessible to read. But like, I guess what I'm trying to suggest is it is a very rare book that's going to bring in a lot of money without having something that the audience wants. And I don't think it's like chicken before the egg. What came first? The audience wanting the sex or the sex books? I think it's a bit of both, right? They fed into each other like a vicious cycle over time. But in my opinion, it starts in the human heart. And the books are simply a symptom of some deeper human issues. And so taking away the books does nothing. You could tomorrow walk in, take over all of the publishing industry, institute massive changes like some sort of communist dictatorship, decide that it's not good for humans to read this kind of stuff, and absolutely ban it. And I can assure you that within a month, women will have figured out a way to hand around secret stuff, because it's a human condition issue. And to blame it on the publishing industry, which is here to make money, it's kind of like yes and so, because that's their job. You know, it would actually be unethical for them not to pursue money to a certain degree. So it's a very unenviable situation, really, because we can look at this and be like, oh, it's unhealthy. But then another part of me is like, yeah, but that's what the whole point of that company is, to make money. So it's kind of like, what are we expecting here? Like, it's a bit unrealistic. Even when we get to Austen and her contemporaries, they feel massive and vapid to me. And I'll most often think, this could have been an email. Wuthering Heights is an excellent piece of women's lit, and I have a hard time thinking of similar examples. We might call Little Women and the Anne books and maybe Black Beauty lit for women, but they don't measure up to the male titans and male-aimed pieces. Well, it depends on what you mean by measure up. I mean, Anne of Green Gables has romance in it. My favorite Ellen Montgomery is a romance, Blue Castle. I love Jane Austen. I think Jane Austen is very powerful. There's some techniques that she uses with her writing that I don't like at all. But I don't think Jane Austen fails to rise to meet her male contemporaries. I think Jane Austen did a great job. I think there's more there than what could have been in an email. I personally dislike Little Women. Over time, I disliked it more and more. I found it to be a bit preachy and dull. I liked Little Men more than Little Women. I liked Little Men more than Little Women. Oh, Leo's asking about Little Men. I liked Little Men, actually. I thought Little Men was more interesting. Pride and Prejudice might be the #1 piece of romance ever, but it's just a travesty of a very long train wreck to me. I like Pride and Prejudice. I think it's actually one of her better ones. I thought Sense and Sensibility was a drag. How Sense and Sensibility is written is a complete drag. Pride and Prejudice for me is solid. I like it. It's just classic to me. I have no beef with Pride and Prejudice. I don't know. I like it. I think Elizabeth represents a wholesome tomboyish woman who learns her lesson and is extremely human. And Darcy is this very broody bro who also has made a severe error of judgment, and he also learns his lesson. I don't know. I like it. There's a lot of the whole subplot with Charlotte and Mr. Collins, and about how women settle out of need for stability and how you can find happiness. Then the whole Lydia slash Lydia with Wickham. I don't know. I like it. I may be a misogynist when it comes to classic lit. Yeah, I don't consider myself a misogynist when it comes to literature. I don't hate on women's stuff just because it was written by a woman. Like, I love Rebecca by Daphne du Maurier. Actually, I probably like Daphne du Maurier's Rebecca more than Wuthering Heights. Wuthering Heights, to me, I recognize the quality, but it was so depressing that I would never read it again. So, like, what's the point then? Jane Eyre, read it maybe twice. There are some parts of it that are really preachy. Like, it's not giving Russian novels a run for their money, but it feels a bit preachy. I like Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. Very fond of that. Black Beauty. Yeah, not bad. Not bad. I like Michelle Magorian's Goodnight, Mr. Tom. Very beautiful story. No romance. Maybe like a side one that's like so tangential as to be unimportant. Yeah, I think for me, Pride and Prejudice has different layers. So to me, it's not about catching the plot. I don't need to be surprised. I mean, it's nice if I can get surprised, but I don't need to be surprised by something to enjoy it. Same people have problems with English classic lit in general because of the moralizing. I usually saw women have this complaint. Yeah, I mean, Russian novelists have this complaint. Russian novelists go on and on. Gets kind of annoying at some points. It's like, can we just get to like the story? That'd be great. What else? Epic says, if a publisher is pushing out spicy scenes, it's reacting to what people are buying, and that is the problem. She just danced around via industry's bad technical truths. Now, see, this is where my issue lies, I think, Epic, is that when we get down to the so what of this, that's, I think, where we see the real problem, right? So let's say, like I said, tomorrow we walk into the publishing industry and take away all of the romance books. Does that mean like women are just somehow going to birth a whole generation of women who don't want romance? No, I think it's within the woman's soul to want to have that fantasy. That's her fantasy. That's where her sexual desires are rooted. I genuinely don't think that if you took away all the porn in the world that men would somehow evolve or grow out of looking for visual mediums to wank off to. Like, it's just, there's a deeper human root issue, and it's not an easy fix. It's great that she's pointing out there's an imbalance in the industry. I do think there's an imbalance for voices. That is a fact. It's been true of fan fiction as well. Fan fiction reflects this. Fan fiction is just the cheap and slightly worse version of the publishing industry. Like, wake up and smell the roses. It's been like this since early 2000s, late 90s. And technically, lewd content has been around for as long as humanity has been around. So I don't know. Like, I find, yeah, I really find that the whole, she made some great points, and she's made points in there that I made, right? Like, I don't know if you guys remember, but at a very early age, we were talking about the state of fantasy. We were talking about the unequal representation of male interest to female interest. We were talking about how there's too many romances infiltrating into the general fantasy category. We have been noticing this for a little while now. But my contention was always that these kinds of issues have been percolating for a long time. And it's not so simple to just hand wave away some of the stuff and be like, oh, you know, we can fix it by just X, Y, Z. Like, it's such a naughty issue. And some of her examples were the Philip Pullman one. I still can't get over that. The POCD thing, still can't get over that. I think some of her examples should have been tighter. If this is an important topic for you, like, I want to see Aiden Paladin, I don't know. Like, if you're going... I get it. It takes a long time to, like... Aiden Paladin only puts out something once every month. So, like, I don't want to shit on Second Story, but I just wish she'd chosen better stuff, because there's so many other ways she could have said something. She could have said, like, oh, these books are really not healthy because they encourage immature women to accept toxic abuse and toxic relationships when that shouldn't be normalized at all. Like, there's just so many ways that she could have talked about this, and she didn't. And so I'm just a little confused. I think women who have the moralizing problem is because the novel's telling them how to be a happy woman in the 1800s and they can't put themselves in those times and it annoys them. What? But that's not what Pride and Prejudice does. Of all the books, Pride and Prejudice is not the book that's telling you how to be happy. Let's just say that. I hear you. I've never heard a woman rebel against Austen for those reasons, though. Yeah. She effectively said nothing you yourself haven't already said. Nothing she said was new to us. In some ways, no. Except the POCD thing was new. So now I have to look that up. I just don't see how a person can get into POCD from reading age gap or height difference. Like, my mind is blown. Now, if I was a man and I was consuming certain types of literature about 1,000-year-old witches that look like 9-year-olds, I would start thinking, oh dear, do I have a problem? Okay, if I was a man. But how do you, as a woman who is more often put in the position of being preyed on, right? Like, these romances, these heterosexual romances that she's talking about, the women are quite young and they're being preyed on by much older and larger men. How does that get a 17-year-old girl into thinking that she has POCD? Like, how did this happen? Like, I genuinely need to know. Like, I understand if it was a bro reading it and being like, OMG, am I a PDF file? Like, I get that. But anybody who reads classic literature and starts willy-nilly applying it to themselves and getting aggrieved need to take a chill pill or need to stop pretending to read, because oh my Lanta, people need to calm down. There's this whole rhetoric around literature that it is not objective. And because it's not objective, everyone goes in with their subjective experiences and then they take offense at what they're reading. How about you step outside of your skin for a little bit and just see what is happening? And then maybe you could take it home with you and think, oh, hey, does this speak to my life situation? But if you're getting aggrieved over something that you read in a book because it doesn't jive with your particular religious or political or sociocultural belief, maybe you didn't get the point. The video wasn't wrong, but it was offensive? Interesting. Shay, can you explain to me why you think it's offensive? I wasn't particularly offended. I was just confused a couple times. Just a couple. Every other thing I wasn't confused on. So that's the only new thing that isn't good. I was being neutral. Considering how I initially understood POCD, yeah, I can agree with you. I hear she does have a great video on drafting a novel. Not sure if it's behind a paywall, though. I'll have to look for it. Yeah, sure. Yeah, maybe someone recommended it, Shay. Maybe someone recommended it. Epic was doing his best not to like go crazy on this video. I admit I went down a rabbit hole with POCD because I was genuinely confused about the body language. I am now no longer as confused. I'm just confused maybe about how it's being applied. Same thing with the Philip Pullman thing. But yeah, overall, like, we've talked about this from multiple points of view before. It is a genuine concern. I do think the industry needs to kind of think about how to appropriately promote different people's voices. I think there is an unequal representation right now, but it kind of is like trying to force diversity where there is none desired. It kind of, you have to ask yourself, is it viable to force that change when that change is not being desired? And I just don't know how effective forcing the issue is. So then we have to think about how can we turn this around? And I think the best way we can turn it around is by sharing with the people in our lives, by word of mouth, the stuff that we think is meaningful and edifying and challenging and creative. You notice that when I talk a lot about the authors that I enjoy, I talk about Dorothy Sayers and Dorothy Dennett, two female writers who are incredibly powerful. And Dorothy Dennett has sex scenes, by the way, on occasion. Very light, but they are there. Oh no, she must be terrible. She must be part of the normalization of yada 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 yada. Maybe not. But Dorothy Dennett has sex scenes, but they're generally very carefully written, and they're not as graphic as they're not as graphic. That's all I'm gonna say. The tea sipping meme. I mean, she was behaving in an offensive way. There's a brusque, you and I can be that. And then there's just being bitchy, and she sounded bitchy half the time to me, and I don't think that's how you convince someone. She sounds far left when you present it as trying to change human nature to a degree. To quote the saints, if you wish to change the world, change yourself first. Wooly, I can't agree more. Yeah, Shay, I struggle with reading people's intentions and meanings sometimes. So I have to take everything almost at face value. Sometimes, though, with women crying, my instant reaction is like, what do you want from me? And that services me quite well, because unfortunately, there are lots of women who cry to get you to agree with them or to do something for them or whatever. So, like, sometimes I vibe off of women crying and it just feels fake to me, and I get really skeptical. But that's about it. It's very hard for me to read a joke sometimes. Like, I can be extremely literal. So I recognize, guys, like, Chieko is very human and fallible, and I really do struggle with that. So I'm really always glad when you guys are upfront with me and like tell me like it is, because otherwise it's a real, like, I have to expend my cognitive empathy to like push sometimes, and sometimes I don't have the juice for it. So Well, there's a Puritanism. How can I say this, Epic? Do you remember how I talked about the horseshoe, right? There's a Puritanism that can happen on both sides of the spectrum, where it's kind of like, if you don't do what I say, I can't love you. If you don't do what I say, you aren't worth living. Do you know what I'm saying here? If you don't do and say what I want you to do, you have no value. And this kind of rhetoric that can erupt out of certain hot topics can result in very similar authoritarian approaches to dealing with ongoing, very human problems. And although I recognize that these sides might have some truth to them, right? And although I recognize these sides may even wish the best for humanity, the approach to it is almost always as important as the motivation for that approach. And that is the problem. We can have tons of motivations that are correct, right? The road to hell is paved with good intentions. So there's lots of people out there who genuinely want, let's say, world peace. But it reminds me of a certain scene in Final Fantasy XIV where a group of people wanted world peace to such a degree that they killed everybody. Problem, right? And so I think it's, when we talk about these issues, we have to think about how are we talking about it? And then if we are going to talk about it, like, can we do anything about it? And honestly, I do appreciate her honesty at the end. She was like, hey, I don't have an answer for how to fix this. And that is ultimately, yeah, that's depressing, but true. Yeah. She sounds far left when you present it. Yeah. As trying to change human nature. Yeah, it's quite artificial in some ways, but she made some good points, which is leaving me wondering if she made the video to actually bring in new to someone's attention, or is she just preaching to her own choir? It does seem like she was preaching to her own choir. There were a lot of people in the comment section that I was reading who were like agreeing with her. The tea sipping joke was badly timed, to be fair. Yeah. I did it. I killed them all. The winner. Yes. Ben knows exactly what I'm talking about. I don't hang with bozos, homie. I can't be around you. Anyone who knows me knows my feet don't fit in lounge shoes. Good night, Epic. Thanks for hanging out. Rest well. Feel better. Hopefully your reflux will, like, calm down. Hopefully. I usually, when I have issues, on the rare occasions that I do, I tend to, like, sit up or stand or walk around. Gravity helps sometimes. Yeah. Very interesting video. I had Emmy recommend it, my brother recommended it, and then 2 to 3 other people in Discord recommended it, and I can see why. It's a very divisive topic. She is calling out something that is happening. She is not blind. I don't think she is misrepresenting the extent to which there has been an imbalance in the industry. I just wonder if she's read enough to be able to talk about all of it. And honestly, I could go even harder than her in some aspects of... I could go harder. Let's just say that. I do think her take on feminists is a little outdated. I think there is a schism. Well, there's probably 2 to 3 schisms in feminism right about now. But I do think there is a schism in feminism, and we are seeing the beginnings of a new movement. So there's that. Yeah, and I wish some of her examples were a bit stronger. I think we could make her arguments stronger. I appreciate someone coming out and advocating for writing to not always have to have sex in it. I'm going to be honest. Like I said, I read trashy stuff. Absolutely, I do. I do. But it is really it is really fantastic when you read something so solid and so well written. It doesn't matter if there is or there isn't a relationship going on, whether it is a clean depiction or a smutty depiction. I really do hope that men can get back into writing. But as she pointed out, men have also been absolutely degen too. So it's not really a male-female issue, but I still feel that there could be more male voices to shake things up. I don't like the idea that women are telling men that they can't write sex. I think that's unfortunate. But I also think I would like her to have talked about education, mental fatigue, mental laziness, all of these things I think count toward the trend that we're seeing today. Yeah. And yeah. Sleep on the left side if you're having reflux. For some reason, it stops it. There you go. Hopefully Epic sees that. Okay, any last takeaways from this thing before we end? Any takeaways? Any last thoughts? Any brilliant conclusions? We're Dunyan rings. Yeah, we're close to wrapping up. I started around 7:30. I started around 7:30, 8:39, got into the video at around 9, and it took us 9 to 12, 12 to 2. It took us 5 hours to go through a half an hour video. I think my use for this came under fair use. Awesome, Epic. Take care. Rest well. Wow. Oh, that is such a picture. Epic sleeps with his upper body elevated, smart, and a pit bull snuggled on his legs. There you go. Good guy. Good guy. Well, I guess we're all in favor, most of us, of solid stories that don't rely on sex to sell. I think most of us would advocate for something like that. But we are in this kind of world where that is the case. And one thing we can do is vote with our wallet. Don't buy stuff. Don't pay into something that feeds the industry unnecessarily. If this is important to you, okay? If this is important to you, don't feed into this industry. Just don't buy it. And encourage the parents that you know to be careful, okay? Let the parents in your life know, the ones that you care about, let them know that there is an issue going on where their young children between the age of like 10 and 18 could be exposed to really strong adult material, and they need to be aware of it. I definitely think that is something that you can do to help mitigate some of this impact on younger minds. Yeah. Porn is art. Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, I don't want to say porn is art. At the same point in time, I don't like how people are demonizing male and female desire for the wrong reasons. I think there's ways that we can talk about male and female desire and the naturalness of women wanting certain dynamics without also just throwing in with lewd content all the time. There's like I don't know. There's a line there, I think, but that's just me. Pupper Snuggles, yeah. Except that I'm more into Kitty Snuggles, I'm not gonna lie. Kitty Snuggles are so nice. One day I'll get a cat. Only problem with getting a cat is then your travel plans really rely on you getting care. Anyway, now I'm rambling. Okay, it is getting late. I should stop talking so that yeah, I should stop talking so that everyone can sleep, so that I can sleep. I got some work that I got to do tomorrow, but this was very enlightening, very challenging. And I think there's some content in here that I want to research some more and think about some more in more detail. And yeah, let me know if you guys read her book on Royal Road. Let me know what you guys think about it, okay? So yeah, I'll see everyone around. And yeah, take care, everybody. Bye.